Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, the illustrious Saus Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire, and we are back with Honkai Impact 3rd. Last time we did a bunch of stuff. Specifically, we did Fuhua's backstory. We actually did relatively little. I just talked a lot because I don't know how to stop talking. But yeah, we got Fuhua's backstory, and it was really, really good, and I'm upset by how good it was. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're gonna start off the stream by doing a 10 pull, because I feel like it, because I can. Let's go, character I don't know! Yeah! I don't know at all what the, like, SSR would look like. I don't know what that is. Oh, hey, look, a Rita. I think I have that Rita. I think I have that one too. Yeah, nothing of value. Let's go. I didn't have that Rita. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, now we're gonna see hopefully the payoff for all of that backstory and see what's going on with Fuhua in the present. That is 2 of them. I think that was one of the things I said might be happening. But yes, we are playing the game. Also, Hope, I need you to do, or at least start, the ZZZ event and tell me if it's worth doing on stream or not. Because I still need 50 rolls for Ellen. You'd say, nah? Okay, cool. Oh, okay, we are starting as Fuhua. This is a pretty good design. We saw like a little preview of it at the end of last stream where Kiana was like in her mind hand. I'm very excited for this. I'm very hyped to see where things go. Initiating level 2 response, target B3, initiating emergency protocol. This thing is awesome. Why in quotes. While exchanging emergency commands through comm links, Valkyries rushed to the burned half of the airport terminal. They passed her by, but no one paid her any heed, as if she didn't exist. I like the like dark burning here. I can't actually even tell what it is. Because it's obviously a fire effect, but like it's coming from this horn. Also, genuinely, Arlecchino vibes. I would not be surprised if Arlecchino took inspiration from this design. It's like you go find a Bangbu and listen to Bangbu talk and do some... Okay, yeah, no, I'll just do that on my own. I'll just rush through that tonight. What? Stream elements. It didn't post that, I don't think, at all yesterday. Well, I guess no one was talking in chat. Hold on, I gotta turn that one off. Didn't post that once during D&D. And it's the first thing that it posts today. It's also supposed to, like, know if Hoop Seekers is in the title or not. But, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I know that it's you know, it's as time limit or time required as all Hoyo events are, but you know what I meant. She's toying with a crimson plume. She took this from Otto Apocalypse's cold body. I don't believe Otto's dead yet. Like, I know he dies at some point, but I don't think this is it. I once gave Otto something like this. Unbelievable. Search your memory, you know it to be true. An inner voice suggested so. No, trivial matters like this can wait. I have all the time in the world to go through 50 millennia of old memories. She chuckled as she admired her work. In the distance, fire and smoke had consumed half the air terminal. I like that you can visually see my controller drift as the cursor just occasionally moves across the screen. Not happy? Not at all. I'd say that's impressive enough. Took a deep bow to all the chaos and explosions, the applauding audience of her debut show. So I assume evil Fu Hua is who you've been talking about, Hope. If not for Shixel and Otto, things wouldn't be so bad, and the world would have a better chance. A shame these Valkyries had to die. They were but pawns on Otto's chessboard. A lot of casualties. I controlled the damage pretty well. I only broke the cage in a few buildings. Oh, damn it. It's not good enough. No one can think everything through and attend to every frickin' detail. No one, not even Dr. May. Even she made a lot of blood sacrifices, right? Victory and justice can only come through sacrifice. Never mind, arguing with myself does me no good. Time to leave this junkyard. Oh dear lord. Where to go? Haven't figured out yet. It's a big wide world and I can go anywhere, but I have no particular place in mind. Maybe visit my old friends. They'd freak out when they see me alive. A smile crept up her lips. Honkai is still out there, and days will get busy. Just take it easy for now. It was her we were watching when we beat up Otto. It was having very... It having fun was very her. Got it, okay. Why am I invisible? Oh. Oh, hi Rita. Goodbye, Rita. They didn't see me. This thing is handy. Okay, well, they still see that, I guess. Finhorn down doesn't work on AI. Why are you not invisible more often is the question. I mean, that's actually super valid. Yo? That is literally the Tifa move that everyone, like, freaked out over in Remake 2. Although, I think this actually might have come out after Remake 2, which is crazy to me. Not Remake 2, just Remake. Final Fantasy Remake. I haven't played Remake 2. I'm insane. Remake 2 came out this year. Ow, I'm getting my ass kicked, actually. Hold on, I'm still in ZZZ brain. I've been playing too much of it. Okay. I'm so merciful. See, I've spared all these lives. I didn't kill anyone. It would be better if you had such mercy earlier, my old friend. Yeah, okay, I knew there was no way he was dead yet. She was taken aback as soon as her eyes landed on him. Otto.
Yeah.
Hi. It figures you're not an easy one to kill. Oh, I did die, but fortunately I didn't store my backups at the same place. He pouted his lips to signal the ruins ablaze in the distance, where hundreds of his backup bodies were kept. So I've wondered how he's managed to stay alive for as long as he have, because there's a few semi-immortal characters right now. There's Fu Hua, obviously, who is legitimately cursed with immortality. There's Welt, who isn't really immortal. He just like sustains his body with the power of the Hersher of with his power as the Hersher of Reason. And then there's Tesla and Einstein, who I forget the reason, but there's a technical thing in the AE visual novel or something. But so Otto's been doing a Palpatine and literally just like uploading himself into clone bodies. Basically, or at least that's what I'm getting from this. Fair enough. I'll just kill you once more. Wait. The Shixel Overseer took a step back. Are you scared? Oh, that was a smile. Didn't expect the gun you shot me was to backfire at you. You're not evil. Funny you should speak this way. Of course I'm not evil. I'm the bringer of justice. Then maybe we can reason. There's no use of reasoning with the likes of you. Sure, I did kill you, for which you sought revenge justly, and I didn't resist. I'd say we're square now. You? I'm like, oh no, bring it back. Where? It was only a cheap backup of yours, and you're now standing right before me. You call this square? I mean, you're also standing before him. Your logic doesn't add up. I will shred every fiber of your being until you can never ever revive again, Otto! But you look just as swell standing right before me. Oh. I killed you and you did the same to me. I revived and so did you. Wasn't it me who healed you and brought you back? Technically, you actually owe your new life to me, my friend. You... She was speechless. You've put on quite an impressive show here. A lot of collateral damage was dealt. Think about Durandal and the other Valkyries. You brought them pain for no good reason. Her face turned red and then pale. She went to say something, but instead she sniffed and left without a word. She's mad that he's right. Where are you going? The worst person you know made a valid point. None of your business. May I give you my 2 cents? You? Nothing good ever came out of you. My old friend. We've known each other for ages. Few know you better than me. I can see your confusion. You just woke up and you're not exactly sure who you are, or what you've done. You need a familiar face, someone who knows you well, someone who can point you the way. Hey, you're not trying to tag along, are you? No, I meant you might wish to have the Fen Huang down you left before you died, and I can tell you who has it now. Otto Apocalypse put on his most friendly smile. Kevin Castellana has it. Man, this alliance thing ain't lasting very long, huh? He took off and sped up like an arrow piercing the sky. Otto didn't lie. He did heal all of my old wounds. He had never felt so light, strong, and free for 5 centuries. Ripping the air apart felt exhilarating. Even Kevin might. No, I'll crush him without any drama this time. Come to think of it, I've never defeated him, and we never got into a proper duel. He has better Honkai adaptivity for sure, but I can outskill him in combat, and with Fen Huang down, it's hard to say who will win. Yeah, I'm here for this. But Fen Huang down isn't complete. Shut up, I know it. It is known. The Fen Huang down she stole from Otto was just a copy of the original with limited power. Stole? It was mine to begin with. Why are you talking to the narration? She couldn't help but sniff at the voice in her head. I'm its rightful master, and it responds to my every command. She had summoned the Fen Huang down once she left Otto. and the phoenix within instantly became one with her.
意識のある生き物に
It
これを
works like
解
a
決する方
charm
法
on
は
any
ない。
sentient being.
試しでオットーから
I
記
tried
憶
it
を
on
コピーした
Otto,
けど
copied a memory
彼は
segment of
全
his.
く気づかな
Guess
かった
what? He didn't even know it happened.
ケビンに同じ手
I'm
を
gonna
使
try it on
えば
Kevin as well. Maybe he
もし
won't
かした
even
ら
have
彼
the
は
chance to
天
draw
下
his
制裁を
judgment
手
of
に取るチャンス
Shamash.
すらそうだ
Right, do you think I...
私はケビンにも羽を残したのかな
Do you think I once left Kevin one of those plumes? Search your memory, Luke. You know it to
嫌
be
だ
true.
めんどくさい
No, too much
ど
trouble.
うせすぐに答えがわか
I'm
るし
gonna find out pretty
探す必要
soon,
も
so
ない
why bother?
これは千載一遇の機会だ。
It's a golden opportunity, said an old man's weary voice.
天命統制の失敗による余波は未だに消えていな
The
いにもかか
aftermath
わ
of
らず
Schicksal's
カース
failed
ラナの小娘がまた
eastward
千年の歴史
conquest
の中で
hasn't dissipated,
ご
yet
参
the
加が
youngest
これほど
Castellana
窮地に
incurred a
陥ったこ
scandal.
とはない。
For thousands of years, the three houses have never been in such an
これを
awkward
見
position.
逃すこと
The
も
League
ない
of Castile will not just let it slide.
カスラ奴らの目的は
Taking down
御三
House
家を
Castellana
取
is
り
just the
壊し
first step.
我々の
The
持っている
nobles are
権
going to
力
have a
を
field
無
day.
理やり議
Their
会に
purpose
譲
is
ら
to
せるこ
destroy
と
the
だ。
system where the three houses take power, which must not happen.
それは許されぬことだ。カレン・カ
The
ス
old
ラナ
man
は
paused for a moment,
死なね
casting
ばならぬ。
meaningful gaze at his youngest son. Colin Castellana must die. So this is, I guess this is Otto's backstory, the one that she just said she stole. And I am aware that Otto is deeply in love with Colin. That is literally his whole motivation, trying to to revive her. Otto Apocalypse felt the whole world was spinning, though it was an answer he already knew. Well. The girl whom he had always loved was sentenced to death. He went to any lengths to try and save her, and was rejected when reluctantly turning to his distant father, which was his last resort. Colin Castellana must die. Every word pounded on his heart into deeper despair. He pondered over those words, unaware of what his father continued to say.
私はもう年を取った。
I'm old, said Nicholas Apocalypse. The most powerful man in Europe. I like, why is this so slow?
年を取れば人は判断が
Part of growing old is
知
becoming
らぬうち
senile.
に大き
I
な
can
間
make horrible
違いを
mistakes
犯
without
す
realizing.
遠征の惨敗は
The failure of
私
the
への警
conquest
告
should
だ
have
っ
been
た
my
にも
wake
か
up
かわ
call,
らず
but it didn't take a step. I didn't take a step back, which gave the League of
撤退
Castile
を
too
選ば
much
なかったが
leverage.
ためにこた
Yeah,
び
but
の
it's old
御
when
三
it's
家の弾
or
劾
it's
の
old.
責任は
It's slow when it's
私
Otto's
に
internal
ある
thoughts too. I take full responsibility for the impeachment of the three houses.
カスラナの処刑を
After calling Castellana's
私は古城議会の
execution, I will
望む通
retire,
りに
which would be what the
引退を
League of
宣言
Castile wants,
奴
but
らの不意
unexpected.
をつく。だが一つ問題がある。
Thus the
天
question,
命主
who
教の
could
座を
succeed me
誰
as
に継
Schicksal
がせるの
overseer?
か。理想の継承者はすでに死んだ。
Perfect successor already died. Nicholas Castellana, Sabrina Shariak. Did Sabrina Shariak have other kids, or are these their? Because siblings would be like in the same line, and then obviously these are Sabrina and Nicholas's kids. But like, did she have kids before that? Bianca, I'm assuming these are like dead. I can't read that. Jean Ferdinand? Baby and then Otto. So Otto's the youngest of of five. But the third kid also has a kid. perfect successor already
フェルデ
died.
ィナ・ファビアン、そしてお前は
My Ferdinand. Oh my god, this is the worst progression ever. Like, I skipped to further dialogue and it's still loading this dialogue. Come on, hurry up. I want to read it. My Ferdinand, if you were still alive, the failure of the conquest wouldn't have incurred such disastrous consequences. Fabian, my second son, on the outside, cowardly on the inside, tough on the outside, cowardly on the inside. He is more like a Castellana. As for you, Otto. Otto was awakened from contemplation the moment he heard his name. He looked up and was surprised to see a rare, fond look on his father's face. I think I've been neglecting you because I disdain you. That's not true, my son. You are the most complicated one of all my children. You're smart like your mother, Sabrina, and astute like me, and we even have your grandfather Frank's malevolence. They say you are soft and weak, but I know you're not. You have proven your worth at the time of the plague. Is this literally the Black Plague? Did he actually... Did he just survive it? Because that would have been 500 years ago. I think that's around... Malevolence, the most desirable trait. I mean, in an evil dictator leader, yeah, a little bit. Black Plague. Black Death. 1346. So it's a little... Like that would have been like 700 years ago, not 500. So, I don't know, I guess it was a second plague. But also history is slightly different in this, so it still could have been. I want to see if I can like read it through history. But I'll be blunt, you are inadequate for the position of Schicksal Overseer. Otto remained silent. He only remembered Nicholas once promised at the family conference to let him be the successor, but he waited patiently. I have decided. Nicholas Apocalypse continued to give my seat to Martial, Ferdinand's eldest child. The body is only 16 years old, but is surprisingly sophisticated and relentless. Your mother and I will retire, as well as Fabian and Lisa. It will make the League of Castile lower their guard and believe we've chosen to hand over power. And when they finally realize Martial is not a... He's not a puppet, young prince, but a ferocious tiger. There'll be nothing they can do. Your mother and I both think this is the best solution, but an unforeseen incident occurred. This incident is the exact reason why you are standing here. This section is legitimately ass. No, Shinshin, you missed the best part, where I skipped ahead. So, like, I was 3 lines down, and they were all loading like this at the same time. Nicholas took a step forward. The stately, authoritative bearing of the overseer froze the air in the hall. Katsurana. His voice took on an even more serious tone. Is now the greatest hidden peril to Schicksal and the 3 houses. They fix it after this one. That's good. This section is indeed old and senile. Nothing has changed. The house of Castellana is no longer our faithful ally. Maybe it's because you're evil. Like, oh, after this chapter, I see. I mean, yeah, I would expect in a chapter things to be the same. So here's the thing.
もしフランシスが生きていれば、
If
きっ
the
と自分の娘
if the
がこの
family
ようなことになるのを
whose
許さなかっただろ
whole
う。
is
工場議会も図に乗るよう
being
な状況には
heroes
ならなかった
and
はず
saving
だ。
people. Like that is
だがこの世に
like that
も
is
しもなど
literally
存
the
在しない。
creed of House Caslana. Sacrifice yourself for the well-being of like everyone. And you're like enemies of them, maybe consider you're evil. If Francis was still alive, he would never let his precious little girl suffer like that, and the League of Castile would be more well-behaved. Sadly, there is no if.
フランシスはすでに死んだ。
Francis is
その
dead,
優秀な子
and
供
the
たち
capable ones among his children have all been taken away by the plague and the
後を継ぐ
conqueror.
者もおらぬ。
You're telling me the Apocalypse family is evil? What? I would never insinuate such a
現
thing.
当主のルカに兄のような才
God,
能
the
はない。
present head of the house, is a useless sick dog compared to his elder brother.
カスラナ。
If left unattended, sooner or later, the house of Castellana will
そ
become
れを
Shixel's
我々の
Achilles
手中に
heel.
入れなければ、
I mean, that kind
必
of
ず
is
全
true.
米の致命的な急所となる。
I see. Otto Apocalypse finally understood. The truth was, he was not important, and neither was Colin. What the fuck is this transition? The only thing that mattered was their betrothal, which could put Caslana in the palm of Apocalypse. What? Why, the old fox.
おっと、
The overseer continued with an aggressive smile. Otto,
お
my
前に
boy,
対価として提
I'm
示する
offering you
も
a
のは
reward that is
お前が
priceless to you.
決して断れない
Colin
ものだ。
Caslana's life.
カレン・カスラナの命だ。
Unfortunately, guy never
そ
had a
して
chance.
私の要求
And
も
what I want you to do
お
in
前に
return
は
is what you've
断る理
always
由の
longed
な
for.
いものだ。
Marrying Colin Castellana.
カレン・カスラナと
I
結
don't care
婚
how
を
you
し
do
ろ。
what. It doesn't even. It's not even on the screen. I have to go into
や
history
すと
to
お前
finish
の
reading
婚
it.
約を遂行するの
It
だ。
must happen. I'm going to say it again. The story of HI3 is incredible. It's fantastic. Like we're not even, we're like halfway through, maybe. I don't know how long Elysian Realm factors into that. But it is trapped in the worst game ever made. That's obviously an exaggeration. Like, way worse than this. But like the game itself just holds the story back so much. So many of the old units just do not feel fun to play. The structure of the game does not do the story service. The areas really don't do any service to the story. And there's so many technical issues like this. What is going on? This is the most basic of like RPG visual novel things to get right. How do you ruin this? I say as Wuthering Waves was having this issue recently. And in exchange, I will manage to save Colin, make you the head of the house, and deal with Luca for you. A fair deal. No, unfortunately, she's gonna run off to the east and become a lesbian. The way they did it before was fine too. I don't know why they decided to do this. There's definitely been issues a few times of the text going off the screen and me having to go into history and read it. It's not as frequent as this, which is happening like every other sentence. I don't know. I just like Genshin and Star Rail and even ZZZ, I think, are enhanced by their stories are enhanced by the gameplay and like running around and actually like doing it, not just reading it. If this were just a visual novel or just an anime, it would be so much better. The strange thing was, after all those years, the dream of his life was finally about to come true. He could marry the girl whom he had always been pining for. But he didn't feel the joy. because he knew it was not what Colin Caslana wanted. It's interesting that at some point in his life, ow, why is this so bright? I mean, listen, I also kind of find it endearing. I just think it is definitely holding the story back. But yeah, it's interesting that at one point, Otto had morals and, like, cared about what Colin actually wanted and how she felt about things. Because I don't think that's true anymore. And I don't think that's been true for a long time. The stamina system, though, definitely does not do HI3 justice. Like, it works more or less the way that I'm playing it, in that I'm, streaming it in bursts.
ケビンのやつ、なんでこんな場所にいるのかな。
But, like, the fact that the story is gated by stamina sucks.
地下に人がたくさんいる。
Oh, that's a lot of people down there.
おかしい。
That's
こ
weird.
この意識には
Most
み
of
ん
the
な活気
sen-
がなく、感
most
情
of
を
the
感じない。
sentiences are dull and weak.
反応が強い
Only
のは
two or three seem
増えた。
strong. Well, I sense more now. You've been spotted.
うるさい。
This is true of a lot of, like, ones from this era. Because that's, like, FGO, I believe, has that issue too. Although FGO has, like, infinite apples. But I don't know, I just think it sucks, to have to engage with the stamina system in your story. The whole thing about Otto before Colin's death is that he found himself increasingly at odds with the person he was becoming versus the person Colin saw him as. That's definitely the feeling that I've gotten from the snippets of backstory with them I've gotten, which hasn't been full on. Like, I've pieced together a lot of things, but because I did the Sakura Samsara, which has Colin and Yai's backstory. I think it was in AE Invade. It was in one of the mangas that Kiana, like, goes into a mind bubble and talks to Colin after she'd come back from the East. And then they've just been in a few spots. And, like, Otto genuinely was kind of a good person at that point. And he actually did, like, care about people. He just, he is a Shixel. He's going, or he's an Apocalypse. He is going to be the head of Shixel. He has almost a duty to be an evil, conniving little worm. And then once Colin dies, his obsession with bringing her back, like, leads him down a wholly different path. Which is what leads him to being the little worm that he is today. Otto's a great character. I really like him. I want a little bit more, like, directness with him, but he really is a character that works really well behind the scenes, especially as an antagonist in that regard. Because I still see him as the overarching antagonist. Obviously Kevin is the one that they're presenting as the actual antagonistic force, besides the Honkai, which is the, like, all the force of nature villain. Because every faction is trying to stop the overarching wipeout evil, except for Otto. Like, he kind of is. He's pretending to as a front, but he would throw the whole world away to revive Colin, is my feeling on him right now. And there's no way that doesn't come back into play. Whether it's going to be through him or Void Archives, I don't know. But, although I would Welt, because I know Welt doesn't have a good opinion of Void Archives, but would Welt work with Void Archives to any degree if he was still, I'll throw the world away? this is the problem slash interesting bit of having future knowledge of things. But yeah, I'm very interested to see where they go with Otto. I thought there would be more dialogue there, otherwise I would have been saying all that while we were battling.
気候は操れないよ。壊すしかないね。
I'm I'm gonna be real, like, I am still enjoying this game and like everything that it does have. It's a little painful coming back to this after like binging ZZZ. Because ZZZ is modern HI3. Whereas HI3 is, you know, a 10-year-old game. This game is absolutely a labor of love. I still can't believe I'm hyped for Kiana XP. Lady Sunbringer, my beloved, I will get you whenever you come out. And that's a lot of labor to love, but I still do. No, absolutely. I don't know, because my positive feelings for this, especially with the story and the characters, way overcomes any of the negativity that I feel. But I still have to voice it when it comes out. Pretty tough defense. For you, just a piece of cake. Yeah, not even a scratch on me. I've smashed more of these tacky toys than I can count. She gazed down as if seeing through the ground and surveying the underground structures. Her smile died. After everything we've been through together. I love it, but I couldn't take the labor to see the story through firsthand. That's the thing when I talk about this, with my, I talk about my off-stream friends a lot. I every week, like, give them the rundown of things that have been going on if they're, like, important. But I said, like, listen, the story is fantastic. I don't know if you should play this game. Whereas, like, the other 3 big Hoyo games, I'm like, no, yeah, you should play this game. She muttered to herself. He didn't even notice the ruckus you stirred up above the ground. I've changed my mind. No stairs anymore. I'm taking the front entrance and punching my way in. He's the boss of an organization now, but I'm not begging for his orders. I'll make him come to me. I wish she kept the creepy maniacal smile on more. I don't recommend HI3 to anyone, and that's, as someone who considers it one of my favorite media of all time. No, that's exactly how I feel. This is genuinely, like, already one of the best stories I've ever read, and there's so much more to go. There's so much to overcome to actually be able to enjoy it. That's also part of why I am streaming it, because that helps me overcome that barrier of like, do I really want to play it? You know, any of that energy. I think the voice you gave this was so funny. I don't know, it's the vibe. I go by vibes. I'm sure it'll change at some point, because I can't remember, like, any voices. I don't know if I even recommend it to Saus, knowing he loves Genshin and Honkai. I just talk about how good the story is. Or recommend. No, so the reason I technically started this was, well, so one, Haru started playing it, and that made me go like, all right, maybe I should give it a chance. Haru's really liking it, and I really started to like Welt in Star Rail. And I was like, okay, I want to get the background on him. I guess I'll go through it. And I was gonna do it off stream, to just like go through as much as I could. But then my energy going through those Himiko sections in chapter 9, just all of it left. And so when I hit a point where I was like, all right, I'm definitely gonna go through this now. I've read Second Eruption. Second Eruption's really good. I'm now really excited for this. I have to stream it because otherwise Sleepy Idiot Disease is gonna kick in and I'll never get through it. And so those were the big decisions. I have told a bunch of my friends, my Austrian friends, like, hey, if you want to know about Welt, don't play HA3. It's not worth it. But you should read Second Eruption. Because Second Eruption is, even just as a standalone manga series, is fantastic. I didn't read it for a long time because I was like, no, I want to get to, you know, the stuff where it happens in the game before I have the context for it. And then you get there and you read Second Eruption and you realize that's stupid. Because the version of the events of Second Eruption the Second Eruption, I should say, that the game actually tells you are explicitly not true and not what happened. And they never actually tell you in the game what did actually happen. So Second Eruption is literally a must-read for HI3. But also, yeah, like, reading that will get you, like, the feeling of HI3. If you like Second Eruption and you're not into HI3 yet, you'll be like, oh, maybe I should go through this story. My problem with reading Second Eruption, and actually reading all of the manga in general, is it's gotten me really attached specifically to Siegfried and Welt. Siegfried hasn't shown up in this game ever. I don't know if he's been mentioned by name yet. I know kind of what's up. He doesn't show up at all? What do you mean he doesn't show up at all? The manga has an ongoing plot with... Okay, he does eventually. In it for like 2 scenes. Like, I kind of know what's going on with him right now. At this point in the story, he's hanging out with May's dad, basically, and they're figuring out some stuff. Which I only know because there's a 2-panel thing in one of the manga. I forget which one it was. I want to actually say it was, for some reason, the Azure Waters manga, but that doesn't seem right. And it's like... this is such a big character. This is such an integral character to the backstory and to Kiana's characterization. I'm, 30 plus hours into this game, and I don't think he's been mentioned by name. Kiana's like, oh, my old man. Maybe at one point, Teresa said his name, but I'm like, what? But yeah, the problem with Second Eruption is it got me really invested in him, it really got me invested in Welt, got me invested in Cecilia too, but like, she died, so that thread is closed at least. Welt has had 5 lines of dialogue, I think. But, you know, then you do get into it, and yeah, like we've said a bunch of times, these characters are fantastic. The thing is that really a player is intended to go through all the side content since Siegfried shows up in the manga that happened concurrently with Steve Quantark. No, that's the one. That's where the panels was. That wasn't Azure Waters. It was the serpent. The serpent manga. Yeah, I'm a little behind on my manga reading, but not too much. Like, London Vacation didn't seem that important. I am absolutely gonna have to catch up by next week with them, though, because there's no way there's not a bunch of stuff that is important after this. I know there's a whole... I'm probably not going to read it, but there's a whole visual novel about the Fuhua... the Fuhua disciples and what happened to them after. Which, again, not actually probably that important, but definitely something I'm interested in. Yeah, there it is. and it is listed for after chapter 22. The Fuhua visual novel is probably the only one I consider unnecessary. Well, because it is all side characters. I just, like, I don't have the energy for the visual novels. I tried reading the AE one, which is really important, because, well, one, Einstein and Tesla are there, and I love them, but also, that's the backstory of Joyce, and I'm gonna assume it's the only backstory media of Joyce. I'm like, I don't have the energy for this. I need a summary. Jackal couldn't take her eyes off the wasted mechs on the screen and the mysterious girl on top of the mech pile. I think it's best just to do the side content after you finish the main plot. I'm just following what is this? I have the Hoya Stands guide that I'm following, and I'm not necessarily, like, making myself do it. But, like, if I feel like reading between sessions, between weeks, I have the time for it. I need to start pushing through Elysium Realm again, but ZCZ is a stranglehold on me. I have to, I'm 50 pulls away from like, guarantee Ellen. So I gotta keep pushing that. But yeah, no, I've been playing a lot of ZCZ off camera. All of the patrol mechs are down. Hey, zoom in and let me have a better look. I think the voice I'm doing for Fuhua right now actually is the voice I used for Jackal earlier. The operator did her bidding. What? No, she's dead already. So who the hell is this one? So now they get shopkeeper from Star Fox Adventures voice, I guess. Another trick of Otto's? The thought soon crept up her mind. It's gotta be him again. Damn this backstabber. Give me Shixel HQ now. Exactly this moment, the mysterious girl lifted her head and made eye contact with Jackal through the screen. Hey, can anyone hear me? I suppose this gadget can pass on my voice? Ah, forget it. Just prepare yourselves. I've mopped up Shixel, and you're next.
Huh?
I'm not gonna read that. Wait, can I?
Huh? Huh?
That's such a good line.
Huh? Huh? Kevin!
I'm not playing her. What? She did that without me. She slammed her fist into the ground, and the tremor was instantly felt by Jackal hundreds of feet below. Hua is just causing problems on purpose, and I am here for it. When she checked the monitor again, all the drones had fallen, feeding back images of cracked camera lenses. They lost track of the girl. Passes? Units to battle stations! This is also fucking Doofenshmirtz, apparently. All units to battle stations! I'm gonna flay her myself! And do not trouble Saus! Jackal is now Doofenshmirtz, I guess. It's me, or do all these places look alike? Fuhua, you can't say that. You can't. When one of my only actual substantive complaints about this game being that they reuse the same zones constantly, you can't have a character say, is it me or do all of these areas look the same? I will flay her myself with this, my Flinator! Full of the platypus! A full what? No, a platypus? Full of the platypus! I'm having way too much fun with this image. I need someone to draw like a Fuhua parry the platypus now. The intruder is at the conjunction of passage 5 and 7. Regiment 1 and 4 surrounded her and drive her to the helix. I think this is a stupider joke as this voice for Jackal than me doing the George Jackson voice for for Ani in me and Hope's inescapable playthrough. I need to actually, let me get for those that didn't watch that, I need to give an understanding of what that was. Inescapable. Save image. Image. For Annie, it was just a Ken voice. The fact that the creator of the game was there and was like cracking up at it is the best part, actually. Okay. This is Anika. This is a character from Inescapable, a visual novel me and Hope played. And she talks in third person. She's not all there, honestly. And the voice we gave her was George Jackson, adventure hero and winner of all reality. Honey's happy and here to stay. And that was the voice we gave her the whole time. It was the stupidest decision, but like I ran out of girl voices with how many I was doing, and nothing felt right for it. I forget if I made the joke or if Hope made the joke, but we're just like, yeah, no, this is the voice we have to do for this moe blob. Obviously. It did not fit in the least, but it was the funniest thing. This one is noisy and stupid too. I've never seen anyone who broadcasted their tactics to enemies. You're scared? Surrender now and I'll grant you a dignified death. I think you made it as a joke that really... Yeah, I think that is what happened. I think I was just like, I should do this voice fully as a joke, intending to find a different one, and then you're like, no, we keep it. I think as mediocre as that game was, our streams of it were genuinely fantastic. Oh, so you can hear me after all. Nothing in the base can escape my jackal ears. Mess with the woman serpent, you're as good as dead. That's some big talk from a minion. No, if she was a minion, she'd be yellow and like wear a goggle. Get her now! Again, haven't you guys learned your lesson? This thing can't do me any damage. Well, unfortunately, Fuhua, we did take actually a little bit of damage. No, look at the yellow speech bubble. Oh no, she is a minion. I'm wasting no machines. Shut up! It's called tactics. You wouldn't understand. I definitely think one of the negatives of this game is how, like, pretty much Otto is the only male character that actually exists in the story. And I really only have so many girl voices. And I forget which ones I'm doing for some characters between sessions. Whoever gets the Virgo voice will forever be consistent, because that one I can remember because of how much I enjoyed doing Virgo, and how much I've used that voice. But I don't know, I've definitely switched it up on Bronya a few times. I know I changed things on Tesla at one point because it was too similar to Bronya. It's just like, man, if only there were a few guys that mattered. Kevin. The gateway was shut down, and a blue flood of electricity rushed in, stirring up the mech debris on the floor. This. Since you're now in the post-Genshin era, you'll slowly start seeing more guys in the narrative. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a character called Sue that will show up at some point. On the monitor, the intruder was effortlessly floating in the air. Oh, and there's also,
私は飛べるの。電流を使えば私を麻痺させられると思った？
Think you can electrocute me? Think you can?
調子に乗るのもそこ
I'm
まで。
gonna wipe that smoke off your face in just a few minutes! All of a sudden, sizzling hot air flew in from all
電子
sides.
レンジは使ったこと
You ever used an oven to roast a chicken?
どこの電磁オーブン
Keep
の中で
flying! You'll become a
いつまで
toasted
飛べるの
bird
か
in
見て
no
みようじゃ
time!
ないか。
With my Omninator! I only say because it's... That's what's on the wall. Yeah, no, I need Wada to smirk more, actually. Dear Lord. Snow covered the mountain. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow on the foot of the mountain. A lone cabin was bathed in the orange glow in the snow. Layla stood in the cabin. It was piercingly cold in there, so she wrapped herself in her coat tighter. It's getting dark. Why do you watch the sunset every day, Layla? Because I don't want to sleep in tomorrow morning, so I gotta check on it when it... Why do you watch the sunset every day? Because I don't want it to sleep in tomorrow. So I gotta check on it when it gets off work. But the sun can't hear you. That's why I always salute it with my eyes like this. Layla abruptly turned her head and widened her eye to look at Chingshu. She had limpid amber eyes like those of a kitten. Layla, you scared me. Chingshu took a step back, raising her bushy eyebrows, and her freckles seemed to be faking a tantrum. Wait. I was thinking these look like Syrian eyes, but I also said that about Energetic Girl. I was thinking that. I almost said Ching Shui, but I'm like, wait, no, that's not what this is. I never wanted to be a Valkyrie. It's dangerous, but I want to be. I don't want to be a. What the fuck is this? What is this artsy bullshit? Why did the second sentence load before the first half finished? This is the worst visual novel literally ever. You wouldn't understand. It's super cool to be a Valkyrie. We fight Honkai beasts. And it's not even the whole sentence. And keep everyone safe. Said Layla, swinging her fists in the air. The warm orange glow of the setting sun filled the small living room. A cabin with no fireplace or heater would have been taken over by the cold and winter, but this one seemed to be enveloped in warmth. I don't want to be a Valkyrie, Layla, said Chingshu in a low voice, staring at the water in her teacup. Someone please clip that, by the way. Because that was incredible. When I get my first salary, I'll buy you a new dress, but I don't want a new dress. Chingshu's voice became louder all of a sudden. I don't want to see you die. You couldn't fit die on here? Hey, don't say that. Can't you be happy for me instead of predicting my death? Layla pinched Chingshu's cheek, only to find her eyes filled with tears. A girl from our neighborhood town told me her sister never came back after she became a Valkyrie. Chingshu held Layla in her arms tightly. The sound of crying made Chingshu's words indistinct, but Layla didn't ask, because she knew clearly what Chingshu was afraid of, and it was also what she had been afraid of. Chingshu and Layla's parents all died because of Honkai. At first, they thought it was a natural disaster that puny humans couldn't resist no matter what. But then an institution called Shixel came to recruit Valkyries. Girls who could pass their test would gain power to fight against Honkai. Seeing Chingshu shivering with cold in the shabby cabin, Layla made a decision. By the way, Do they ever explain why it is only girls that can be Valkyries, other than like actually in universe and not just the gameplay contrivance? I tried to become a Valkyrie. The test went surprisingly well, but she also learned about the risk behind this high-paying job. Currently, girls have a higher resistance to Honkai energy. Okay. I mean, that's a good enough explanation. Girls are just built better. Well, my only thing is, it's like, we know there are, mantises that are guys. And, like, Siegfried has taken on Honkai energy. But, I mean, I guess, to be fair, the guys we've seen are Kezlanas, and Kezlanas are literally built different. Many Valkyries died on the field. If I die, someone will take care of Qingshu, right? It's so sad the HI3 section on Twitch is dead. The game deserves more than 20 viewers. I mean, it also deserves more people playing it, but as we've said, story is fantastic. What is happening? This is why people... Yeah, no, that was what I meant, by, like, besides the, like, gameplay reason. I tried to make a clip, but it didn't work properly. Alright, yeah, that's good enough, at least. That, though, actually is the best that could have happened, that the clip also broke. But yeah, that was what I meant by, like, is there an actual in-universe reason, not the gameplay reason. To be honest, HI3 as a category is small, not really because of story jank, but because there really isn't that much to do when you don't have story to do. Yeah. No, I mean, like, if someone's not going through the story... I don't think it would be the most interesting to watch. I don't know, though, because I'm not, obviously not at endgame. But hopefully, you know, me and Haru are keeping it alive. Well, definitely compared to Genshin and Star Rail. There's genuinely so much in Genshin. And, like, I've hit the point in Star Rail where there's nothing else. But it took me forever to get there. As long as Qingshu could survive and spend each winter in a warm house, I wouldn't ask for more. Why is this in red? Layla, you... You... Not... No, the fact that, like, I get new people coming in on HI3, like, actually tells... I mean, that is in part because how few people are probably streaming it. But yeah, like, I don't really get a lot of new people coming in for, especially not when if I do Genshin and Star Rail stuff. But HI3, I've had, like, new people coming in every stream, which I greatly appreciate. What is happening? It took me like 10 clicks to get through there. Its category is only a few viewers. It's easier if you can become the #1 streamer for the category. I think me and Haru genuinely were like the #1 and #2 for Raincode, because like no one else streamed that game. The girl who was embracing Layla suddenly started to tremble with static noise. B-rank Valkyrie Layla, your memory travel time of this month has been used up. Please log off immediately. Okay, so Qingshu died. Oh my god. Even the history segment is terrible. Why is there a giant gap? An icy electronic sound rang in Layla's ears. When she came back to her senses, Qingshu was already gone. The sun was setting when Layla left the memory travel room. The dim afterglow couldn't light up her amber eyes that had become dull. It stained the corridor with an ugly orange tint. Oh, it's ugly now. Layla trotted to her room and locked herself inside. Hanging in the closet were a row of time-worn dresses. For girls of 12 to 22 years old, with one for each age, as if the sun had never set. That's the kind of story that always gets me, where it's like, I went off to do the hard, dangerous thing to make sure that you had a good life and stayed safe. But you were the one that ended up dying. And that, like... I want more on that. I want to know who that is. Well, so I said, the eyes... My initial thought was, oh, look, it's Siren eyes. But I said that about Energetic Girl. So my thought right now is this is the, like, new age incarnation of Energetic Girl. But I'm not fully 100% on that. Not her? Okay. They got me. Drive Fen Huang down. There's only one and it's weak. I cannot manipulate it properly where my eyes cannot see. I miss Energetic Girl. They never even gave her a name. Good thing it's not too hot yet. I still have time to work on a solution. You think this is the best I can do? I was just thinking about the context of reading that relative to the story right now. Oh yeah, I guess it could be. Could very much be Jackal. Because I guess we got the... we got the Otto memory right after the Otto section, and this is right in the Jackal section. Following Jackal's hysterical cry, a flood of spider bombs rushed out of the mech wreckage. That's where you're wrong! I don't give any chances! Enjoy your last breath! Time is running out! See, Jackal, you're really stupid, actually. Why would you give her... Like, she's trapped, can't get out, and is going to burn to death. This is giving her more things to potentially actually, like, get out. Like, what if she could use these robots to get out of here? Surrender! You don't want your body burned to ashes, do you? Say something! They did it. Well, why did you think this would hold her? Boom! Jackal couldn't believe her own eyes. A gigantic hole grew out of the ultra-rigid, heat-proof wall that she deemed impregnable. What is this? Is she human? She was forced to entertain this ridiculous idea. Is she really? What? No, no! Jackal's cold sweat began to drip like rain. Oh wow, yeah, you actually can see it. She's lacking crucial information. Aren't we all? If this is true, there's all the more reason to keep this from Sire. What do you mean? What? Isn't this more reason to tell Kevin what's going on? S-Webs, don't let me down! She couldn't hold back a smile when her eyes met the hole in the wall. Looks like I underestimated this Jackal. Don't get distracted. I didn't, but he just won't come out. After all these friendly gestures, nothing coming. After all these friendly gestures, nothing came from Kevin. I can still feel him. He's out there, but still calm like dead water. He probably doesn't even know I'm here to visit. What would you do to have his attention? Why, plate up, of course. Plucking Jackal's head might do the trick. I agree, we should kill Jackal. That's enough! I am interested to see her, like, full face reveal. It's not exactly the same, and there's not the, like, highlights and stuff on it, but she kind of reminds me of Dia, in her just, like, body type, her hair, like, the vibe is vaguely there. It's very vaguely. It's not close enough to actually say. I don't even think Jackal was, like, an inspiration to Dia, but I want to see if her face has, like, the same look. I don't know your purpose, but no one messes with the world, Serpent. My bioweapons will teach you a good lesson. Yeah? What lesson is it gonna be teaching me exactly? You wanna explain? You wanna try again, Jackal? What lesson was I supposed to learn here? Uh-huh. Jackal? What did you do? Oh, so strong sentience I felt before came from this thing. Sorry to break your heart, but anything that breathes doesn't work on me. I hope you have better toys. Disable autonomous mode and execute AI override. I do really like the design of this enemy. It looks really fucked up. Like, the fact that the mechanical legs are literally, like, drilled into the hips of whatever this organic being is, it seems really painful and really awful. I think it's a really good design. What did you do? Well, you asked for lines with opponents, and here they are! It's between us now! Paralyzed trauma. See? Our technology is 20 years ahead of this era! I've stun locked it, so, like... Really? But it's still 50,000 years before... I'll kill you! Like... The fact that I'm able to stun lock it... I should probably drag it out of this web, but the fact that I'm able to just stun lock it really undercuts Jackal's whole statements here. But I guess it backs up what Fuhua is saying. I'm not holding back anymore. I'll leave everything prepared for her to hunt on her. Everything. Today I must. No need to waste your time. Jackal turned back and found her sire right behind her. Sire! I'm here. He wasn't addressing Jackal. This is Mr. Samet, a gentleman dressed in black tie, introduced me. For some reason, it looks really awful and really painful. It's a great design. Comes off to me like an evil boss complimenting their minions in a meeting about what to do with the prisoners. Well, that sounds right for me. I looked at his gold watch, shining with the luster of wealth. One of the many things I would never possess in my life. Oh, okay. Mr. Summit suffers from me. I don't understand those words, but I still made a courteous smile to the lady in front of me. Okay, well that's definitely Jackal. And this, said the man, is Dr. Cleo. I certainly knew who she was, the only one who could save my life. Dr. Cleo is very busy, but she turned down many meetings for this appointment with you after learning about your condition. However, I'm sorry to inform you and Dr. Cleo, this appointment must be under 25 minutes. I have nothing to share with him. The man let out a hollow laugh. But the meeting is already scheduled. All the files are ready. You only need to put in an appearance, Dr. Cleo. He stared at that woman. They suddenly started to talk, totally ignoring me, as if they were not wasting my precious 45 minutes. Anger and shame started to build up in my chest. But I needed this woman's help to save my life. So the only thing I could do was smile. Okay, no, she looks nothing like Dia. The eyes are kind of right, but that's basically it. That's enough! The woman took a glance at me. He only has 25 minutes! There's not much time to waste! You go wait in the car, Victor! These are definitely the same eyes from Layla, though. Cleo Schmertz. You go wait in the car, Victor! I need to talk to Mr. Simon alone! The man nodded deferentially and walked away. Mr. Simon, can I call you this? Dr. Cleo suddenly approached me. Our eyes met, which made me very uncomfortable. You can call me however you want, man. Ah, you gentleman! She smiled and continued. This part is very nitpicky, but the, type quality of these segments is also terrible. There's a ton of spots like this where there's improper spacing. There should be a space here and there's not. Things are not capitalized when they should. I guess this is part of the same sentence, so it's not necessarily needed to be capitalized. But I don't know. Just there's no quality control in these segments at all. But it's a good start. I feel a conversation would yield a win-win result. Dr. Cleo leaned back in her chair, looking grim all of a sudden. Do you know how long you will last? I don't know, I answered honestly. Though I'm talking right now. I could die any second. Those who come down with this disease could only live 2 more years at most. True, Dr. Cleo shrugged. There's no cure for this kind of disease at the moment. I mean, no one would want to put an effort into finding a cure. Why is there a giant space here? For a disease of only 7 patients worldwide. Except Heliopolis Life Sciences, I added hurriedly. Except Heliopolis Life Sciences. Wait. Is that just the same thing twice? No, it just redid the animation. Our goal is to conquer disease. All diseases to be precise. We don't do things for money or other material reasons. We do it for evil. And also my daughter Vanessa. But everything comes at a price. Don't you agree, Mr. Samet? Mr. Samet, I can't believe he just died. Yes, I murmured. I didn't know what other answers this question had. They left space for those 7 patients. Like, I could understand if there was a spacing on the 7 for emphasis of it, but that wasn't where it was. I was only 27 years old. Though I hadn't been a successful man, I still didn't want to die. I didn't know why fate was so cruel to me. But I knew I was willing to try anything, so long as it could save my life. Please help me, Dr. Cleo. I'm begging you. Said the woman. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Oh no, did I just disgust her? Maybe I should appear all tough and brave. She continued. Don't beg, Sammy. Don't beg anyone ever. I nodded, but I couldn't help crying. For my fading life, for the approaching death, and for my only hope. Tried to choke back tears, but it was agonizing. Yes, agonizing. I didn't want to die. I don't want to die, I said with a lump in my throat. I don't want to die. Please help me. Please. This woman in front of me has a seat on the board of directors of Heliopolis Life Science. She was the illustrious Dr. Cleo in the medical community. I'm suing her for copyright infringement. And my only savior. I guess she was just illustrious, not the ever illustrious. I guess that's not trademark infringement. But she remained silent. 25 minutes. There's not much time for me. I kept talking, crying, and begging, feeling ashamed of myself. I mean, she literally told you not to do that. I didn't know how long I went on for. When I finally came to my senses, I wiped off my tears and gazed at that woman with my misty eyes. I must admit, that scene and her face would be inevitably imprinted on my mind till the day I die. Dr. Cleo was beaming at me. Oh my! Said she with a smile. Your tears overwhelmed me. Man up, Summit! You've made it very clear to me. You really don't want to die. That's great. You're exactly the kind of patient I need. One with an unquenchable thirst for life. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to me. Someone like her gave her exquisite handkerchief embroidered with gold thread to someone like me to wipe my filthy tears and snot. She gazed at me with a curious smile as I cleaned my face and signaled to Victor to wait longer. Then she said to me, "Come to Heliopolis at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I need you to sign an informed consent form. You'll be giving your life to me, and I promise to make it last much longer. Do we have a deal, Mr. Samet?" Okay, I responded weakly. This is what happened that day. I had made the most important decision of my life, and it hurts! It hurts! I'm lying in bed in a small dark cell, unaware of how many days have passed. My eyes could no longer see anything, and the everlasting silence has disabled my ears. Only the overpowering stench keeps reminding me. I'm still in this hellish lab. Every once in a while, some fluid would be infused into my body through a tube, which burns every cell of me. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! She did help me survive, at an unaffordable price. But everything comes with a price. But everything comes with a price! Do you agree, Mr. Samet? Her voice keeps echoing in my head, along with her sweet, innocent smile. That scene had been indelibly imprinted on my mind till the day I die. But I will never beg anyone, ever. Those red lines with the color of background remind me of Dream Journey. My brain rot is real. Anytime there's red text, I think of Imaneko. Those scenes, though, were, specifically with that background at the end, was making me think of Mogoko Castle.
Where
did you find this goon? She's fun. She's useful. Not on the battlefield, though. Two of them walked out of the base and onto the ground. Here's the Kevin I used to know. Use everything that works to fight Honkai, right? Kevin stopped, but Hua walked on without realizing. Who are you? I'm Hua, your old friend. Hua never called me friend. It wasn't about the text, it was about the red lines forming an X. She had a very similar design, red design in her outfit, which is a similar color to the background. Ashay. Oh. Just killed a
オットーに
while
頭を
back.
撃たれて
A
私は
headshot
一
from
回死にま
Otto.
した
I just woke up and I'm
今
still
の
trying to
私
figure
は
out
目
things.
覚めたばあなたのことは覚えています
I remember you and that we
5万
fought
年前
together 50 millennia
私たちは
ago.
共に
I
戦っ
thought
ていました
there's a good chance we were
だから
friends.
君はフワとは違う。
You don't feel like Hua.
ええ私もそう
Yeah,
思
I
います
agree.
昔の記憶を
When
思
I
い
go
返
through
す
old
とい
memories,
つ
I
も
can't help thinking,
どうしてそうなるの
hell,
と思
why
っ
did
て
it
しま
end
い
up
ま
like
す
this?
ケビンこう考えま
Guess
し
the
ょう
revival brought me a lot of clarity.
私は過去の
Try to
ファ
think
より
this way, Kevin.
もっと良く
I'm
な
still
ったファ
Hua,
です
only better. In silence, Kevin slowly drew his blade.
私のことをよくわかっ
You
てい
know
ま
me
す
too
ね
well. Exactly what's on my
ちょう
mind
ど同
right
じことを
now. Kevin pointed the blade at
友
her.
か敵か
Friend or
選
foe.
べ。
Pick your side. Lying in the shade cast by a huge rock, Hua was casually humming a familiar tune with her eyes closed. She needed to unwind. A few hours ago, she fought the strongest warrior there is, and she had a blast. Also, she got what she came
やめる
for.
んですか
We stop now.
ああ、これでいい
That's。good enough for me. I apologize for all the noises that are being made. My body is attacking me today from like every angle. I'm tired. The food I had for dinner isn't sitting right. I think I drank too much water. my mouth is getting dehydrated. Ugh. But we ain't going till we done with Fuhua.
どうですあの家権運用
What do you think of my K, sailing eagle? Didn't expect me to counter your judgment of Shamash with this, huh?
加減
I don't remember such a move in the K technique.
ああ当時
Oh, it's
私
my
たち
new
が使って
invention.
た格
Sounds
闘術
cool,
の
right?
あ
Saw a lot of opportunities when we fought, but you certainly didn't make it easy for me to get the upper
気を使うの
hand.
も難しい
まだやりたい
You want another fight?
いえいえもう
No,
十
I'm
分
not
です
that obsessive. It's over.
これで私が本人だと信じてくれま
Now
す
you
よ
know
ね
it's really me here, right? Kevin lifted his right hand and put it near his heart, while gazing into the heavens up above. Nothing there. Huh?
ああ
Yes,
君はここに
you're here. He extended his hand and opened his palm. A Fenhuang down rested upon
こ
it.
れを君に返そう
I'm returning this to you. Hua. I do like this form of Fuhua. She's very interesting. It's definitely like, I don't know if this is the Hersher personality that's taking over here, or if this is actually just like another part of Fuhua that dying awakened. But she's very much a different person. And it's not in a bad way. The thing is, they already have a multiple personality character in Sela. So I don't think that this is going to be the status quo forever. I think this is going to end by the end of this chapter. Kevin said in a soft and low voice. The plume slowly drifted towards Hua as she grasped in
まだこれが目的だと言っていませんでしたが
and she
私の考
grasped
えがよく
instantly.
わかるんですね
Can I also point out the history segments in the regular sections instantly go to the most recent text when you open them. I don't have to scroll through everything from where I last was like I do in the fucked up ones. I didn't even say I came for this. You surely know me.
ありがとうございます
Thanks.
これからどこに行く
Where are
わ
you
かり
going?
ません
Don't know. Don't care.
まずは自分
I'm not
自
in
身
any
について
hurry.
整理を
I'll
して
figure
か
out
ら
my
考え
next
よ
step
うと
after I
思い
know
ま
more
す
about myself.
返さなければいけない
Gotta
ものがあり
return
ま
a few
すし
favors and collect a few
世話が
debts.
必要な仲間
But
た
there's
ちもいます
Honkai to deal with. I'll
So
get to them one by
崩壊
one.
のことも
So she has the
休める時間も限ら
Honkai
れてますし
bloodlust that we know she used to have.
急ぐ必要はありません
But this definitely is not what Fuhua's personality used to be. Like we've seen her in different eras, and this is by far the most expressive she's ever been, even in the modern form where like she knows friendship and emotions and isn't as Honkai bloodthirsty. Because her parts with Fushi and I forget the other one's name, she was still she was pretty stoic. She was like, I mean, she was almost like sad at that point, in the stoicism. But then later, when she's alone with the Book of Fushi, and also when she's, you know, she has the disciples, she's very, very stoic, and she's quick to make judgments. She at no point has ever like played or joked around. And like modern Fuhua has made jokes ish with characters, but at no point has she ever acted like this. Not even like going back all the way to like before the impact, the eruption that, you know, destroyed her life. So I'm definitely leaning towards this is the Hersher personality that is like assuming that they're Fuhua due to the way that you know, they were killed and then rebuilt. But I'm not 100% on that. This also could, that's still my leading theory, the Hersher one, but this also could just be something that like Otto did to her, accidentally or otherwise. Maybe we'll be able to fight side by side once again someday, my old friend. Kevin seemed to find it amusing. You join the World Serpent. That's a big no. Oh, I don't even remember when you came back after Otto. Oh. Hua signaled a headshot with her hand. Bang! And then I couldn't remember anything at all. The feather I just gave you can help you remember. Yeah, I'm counting on it. Join you? I don't think so. I'd hate to run errands for you. Maybe I should have my own organization. Oh, wait. Seems like I once established something called a Taishu school before. Is it still alive? Can't remember. I need to search my memories. Fine. There are a few people on my side who don't see eye to eye with you. Hua waved Kevin goodbye and left. Better stay alive before you wipe out Honkai, my old friend. And one more thing. It was Otto who led me here. I heard you two are allies now. Don't believe a word he says. He didn't send me here just to say a friendly hello. I know. Otto wants a nasty fight between Kevins he can benefit from. Hua told herself. I won't fall for such cheap tricks. See, it cost me nothing to take back the feather. She took out the Fenhuang down and showed it off. It could be a trap. Trap? Impossible. You saw how the fight went. No way Kevin knows more about the feathers than me. But the reminder did work to a certain degree. Hua started to have a strange feeling about the plume. It's different from the others. Sealed. Tried to awaken this feather, but to no avail. Oh. Hua nipped the plume and filled it with Honkai energy. Break! This probably isn't the best idea. Oh. Well, hi, Fuhua. The plume was awakened. Hua sized up the shadow that emerged from the feather. It looked faint, but its eyes were closed. The energy has almost run out. Thank goodness for Kevin. Kevin didn't look after you at all. She grasped the shadow by its wrist. It first shuddered in shock, but went calm very soon. Don't move. I'll feed you some energy first. At this rate, you won't be able to maintain your form in just a while. No wonder Kevin had you sealed. As she fueled more Honkai energy into the Fenhuang down, the shadow grew clear and began to open its eyes. That should do it. Fuhua let go of the shadow and clapped her hands.
戻ってき、あなたは
Return
何者です
now.
か？
Who are you?
私はあなたの持ち
Why,
主
your
です。
master, of course.
ああ、記憶もほとん
Seems
ど
like
消
your
えてる
memory
みたい。
drained away as well.
どん
You're
な状
just my
態でも
copy, but
私の
seeing you
分
like this
身で
makes
す。
me sad.
私が、
I'm your
分身。
copy.
ええ。
Yeah, you're
あなた
Fenhuang
は都
Down,
政
a
の
copy
羽
of
の
my
一枚
mind
で
and
す。
memories.
なぜかあなたはケ
I
ビン
didn't
のと
know
ころ
why
に
you
い
were
た
in
ので、
Kevin's hand, because I was
私は
dead.
死んでいましたの
And
で
now I've
詳し
taken
く
you
はわ
back
かり
from
ませ
him.
んが、
Understand?
あなた理解できたのなら戻
Time
っ
for you
て
to
きて、
come back to me
力
now.
と記憶を
Return
私に
my
渡しな
strength
さ
and
い。
memories. I want to know
死
what
んだ
happened
後
after
の
my
出来
death.
事を知りたいんです。
Why didn't you just, like, absorb it then? Why did you have to manifest it as a person? Surprisingly, the Fenhuang Down didn't seem to hear Hua at all. Instead, she studied Hua with
な
curiosity.
るほど。
So you are.
あなたは、おっと、
He sighed.
余
Typical
計な真似
Otto.
をしてくれました
Another
ね。
prank of his.
何をブツブツ言ってるんです？
What are you mumbling about?
彼に殺された
The
瞬間、
moment he killed me,
その瞬間、
I activated the Zero's power of
私は都
Fenhuang
政の
Down
羽の
and
大ゼロ
transferred my
定格出
sentience
力
into
を
one of the
発動し、
feathers.
そういうこともあっ
Is
た
this
み
what
たいです
happened?
が、
But
確
I
か
remember
あの体は捨てられ
the
たもの
body
で、
was just an empty vessel.
中に魂は入っ
Soulless.
ていません。何が言いたいんで
What
す？
do you mean?
私はここにいます。
Since I'm here. The shadow repeated
あ
the
なたは
question.
何者ですか？
Who are you? Okay, so yeah, this is something Otto did. But this remains, did he put a Hersher in her? Or is it just like someone else entirely? Because this isn't Colin. So this isn't one of his attempts at recreating Colin. She was strolling above the clouds.
ご覧、いい景色で
It's
し
a
ょ？
good view up here, right? The shadow was right by her side, quietly listening to her mutters.
高いところは好きじゃないです。
I don't like
高いところ
heights.
から見
Looking
る
down
と
from a high
何も
place
かも
makes
小
everything
さく見え
small.
て
It's
自
almost
信過剰
arrogant.
になりがちです。
You know, not that I think it is. This personality is kind of close to Siren.
でももう少し上へ行
But
く
when
と、
you go further up
雲の
into
上
the
だと
clouds, things get much
日差
better.
しも空
An
気も
ocean
気
of
持ちよ
white
くて、
waves.
見
Pure
渡すと白い
paradise.
そうだ。
Wait,
あなたには
can
見え
you
ますか？
see?
あなたは実体がありません。その目はど
You
う
don't
や
have
っ
a
て情
solid
報を取り
form.
込むん
How
で
do
す？
your eyes see?
そういえば、私の話は聞こえますよね。
And you can hear me. That's weird. How does your auditory system work?
都政の羽の力で
It's the
す。
Fenhuang Down.
ふーん。
Oh. Hua chuckled.
便利ですね。わからないことがあったら、
That's
都政の
convenient.
羽の
Anything
せい
that's
にす
hard
れ
to
ばいいなんて。
explain. Just say it's the Fenhuang Down working.
例えば記憶。私の脳にあるはずですよね。
Like memories. They should be stored in my head, right? After I was busted by 7 at the pricks, I forgot a lot.
でもあなた、
But you're on a
あなたは羽
feather,
の中
and
にいて、
it doesn't have a brain to store
脳という
memories.
ものがないのに。
Guess the answer is still
あなたの
Fenhuang
記憶そう
Down.
だと思います。羽が弱った時、私もいろんなことが思い出せなくなりました。
Probably. When the feather wings, I start to forget things.
それです。
Your take on her is still absolutely killing me. I don't know, it's the vibe I get. That's right. Hua clapped her hands.
ケビンのところにい
In
た時は、
Kevin's hands,
羽
the
も
feather
跳ねかけてい
dwindled
たから、
quite a bit, and your
記憶も
memory
損
must
傷
have
を受けてい
suffered.
ます。もしくは、鍵
Or
と
even
なる
worse,
何かが
some
壊れ
key
ている可能性
component
があ
could
り
be
ます。
damaged.
だからあなたは自分のこ
That's
とを
why
羽
you
で
began to
はなく、
hallucinate and
自分
think
が
you were
本
more
人だ
than
と
a
思い込ん
feather.
でしまった。
That you were the
理解
real
ができます。
deal.
意識の転移やコピーは、自己認
Sentience
識のミスにつ
transfer
な
and
がりやす
memory
いです。
copy are bound to make you
オット
wonder
も
who you
私も
are.
同じようなことが
Otto
あり
and
まし
I
た。
have been there.
そ
Hua tried to comfort the shadow with a smile. This is really funny, because this obviously is not Fuhua. Like, she obviously thinks she is because she has the memories, but she clearly is a different being. I'm still leaning towards Hersher. But like you just don't actually know who you are, you know, it's all the memory stuff. Yeah, you know, I've done it before. Also, actually, hold on. Sentience, transfer, and memory copy are bound to make you wonder who you are. Otto and I both have been there. Otto has. Right, because Otto is like shifting bodies. Fuhua hasn't. He's taken out her memories and looked at them on occasion. But as far as I know, she hasn't transferred her sentience or made, like... I guess the Fenhuang Down is memory copying. But I feel like it's different than that, because she's just extracting it. Right? She's, like, pulling it out. She's not making a copy. Whose body have you been in before, Hua? This also, though, like... Not only is it ironic her saying this to the actual Fuhua personality, it's ironic because this is clearly what's happening to her. Oops. Hua tried to comfort the shadow with a smile. It's no big deal, and I'll help you get over it. After all, you're my copy, and we're sort of twins. Take your time to figure it out, and you can return my power later. Ah, never mind. I don't need it back. I think it's only referring to transferring her settings to a feather, none of mine take over. Okay. I don't know, that line is interesting to me. Even if it's not intended to be a hint at something, it definitely is intended to be ironic with, like, what's going on here. I handed out tons of feathers. Even Otto got one. Makes no difference if I have yours back. Just keep me company, alright? It's so boring being alone. Where are you going? Hua thought hard and then broke the long silence with a broad smile. Back to Taishu! Yo, okay, wait, this is actually super cool. You're right, you've been quiet all day. If you don't feel well, just absorb some Honkai energy from me. I didn't want to see you vanish after I made all those efforts to save you. No thanks. Whatever. I don't get it. Why do I feel like you have a problem with me? Like, also look at this. The whole vibe of them is different. Fuhua stands with her legs, like, together in a very straight posture. Even in this, when she's, like, in her contemplative form, she is a straight line. Hua has her legs spread open, her hips are, like, tilted, her head is tilted, this shoulder is higher than this shoulder. Even if their personalities weren't so different, clearly her posture is entirely separate from what we know Fuhua's is. The only time Fuhua is not, like, a straight line is when she's in a combat stance. When you use the alternate outfit, it even changes their poses in the character menu. That's really cool. I have a fan art piece of them in suits with their respective vibes and posture, and in it, Hua is basically just man-spreading everything about the new Hua is wrong. It is almost antithetical to what Fuhua is. Like, it is almost in direct opposition. The only thing that seems right is the Honkai bloodlust, which isn't even true of Fuhua anymore, necessarily. Because, like, where Fuhua is stoic, Hua is extremely expressive. Where, Fuhua is, like I said, very, like, straight, she's bent and curved all over. Where Fuhua, everything she does is with a purpose. Hua has no idea what she's doing and is just kind of going with the wind. It is legitimately, in every way, opposite to who Fuhua is. I am you, and you are me. We're the same mind. You should know me better than anyone else. Even in this, where she is doing, like, a very Fuhua pose, it doesn't feel right.
私は
I...
自分こそが本
Oh,
物
you
と
know
か言
what?
わない
She's
でください。
manspreading now, so
Maybe
maybe I'm not totally on the money. But still, like, the shoulders. Even when spreading out, like, she is still very straight, very flat, very even. I never say you're the real Fuhua bullshit. I'm not really in a good mood right now.
気づいていないかもしれま
Maybe
せ
you're
ん
not aware. There's something odd
あな
about
たの
you.
状況は
I don't know, it's just, yeah, no, like, everything about her is wrong. Hua sniffed
そ
heavily.
れで
Go on, I'm
続き
listening.
を言ってみなさい
She spreads out in a prepared pose, Hua spreads out in a lax pose. Yeah. No, like, she is still very intentionally postured, where she has basically no posture. She's just fully relaxed. And I don't know that Fu Hua knows how to relax.
あなたは本当に不可で
Are
す
you
か
really Fu Hua? You share very little in
私が見
common
る
with
限
her.
り
You two are
あな
even
たは
day and
彼
night
女に似て
difference.
いません彼女の記憶を持って
Maybe
い
you
るか
have
も
her
しれません
memories.
し
Maybe you awaken in her
彼
body.
女あなたは
But you are something new.
何
That's
バ
the
カなことを言
stupidest
って
thing
る
I've
んで
ever
す
heard.
私には彼女の体
I
と
have
記
a
憶があ
body
り
and I
ま
have
す
her memories. If I am not
私
Fu
が
Hua,
彼
then
女
who
でない
am
の
I?
なら
So this is something that
誰
I've
な
brought
の
up
です
before. The fact that her personality is entirely different can give an argument against this, but we are the sum of our memories. The fact that she has all of Fu Hua's memories, she is Fu Hua. But she's also, like, the fact that she's acting completely different, she's not Fu Hua. You would think if you had all these memories of a person, you would fall into at least some of their personality, but she has none of it. She has the memories but hasn't experienced them. I think that's right. She can, like, remember them, but they're not actually hers. Because, like, even if she remembered them and woke up with a slightly different personality, if she was Fu Hua, she would, with those memories, fall back into it. You would expect, even if she was someone different with those memories, to fall back into it. But she's not. Yeah, it's like she's watching a movie. It's literally like she has an idea of the character of Fu Hua, and she's acting it out. But she's acting it out as her, rather than actually, like, really being Fu Hua. Because, like, if you are a different person, you can know all about a person, you can try to act with them, but there's always going to be a little bit of you in it, no matter what you do. And obviously this is a lot of bit of her. But it's just, there's not even a little bit of Fu Hua in her. And you'd think if you had those memories, you would be able to recognize that. But I guess there's also the cognitive dissonance of, I have these memories, therefore I have to be this person, why wouldn't I be? So she's not, like, going again, she's not even having the thought of, maybe I am something different. I find that this is really fascinating. It's not, this arc isn't as, yet anyway, there's still a whole nother chapter after this. The preview we got for it at the end of the previous arc, I thought Hua was just going to be going to town on everything. And she's not yet, at least. And I'm kind of waiting to get there. If I am not Fu Hua, then who am I?
むしろおかしいのはあな
I
たの
think you're
方
the
で
one
す
acting weird. You don't seem to appreciate the fact that you're just
自
a
分こ
copy,
そが
not the
本物の
original.
ようにあなたはいつも子供を見
You
るよ
think I
うな目
didn't
で
know?
私を
You
見る
always give me that look as if I was a child who'd done something wrong.
私のことなら心配
You
はい
know
り
how
ま
I
せんよ
think. Mind your own
自
business.
分のことだけ心配してくださいでも
But I guess
あ
you
な
got
たは
one
一点
thing
だけ
right.
正しいこと
There's no need to be
昔の
trapped by my
自分に
past.
束縛さ
It's
れ
a
る
fresh
必要は
start
あ
for
りま
me
せん
now. This is also part of it.
今の
Like,
私
she
は
literally doesn't even
新
care.
しい私です
She recognizes that she's different. And that, like, this Fu Hua is judging her because they're clearly acting different. But she doesn't care.
かつての自分を真似する必要
I
が
don't care
ど
what
こ
the
にあるので
past
す
me would do. I'll just be
私は
myself. Oh, we're actual Fuhua now. It's safe to say you're the old me, huh? I can't say which me is better. Oh, hi, Kevin. It's my old friend, living in the past shadows since May's death. Are we like in a dream mode? Because Kevin's not actually up here. We left him behind. You're just like him. Oh no, you're just like him. Why suffer over the past? The deceit stuck on forever. Kevin fights for humanity. He's a visionary. Bitch. For humanity. That's what they all say. No, but Kevin definitely means it. Like this one. He always talks about humanity, but all he has ever cared about was a dead woman. Yeah, but he is clearly like lying. His internal thoughts are consistent. I was shocked when I heard he and Kevin made an alliance, but really it makes sense. Never mind, he did save us after all. I think it's generally up in the sky, but she's also having illusions while reminiscing. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. I want to when I can't. Oh, and it's easy to send one down. I just feel like it. Peak design. The old me. This hateful disciple of mine dead. I don't want to bother to check my memories. She's dead. I didn't remember that, but I didn't do it myself. The old me was so soft-hearted. Well, no, they killed you. Do you hate them? I don't remember a thing. What do I hate them for? It's just payback, and I'm their master, so they should do whatever I ask them to do, including... I believe I used to keep snakes. I no longer make the same mistake. I mean, Fuhua just asked Hua why she's showing her these people so they're conjured illusions from sound. Yeah, this is definitely like mind palace things of them, like... It's Fuhua, like, having Hua try to, like, sort out her memories and possibly, like, actually realize what's going on. But she's obviously too stubborn to actually even attempt to. I only say that because she flew all the way from Chixel HQ in the Mediterranean to North Africa, so she is capable of long travel. No, absolutely. Well, and they said she was in the air. I just, for a second, like, I saw the Kevin model, I was like, what? What? We left you behind. What? Saint Freya. It's ruined, isn't it? I don't know. Do you know how the girls are doing? I lost some recent memories, but I can tell you what happened earlier. Right, we'll talk on the way. I think it's interesting that Hua still has, from that at least, it seems like she has a level of affection for the Saint Freya girls still. Hua waved her hands and the girls' illusions were wiped away like water drops on a window glass. Can I ask a question? Be my guest. Why would you go to Taishu? There's nothing there. It was deserted and forgotten many years ago. Hua fell silent as she pondered her words. Actually... Hua halted the very moment her lips parted. It looked like she regretted answering the question. I just woke up, you know. I don't know anything at all. My head is all blank. It's like a newborn baby. Do you expect a baby to have a sound plan for their entire life? But I've got everything planned because I'm Fuhua, and this is expected of me. I know it, but I just don't want to face it. Wish to get away from all this. I don't even want my memories back. So yeah, she is like, she knows what Fuhua is like. She knows the role. She knows the expectations of it. But she's like actively rejecting it, despite asserting that she is Fuhua. Really interesting. It's a really... I think it's almost, again, going into the antithesis, it's the opposite of what Fuhua has been, where Fuhua has yearned to keep her memories forever, but has had to part with them, where Hua like could get all these memories back, has all these memories that she has maintained, but doesn't want them. It's a wonderful explanation of Fu as a character after seeing her life and everything with the girls. Absolutely. No, Fu, I totally see why this is both of either of them, but like Fu Hua in general is people's favorite character. I think I still like Einstein and Tesla the most. But Fu Hua has rapidly like risen in characters I care about.
でも時間も敵も
But time is against me, and the enemies are still out there. I have to
こ
face
の
it.
事実
I
を
have to accept it and
自分
become
自身
Hua.
を受け入れて
Also,
不安にならないと
the fact that the Star Rail character has never been called Fu Hua, but has been called Marshal Hua, which obviously, like, it's title last name that makes sense, but she's never been called Fu Hua. And I wonder, I really want to see Marshal Hua in Star Rail. I need to know what they're going to do with her. Time is against me and the enemies are still out there. I have to face it. I have to accept it and become Hua. Hua scratched her head.
家と呼べる場所に行ってみた
I
い
want to go somewhere I can call home. I want to feel it. Maybe it will
そ
make
こ
it
に行って
easier for
み
me
て
to accept
帰る
myself.
場所があると分かれば
I played with Fu Hua a lot overall, but Hua
自分のことを受け入れられると思います。
specifically is my overall favorite, and you've yet to see a lot of why. I would consider them, well, no, I guess they are very different characters. Until it tells me that this actually is, like, Fu Hua and not a Hersher or a different personality, I will consider them separate characters. But they definitely go together. Like, I like this one more because she's more dynamic and interesting, but I wouldn't have that feeling as much if not for the, like, the difference from the Fu Hua we've known, especially contrasting with that past that we saw last week. Also, speaking of Star Rail, I think drip marketing for the next characters is either today or tomorrow. I'm very excited to see what Fei Xiao looks like. Strengths of HI3 characters is their connections and ensemble. Totally. The way these characters develop, the way they interact with each other, the way they are making decisions and growing and changing is fantastic. Especially through the story. This is definitely a character-driven story rather than like a story. But that's not a bad thing. And also the fact that like none of these characters are constrained to like the good guy role. Mei has betrayed everyone to get her goal of saving Kiana. Kiana went evil for a while. It was the Siren personality, you know, but like still changed sides. Fu Hua now is going kind of in a different direction. The only person that has been a consistent like good guy as far as the way we're perceiving it is Branya. Even Sela went against us at one point. And I think that's really interesting. The fact that they're not afraid to have competing ideologies and goals and like change affiliations for the sake of what they want is something I really, really like. No, this I was saying a little bit before with Haru. I expected to like this game going in. Because, you know, I already am into Star Rail. I was already into Genshin. I like their stories. I knew I would like the stuff with Hoya writing. I didn't expect it to blow me away in the level that it constantly is. The amount that I have to talk about with all these characters is crazy. There's definitely not nearly as much that I have to say about a lot of the Genshin and Star Rail characters. Farina, I definitely would. Nouvellette, I definitely would. Probably Kafka, I would. But the amount of development that these characters have, the amount that they've gone through and continue to go through, I think part of why I really like it is I'm realizing it's how much it's part of why I really like the story of Faust, where the whole message of the story of Faust is, as long through whatever hardship you go through, as long as you continue to strive for betterment for those around you, for yourself, for the things that you want, even if you fail and even if you turn to a darker side of things, even if things go horribly wrong, that the fact that you continue to strive keeps you a quote unquote like good person. It keeps you the reason Faust is saved in the end of Faust is because he continued to strive, even with all his faults, even with all the bad things he'd done, even with all the things he messed up. He continued to try to be better. He continued to try to learn more. He continued to try to meet his goals. And that is very core to most of the motivations of these characters. And I really like it. There's sections, there's select characters in Genshin Star Rail that can be talked about, but it's everyone in HI3. I totally agree. I think HI3, it's because they don't really have too much to just, oh, you'll deal with this mystery later. They usually just bring up and resolve a mystery right in the arc it's relevant to and continue to build on it. I agree with that. We talked last time, like with Star Rail, my problem with Penacony is it was really good, but some of it they're like, oh, well, you know, we'll pull back on this later, and then they didn't. I have yet to have that issue with HI3. There are definitely things in HI3 where it's like, oh, I don't fully know that, I don't fully understand that, but it's like unknowable things, like, oh, where are the Honkai from? What are the Honkai? It's not, oh, what happened to this character after this moment? They always get back to it. I actually don't think that that's an issue with Genshin. I think pretty much everything Genshin has been resolved, either through the main story or through character quests. Although they definitely are put in a position of, HI3 is not worried about just killing a character, which Star Rail isn't either. But, Genshin, every character will make it out. Every character will make it to the next thing because we have to have the potential for them to be in an event. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does take away some tension for things. My problem with Genshin Star Rail is it's constantly trying to build this premise of development for the future, and now there are so many plot threads, like, when are we going to have time to go back? I'm not that upset about the Lawfu ones, or the Xianzhou in general, because I know we are going to be going back to the Xianzhou. My problem with the Xianzhou is the early one tried to do too much, and it threw a bunch of stuff to the wayside. But I think those can be fixed. Penacony, it's really only the adventuring stuff that really, really gets me. Because it was such a main point of the patch. There's explanations about Ix and how, like, once you get close to the horizon, which we see him at after being defeated by Acheron, and then, like, nothing comes of it. It's just handwave, oh, Argenti saved him. And they don't even actually tell or show why. The strong parts of Penacony are, I think, the strongest, the most I have felt in a Hoyo game. All the stuff about Misha and Galgar, all the stuff about the Trailblaze, pretty much anything having to do with Acheron, absolutely fantastic. But, like, so much of adventuring is pointless, and doesn't even matter going into the future, because if you guys haven't seen the new Stonehearts trailer, Diamond can just make them again, apparently. So there's not even the consequence of his cornerstone being destroyed. There is literally, you can just completely skip the adventuring portion, and it means nothing. 2.1 means nothing to the story of Penacony. It doesn't even really matter to the characterization of Aventurine because he did not change in any meaningful way. I think that's probably the big thing with Genshin and Star Rail versus this that really gets me is even just to this point, we're not even like halfway through, I think, counting Elysian Realm. Characters have changed so much. Characters aren't allowed to change in Star Rail and Genshin. And that is for better and worse. And I think for some characters it does not matter. That's not true. A has changed a little bit. But like, so long-lived people like Zhongli don't need to change because they are, they have the long life they've lived. Farina and Nouvelette don't necessarily need to change because you see the development through them, you see what they've gone through that has led them to be this, similar to how we saw with Fu Hua last time, and you see the events that they've gone through. They're already perfectly well written, they don't need different personalities and changes. Linny should have grown as a character, at least to some degree. A lot of the... I feel like Navia has not been affected as much as she should by the events that have surrounded her. See, the thing, I don't think Scaramouche really has changed. He's just this kind of the same character, but a little bit nicer. I think he's one of the best written characters in it. I would, probably not top 5 for me, but definitely top 10. But I don't think he changes at all through any of the stuff that he's learned. I think he is still Scaramouche through and through. Yeah, he's not as self-destructive anymore because he knows the truth of things. So the reasons for him being self-destructive aren't there anymore. But he's still he's the same character he is. We're like Mei right now and Kiana right now. You look at them 10 chapters ago, they're very different. Fu Hua is very different. And some of that is learning the actual truth about them. And I don't begrudge Star Rail or Genshin for not having that development as much. Because I bring Linny as an example. I still really like Linny. But someone said this on the Reddit on the Leaks Reddit the other day, and I really agree with it. Star Rail is suffering immensely from having 2 new characters every patch. Because they are shoving them into the story when they don't have to. Whereas HI3 continues to have a consistent cast, and sometimes they add new characters, but those characters don't need to be like, if this patch introduced a new Kiana suit, we don't need to put that Kiana in the story. Aventurine was put into the story of Star Rail because we needed to have him as a character. Jade was put into the story of Star Rail because we need to have her as a character. As a playable character, excuse me. This wasn't as much a problem before. When Ron May and Ratio were introduced, they got their own side story. They weren't shoved into the main story. But the amount of characters in Penacony that really didn't need to be there, I guess really aren't that much, but Acheron was important, Misha and Gallagher were important, Black Swan was important, Sparkle was important. Early Firefly was important. I would argue by the end, Firefly didn't need to be there. And I love Firefly. Argenti definitely didn't need to be there. He doesn't even have the excuse if he was introduced as a character in that patch. None of the Stonehearts needed to be there. I don't think you needed the plot line of the IPC getting involved at all. I think the way Boot Hill was implemented was interesting. I liked the Galaxy Ranger parts of it, but he didn't need to be there. I don't know. I feel like if you'd saved these characters and these moments for later parts, it would have worked a lot better. And HI3 doesn't have that worry. Like, we can have 3 chapters about Fu Hua because we don't have to worry about introducing a new character. But, like, I don't even really think Genshin has that problem that much. Because I think the characters show up when they need to show up. Like, Candace shows up early in Genshin, but it doesn't, like, she's there for the role she needs to be. She's not there for the whole time, because why would she be? With Fontaine, all the characters for Fontaine are introduced early because they're used in the story in the way they're supposed to be used. And again, like, Star Rail and Genshin are still some of the best written things that, like, I've ever experienced. I love them to death. There are definite problems to right now, especially with Star Rail, the gameplay to story implementation of things. Genshin has a focus on their archons, and usually everyone's lives revolves around them in response to their archons, which centers the narrative. I totally agree. I think, for better or worse, Genshin, when it is a main story chapter, is very focused, and Star Rail is not. And those go into the themes of both of those series. It's just, I just think Star Rail is a little too unfocused. I really like Inazuma. Inazuma has a lot of problems. I just went through it again with one of my friends who's getting back into Genshin. The thing with Inazuma is clearly rushed. I think the 2 Raiden Shogun character quests make up a lot for it, and I consider them the ending of that quest. But Inazuma, the first part of Inazuma is really good. The ending of Inazuma is fantastic, especially if you factor in Raiden's story quests. But everything having to do with Watatsumi Island sucks. And is insanely rushed. But they learned from that in their in Genshin's other chapters and Star Rail's chapters, and have, like, extended the time for it, for better or worse. So I like Inazuma a lot. I like I think Leeway is really well written. I think it's simple, but there's a lot of really good themes in it. There's a lot of really good groundwork for characters and future plots there. And I think Mondstadt is definitely overly simple, but I also really like it. No, like I said, it is literally, they basically skip through all the Watatsumi parts. My hot take on Penacony is that I don't think the Trailblaze crew really learns anything about their values they didn't already have. They just felt sad for previous Trailblazers. I don't think it's necessarily that they have to learn about their values. I think it's they learned about the past of the Trailblaze and the things going on there. Because the Trailblaze is very much about the future, but it is also connected to the past. So they learned about the people that came before, and yeah, it's definitely about nihilism more than it is about learning things per se. I don't know if Cinda's here, so I'm not gonna go deeply into detail on things. But everything leads up to the idea of what is freedom. And that is true through the past Trailblaze characters, that is true through the current Trailblaze characters, because the Trailblaze is about freedom at its core. And obviously that's true of all the Penacony people. Uh, and I think everything that had to do with the Trailblaze and the actual people of Penacony was incredibly well written. It was a lot of the other interlude stuff on it that I think I don't even think Aventurine was not well written. I think it was a really well done part, which is why I hate that it does not have any payoff. I'm a firm anti-believer in Chekhov's gun. I think Chekhov's gun is stupid. And I don't think that everything needs a direct payoff just because you're world building or setting things up. But when you dedicate a substantial amount of time to something, there needs to be payoff for it. So, I don't think that nobody was truly living, but I think there is definitely an argument of what is life and what does that mean? What does life mean to different people? And that's the theming that it plays with. And the reason that Sunday's plan is evil is not actually what he was doing. It's that he's taking away the choice from people, and he's taking away what freedom and life means to people. Because the actual what of what he's doing is not inherently bad. It is not inherently negative. I would say it is inherently positive, actually. But it is the part where he is taking away the ability for other people to decide for themselves. That is the problem. And that's the main idea of Penacony. This idea of, what does freedom truly mean? What is freedom? What is life? What is nihilism? What is control? Those are all the big aspects of Penacony. And that's also why I really think the Stonehearts being there and their whole plotline working out for them really sucks narratively, actually. I think the Stonehearts are all really well written. I'm really interested in what the IPC is doing. The IPC are the bad guys. Topaz is more evil than Sunday, and I will continue to fight for that opinion. I personally think the ending of Penacony undercuts the themes it was trying to portray. I don't think so. I think there's issues with the end of it. I think we didn't necessarily need the Firefly aspects of it. And I definitely think we didn't need the Stonehearts to be there. But I think it's still, in the end, really paid itself off. Especially because, the end of the story of it is 2.2, and then 2.3 is an epilogue. To pay off some of the plot threads that were still going on. Also, Sparkle is amazing. But yeah, I don't know. There's definitely a much more consistent story in HI3, which allows them to do a lot more, and they're not worried about changing characters, changing their motivations. Whereas in Star Rail and Genshin, it's a lot harder to do that. Also, I like the Traveler. I like Paimon. Boy, it's nice in all the other Hoyo games where the main character exists as a character. Because, even Stell compared to... Stell and Kalis, compared to Wise and Bell and Kiana, is there's... I think people that try to say that Stell and Kalis are self-inserts are insane. But because they have so much personality and character to them. But they're not as much as Kiana or Bell and Wise, who are, they're talking, they're active parts of the story way more than the Trailblazer. And oh boy, the Traveler. I have things to say about the Traveler. Hua was ambling in the mountain. Every now and then she would awake she would awaken a plume and absorb its power and memories, which were more surprises for her.
これもオットーのもので
This
した。
is one from Otto again.
私の記憶の
Like a
多
lot
く
of
は
my
他人
memories
からもら
here
ってる
from
んです
someone
ね。
else.
昔のやり方は
I
気に
don't
入り
like
ま
the
せ
way I
ん
used to
ね。
handle things. No, yeah, the Trailblazer is a trash gremlin, literally, through and through. I really like it. But this also goes into, like, people are really mad that you only get positive interactions with Firefly. But, that's because they are a character. Like, this is a not necessarily canon relationship, but way more canon one, in the same way that Kiana and May are. You know, they're the pre-established relationship before the story there, and just because we have amnesia doesn't mean the feelings are necessarily there. That's the reason that I can't actually get mad at Firefly in 2.3. Being able to see the Trailblazer from the outside perspective is amazing. It's like, oh no, yeah, they are just like that. And poor March has to deal with it. Give the shadow from the Fenhuang down a subtle look.
あなたが私を見
I
下し
know
てい
you
るこ
don't
とも
see
知っ
eye
て
to
ま
eye
す。
with me either.
あなたが心配です。
I'm worried about you.
心配するようなことはないでしょ。今までにない
I
最高
feel
の状態です。
splendid. Never felt
悩み
better.
も心配
For
も
the
な
first
く、
time ever,
目
I
覚め
know
て
what
から初め
freedom
て自由
tastes
に感
like.
じました。そして私は自
I
分が
know
誰
who
か
I
分かり
am
ました。
now. I am Fu Hua. Simple as
私は
that.
不可。
This is my home, and everything here feels familiar, but
こ
also
の退去
fresh.
山はこの羽たちも
These
記憶た
feathers,
ちも
this memories,
私のもの
they're
です。
all mine. I have
無
infinite
数の可
possibility,
能
a
性
world
が
of
私を待ってい
choices.
て、どう選べばいいのか分かりませんが、怖くありません。
Hua is so
いくらでも
funny.
道
She's
はあり
literally
ます。
coping so hard to the first little aspect of herself. It's definitely... Who is this girlie trying to convince is exactly right. Because she talks, like, when she says stuff like, oh, I'm definitely Fu Hua, you couldn't be, I have the memories and the blah, 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 blah. But then she goes on these, like, long tangents to literally herself. And it's like, yeah, no, she's definitely trying to convince herself of this.
これが貴
The
族意識。
cognitive, she can feel the
私は
cognitive
大丈夫で
dissonance.
す。
I belong here. I feel at home.
僕との婚約を履行しよう。僕が君を死なせたりしないことは分かっているだろう。
Just fulfill our betrothal, please. You know me. I won't let you die. I can't even skip it.
天命にとっては私の生死
In
も
the darkness, you can hear Colin Caslana's breath, but she felt so distant at the same time.
あな
She
た
still
の
doesn't
要
care
求に
about
応
you
え
or
れば
me, or our relationship. If we get married, I'll become a hostage held by the overseer to control my family. Am I right?
ああ、
Yes. If you picture her as an 8-year-old child, everything makes more sense. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to call her a child, because there's definitely development there, but she's, like... She definitely does not actually know what to do with anything, and it shows. Otto didn't lie to Colin, because it was the
でも
truth.
それがどうした。表面上の婚約は今後もずっと表面上のものに過ぎない。大切なのは
I
君が
hate
生
these
きてい
techniques
る
so
ことだ。
much. I have a whole nother chapter still to do. Come on, let's hurry through this. I have to say I don't actually want to hurry through, but he finished speaking. Hurry it up. It doesn't even match the voice. Because it's one thing when the text is slow, but it, like, is at the same pace of the voice acting. What the fuck is this? It's still going. But it doesn't matter. This marriage is fake, and it can always stay fake as long as it can keep you alive, which is what really matters, Colin. Colin's different voice came from the other side of the
生
bars.
きるのは大切なことかもし
So
れない
what's the point of living when I have to lie to myself and be
自分の
comfortable being
心を
used
裏
as
切
a
って
pawn?
コマを演
It
じるの
doesn't
は
sound more
生き
dignified
て
than
いる
death
と言えるの
itself.
かしら。
It doesn't help that I believe at this point this is post Sakura,
潔く死んだ方がいいわ。
and Colin has already fallen in love and lost that love. So she knows she won't love Otto. And yeah, she would just be a pawn. Yeah, he finished speaking before 2/3 of it was even the line was finished, and I could not skip through it. He already knew her answer, and he could even anticipate her every word, but he could not accept it. Never. He had done so many things that she wouldn't agree to, just for one of her childhood wishes. What's one more? And this time, it'd be for a more noble cause. But he didn't do anything. He clutched the icy steel bars as if he was trying to crush them.
戻ってニコラス司教に伝えてちょうだい。
Tell the overseer.
彼
Colin
は
rejected
彼
his
の要
request,
求を拒否
and it was
する
her
と。
own decision.
これは
She will never
彼
subscribe
女
to
が
what
自
Chixel
身
has
で
done,
天命のやり方には同意
and
でき
she
ないわ。
despises its unscrupulous, rotting core underneath its shiny, magnificent shell.
汚いカレン・カスラナは死を望むわ。
Colin Klasana would rather
これは
die.
私の
This is
戦
her-
い。そう、
This is her defiance,
戦いよ。
though it'll just be defiance.
あ
Otto
分かってる
Apocalypse seemed to be paralyzed with
彼
despair. I understand,
本当に
Colin. I really
あ分
do.
かってるんだ
A fierce yet soundless rainstorm fell in his heart.
だが僕は君を死
But I
なせ
can't
は
let
し
you
ない
die. No matter what it
何と
takes,
してで
and I
も
don't care if you'll
君が
agree to
どう
it.
思
I will
おうと
never let you die.
僕は君を死なせは
The
しない
dark dungeon then fell into a long silence. So this is the point where Otto stopped being a good person and fell off the edge. Because this is when he stops caring about anyone else's feelings or opinions on things and decides, no, this is what I'm gonna do. And then dedicates the rest of his life to it. Colin obviously does die, but he will never let her die, in the sense that he will continue to try to bring her back forever. I really like Otto. He is obviously a villain, but I can't be mad at him for the core of why he is a villain. The reasonings behind it, the emotion behind it that we get.
私の偉大な発
I
明
really like Otto. I really hope Luocha comes back and does something cool now. All of a sudden, Colin broke into a soft laughter in the darkness. Thank you, my gifted inventor. The sound of heartbreak was unexpectedly quiet. And this is the thing, she doesn't love him in the way that he loves her, but it's very clear she cares about him. He is an important person in her life. She just, she knows she will never reciprocate the feelings the way he does, and she does not want to lead him on in that way. At least that's the read I get on it from, what I've seen of them. These are genuinely... I've always said Colin's one of my favorites, from the Sakura Samsara, but genuinely, I think these are, top 10 characters. I don't know a ton about them. I gotta redo that, how I feel about, HI3 characters after this. He definitely loves her, but he's always respected that she doesn't have romantic feeling towards him. That is definitely the feeling I got. And that's why, yeah, this is why this scene is awful for both of them, because they're both trapped in this composition. And just, this is when he changes. This is when he will go, although, I guess I don't know that he necessarily, because he's not forcing her to marry him. For him. He's doing it to keep
お
her
酒は持っ
alive.
てる？
I,
少し飲みたい。
why are you changing? What is
一杯
happening?
だけでいいわ。
It's a matter of, I think this is actually it. I was treating part of his character, and I've definitely made jokes about it, where he was gonna revive her and, make her love him, whatever. I think I don't think he actually cares, per se, that she doesn't love him. I think he just cares that she's alive, happy, and in his life. So I think even if he was able to bring her back in the modern day and she didn't love him, I don't think he'd be upset about that. It would just be the idea that she's here. She's alive. I can see her. I can talk to her. Even if I can't be with her in the way I want, she's in my life. That's the tragedy of Otto Apocalypse. He's actually a really good guy at his core, but he's so twisted by everything around him that he's willing to go to these, like, extreme lengths of darkness and evil to get that piece of happiness. His portrayal in that old black and white manga, as him making her love, is the fictional portrayal that Otto created to self-justify his guilt. That's actually great, because yes, the AE, him and Colin in the AE Invasion manga is a memory bubble that Kiana broke into. That totally makes sense. Man, no, it's fuck it. I really like Otto. He's top 5, actually, I think. And this is the best kind of villain, I think. Maybe not the best kind, but, like, yeah, the idea that Otto, he doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't care about anyone else, even. Because I know of it, technically 3, but I know 2 other Colin clones. One is his direct assistant, whose name I forget, who clearly is in love with him. And you'd think, like, oh, if he was all about making Colin love him, even if it wasn't exact... Amber, yes, thank you. Even if it wasn't an exact copy of her, the fact that she is in love with him, if that was all he cared about, he would have stopped there and he would have been happy with that. He would have tried to make her more Colin-like, but he wouldn't be obsessed with the idea of Colin still. And then there's Teresa, who both Amber and Teresa he treats as Amber and Teresa, not failed Colin. I'm sure there's a part of him that's a little resentful towards himself and them that they are failed Collins, but he gave Teresa her own identity, her own life. She's before she betrayed it, she was a high-ranking member of Shixel. She was a S-rank Valkyrie. He's just obsessed with bringing back his love, regardless of what that would do to the world, regardless of how she would feel about him if he did. He feels it's unjust that she was taken away, and he will bring her back. I really like Otto Apocalypse. I'm an Otto Apocalypse apologist, I guess. I think also part of why I really like streaming this is working through my thoughts like this, speaking them out really helps me flesh out my feelings on the character and what I think of them. And like as characters, their motivations and all that. And yeah, it really helps, it really deepens my understanding and care for these characters. Auto politics are people who actually read the text. I can totally see people, like, understanding this and still being like, nah, though. Because obviously, like, the idea that he would give up the whole world for her is evil. The fact that everyone else is trying to save the world while he's just trying to bring back his lost love. I guess that part's not necessarily evil, but it's definitely not good. It's not the moral obligation here. Kevin is an evil, quote-unquote, person in that he's willing to go to any length to save the world, but he's trying to save the world. A world he's already seen destroyed. Otto doesn't care if that happens as long as Colin comes back. He can still be a villainous person with a history that's understandable and interesting. Otto also understands his role as a villain and uses that. Absolutely. Otto is nothing if not a consistent character. And I think Otto and Kevin contrasting each other, because they're definitely meant to be parallels to each other, as much as Kevin is also meant to be a parallel to Kiana. And in that, they are incredible. Because, yeah, Kevin is someone who lost everything and will give up everything for the sake of what was lost. He doesn't necessarily... I think if Kevin could bring back the old civilization, could bring back May, could do all this, he would. But if it was between that and saving what is now, he would save what is now. Whereas Otto does not care about what is now. He only cares about bringing back Colin. And having the two of them as your antagonistic forces kind of working together, interacting with each other, is adding so much to both of them and the protagonists. The parallels and the contrasts between all of the major factions of this game not only is really well written and really interesting, but help flesh each other out and really, like, it gets the wheel moving on what do these characters think about. I think Otto cares about the now, but he chooses not to show it for the sake of reaching his goals. So, obviously, Otto is I guess I shouldn't say obviously, because like, this definitely was not the prevailing feeling I got about Otto before. Otto, if he could have everything, he would have everything. He is a selfish enough person that, yes, he would want everything. But Colin is his number one priority. And if he has to get rid of everything else to get that goal, he will. But he is, at the same time, running the organization that is saving the world. And part of that is a front for him to keep doing his shady shit. But he wouldn't be doing such a genuinely good job at it if he didn't care at least a little. Now, do May and Otto comparison and contrasting? I need more May content to do a full breakdown. But yeah, I think the interesting thing here is that, looking at the two of them, is Kiana is still alive. And we've seen what happens to a May where Kiana's not alive. And I don't know that May necessarily would follow the same track as Acheron. Like, 1-to-1. But my controller turned off. But yeah, Acheron, May is very about now. Kiana is here now. I'm not going to let her die, which is very much what he said, what Otto is saying here. But I think if the point is reached where Kiana does die, that's when she becomes Acheron. And Acheron is not Otto. May will do anything to keep Kiana alive in the present, but I don't know that she would linger on it in the way that Otto does. And this is very much me looking at Acheron as a character, when that's not necessarily the future that May would take. But I think in the scenario that Kiana is dead, May probably just loses all will to live. Actually, she continues on as the hollow shell of a person that Acheron is. And I say that not even, like, I made that connection after, kind of, that Acheron is kind of a hollow shell of a person, even without the nihility. Whereas Otto, like, curses the world almost, and I'm sure some of it's an act, but Otto is still full of life. In part because he is trying to bring back Colin, and if he succeeds and she comes back and he is this lifeless husk, what would she think of it? I think that would be worse for her than coming back and seeing him be the more evil being that he is now. Because at least he is, like, working towards saving the world. No, yeah, the fact that all these characters are parallels off each other, but also it's not in like the parallels are the second layer. They're not the first layer of characterization. You could play these games or this game and not recognize the intended parallels and still think these characters are really well written, which is part of why this is so good. I can't wait to learn more about more of these characters. Genuinely. This is the most excited I've been, I think, since reading like Umineko, to really keep going through. Why is there no sound to the... Okay. That was weird. Was I clicked out? I must have been. Acheron isn't even hollow despite everything. She's still doing pointless things. So, Acheron does not have the life in her she once did. You can see that. But part of that is also that she's extremely dulled from the nihility. But yeah, she, at the end of the day, like, she is still the person that she was. I think part of it is, and this is actually the tragedy of Acheron, is that I think part of her doesn't want, it will cling to life desperately because once she's dead, the memory of, not just Kiana like it would be with May, but the memory of everyone that she ever knew is gone, and then they are gone forever. But that's the tragedy of May, or Acheron, is that she's losing, she can't remember things. Acheron grows on me as a character, like, more and more, constantly. Acheron and Sparkle throughout Penacony only got better to me. I think a lot of other characters petered down. Firefly is still one of my favorites. I got her to E2. I got her S1 E2, of course she is. But I think, like, Firefly definitely didn't get the same powerful, like, enduring treatment that Acheron and Sparkle got. Acheron is forced to be nihilistic by nature of what she is doing despite it all. She's still not. I think there's a part of her that is, but I think she is also actively fighting against it. Because you can even see it as May here, where there is a part of her that almost wants to give up, but she will fight, like, the rest of her is willing to fight that forever, because she's not going to let it happen. The thoughts of just give up come into her mind, and that's why she is so adamant and what's the word I want? Starts with a C. But that's why she is so fixated on this path of doing it, because she has this internal thought of this, and she's like, no, that's not what I want. I'm not going to let that happen. Alright, anyway, back to trying to get through these fucking scenes. I just, like, I realize this is a great discussion. I don't actually want it to end. These are great thoughts and analysis, but I also just realized I have to continue through this scene, which is going to take another 20 minutes. Damn it! No. Do not be sorry. This is very good. Again, like, I like this. I'm liking streaming this. It's contextualizing not just HI3 to me, but my thoughts on the other series that I love. And really lets me flesh out my thoughts here, where I wouldn't have gone through them as detailed if I wasn't. I just, like, this segment specifically, the pacing of it is terrible. He waited patiently. He thought she had more to say to him, because he had so much to say to her. But the silence lasted even longer than the last one. Words seemed to have become meaningless between them. I don't know who... that, I'm gonna assume this is Colin. Did you bring some wine? I feel like a glass. Just one. Crimson liquid trickled into the glass. Colin gently swirled the wine, looking surprised. Is this the bottle of wine I gave you?
あ
Yes.
いいわね。
Lovely.
もしかしたら
Colin Kozlana
ど
drank
こ
the
か
glass
別
of
の
wine
世
in
界
one
で
gulp.
は
She didn't say a word, and the glass turned into mist, which soon cleared. Maybe in another world. Maybe in Honkai Star Rail. I can't wait to have Luocha come back and find out the Collins in the coffin. Otto didn't hear the rest. He already left. You fucking imagine if Colin's in that fucking coffin. Colin feels like one of those eternally doomed characters, so it could be. I don't want her to be though, because like her Phantom Thief aspects is really cool. I would love a Colin XP. There's another one. That's not the voice. Paul picked up a feather with a faint glow. That's way too many. How come I have so many feathers here? The shadow made no response. She took a walk by the cliff. She sometimes buried herself in thought, and sometimes looked into the horizon. I think my thought on XPs is, I'm never upset about them. I just wish they weren't all from HI3. I really want there to be, I want, like, Genshin XPs in Star Rail. But I also like original characters more than XPs, but also that debate's kind of stupid because the characters are different even if they share an appearance, but I still want them to be unique, yada yada. I've had that thought before. Technically, they're from Honkai Gakuen. Yeah, but no. Yeah, but no. But no, I want to see like just one day like Hu Tao show up in Star Rail. Or in HI3, I think that would be really funny. Because I mean, like, yeah, officials in it, but that's a crossover thing, that's not an XP. She took a walk by the cliff. She sometimes buried herself in thought, and sometimes looked to the horizon. Is Ruka Nevada a Colin XP? No. No, she definitely isn't. Let me see more images of her. There's similarities, but I would probably go into my potential Nahida's a Teresa XP before I'd go into that. Rudavada's the same hair as Colin, and Nahida's their clone, and Nahida's Teresa. I've said that. Shincha actively disagrees with me. Juan instilled some Honkai energy into the feather to awaken it. Who are you? I am your master. Return my strengths and memories now. A wisp of Honkai energy touched Hua gently and then retracted. The Fenhuang down nodded and faded. Ah, firmly, you can be as obedient as this one. Let me check out this memory. Hua closed her eyes. After a while, her face turned pale and twisted. It's Dr. May! Probably just some unimportant conversations. That's why I didn't keep it. That's actually... This is a good point for a lot of the Fenhuang Downs she's going to pick up. The things that Fuhua discarded are parts that she didn't really need or want to keep. So I don't think Hua's going to actually get what she's looking for going through these fragments. Yeah, it's meaningless. Dr. May explaining her plan. Hua spat in disgust. I just thought of her like a puppet.
彼女の命令に従った結果、
The end result was
人類は
humanity
全
lost
滅するほど
miserably
の
under her
乾杯を
leadership
経
and had
験
to
し、
hole up for ages
終
in
焉が消える
cryopod.
まで宇宙を探索する箱舟もどこに行った
The
かわ
ark
から
sent
な
to
い
outer
し、
space was
漁
lost,
師の
and
海
the
に入
Ganges
った銅
sand
山も
probably
音沙
sank
汰
in the
があ
Sea
り
of
ません。
Quanta. Sent to outer space was lost. Okay. New theory. 13 Sentinels is a spin-off of Honkai Impact 3rd. I will not elaborate.
博士は敗者です。
Dr. May is a loser from head to toe. I don't know why everyone follows her like fire-drawn moss.
彼女が立ち上がり、
She stood up and shouldered the impossible responsibilities. People had faith in her
知恵
courage
は
and
信じ
resolve.
てなかったってことです
Yeah,
ね。
no one had any faith in wisdom. Sure, why not? The courage and resolve to bleed to the
共に
last drop.
滅び、とにかく今回、彼
I'm
女の
not following
言う
her
ことは
this
聞きませ
time.
ん。
Or Otto or Kevin.
オットーやケビン
I'm
も
my
同じ
own
です。
master.
私は万物
I will
を変え
reverse
ます
all creations and build a new
楽しみに
world from
待
the
ってて
ashes
く
of
だ
the
さい。
old. You can watch me. All of these are human creations.
ここは平和だったはずで
He's
す。
coping so hard right now.
この
No,
辺り
real
に
though.
100人前後の村があったのを
You know, though, I don't
平
even
和は
necessarily
私た
think
ちと
she's
関係ないでしょ。
coping as
この
much
世
as
界に平和なんて言葉は
she's made this decision. This is her feelings, and she's going to see it through. She has the determination for it, and like nothing's gonna change her. She knows she can acknowledge the mistakes of
あ
her.
の村は危ない。
I'm just gonna say previous
急ぎましょう。
incarnations, and will not like have that happen again.
はい。あの村は私と関係
This
ないで
news
し
is
ょ。
disaster. It's none of our business.
この世の災
Tiny
難
one
は
among
こ
the
んなに
worlds
も
of
多
myriad
く、
myriad
力者だっ
disaster.
てそれは
That is
今はもう
the no
輪
mercy
に
for
落
the
ちたも
corrupted
の
rule
は
no
死
longer
すべし
exists after
と
the
いうル
blade
ールは
monster
ないでし
shattered.
ょ。それにメイ博士の信用は
Dr. May's
もう
sworn no
私
longer
たちの
messes
頭
with
の
our
中。
brain,
しか
tells
し
us
あ
what
れ
to
が
do.
正しい行いで
It's
す。
the right thing to
何
do.
が正しいかは私が
I
決めます。
define what is right.
そもそも
Then tell me,
正しさは
then
ど
tell
こ
me
に
about
助
it.
けが必要な人
If
が
there
い
are
れ
people
ば
in
助け
need,
れ
we
ばいい
save
し。
them. If
いな
not,
ければ
we
そ
get
れ
to
で
see
構
the
いません。
situation clearly. Either way, your
こ
plan
の
won't
人
be
助け
disrupted.
は別にあなたの計画を邪魔しません。うん、そうですね。
You're right, it's a righteous
人
move.
助けはしてと。
Besides, for me, it's a piece of cake.
行ってみ。大きい石像ですね。
Thought she was huge. It's you, I think. Okay, after this one, after this one, there's another memory. Don't think. Feel.
誰もいないですね。
It put me back to where I started in the previous segment. No one's here.
隠れているかもしれません。
Maybe they're all hiding.
みんな死んでゾン
Maybe
ビ
they've
にな
all
ったかも
died
し
and
れ
turned
ない
into。zombies. It's just better this way. We only need to clean up the
今は
zombies. Hua took a look at the statue afar, and of all things, she signaled the shadow to be quieter with her finger.
シッ。音がしま
Hush!
す。
I heard something. A rustling sound came from the building on the other side, and after a while, a small girl slowly walked out from the shadow. Well, she's Honkai. Even from afar, Hua could tell for sure the girl's face and arms were giving off a sinisterly purple glow.
彼女
Purple
は侵
glow.
食。まだゾンビ
She's
になってま
corrupted.
せん。
She's corrupted. But she hasn't turned
し
yet.
かしあれではすで
At
に。
this rate.
黙って。
Shut up! Hua walked to the girl. Are you here to save us?
ええ。
Hmm.
安心
Don't
してく
worry.
ださい。
Everything will be fine. Hua crouched down and took a close look at the girl. Seconds later, she knew the girl was beyond saving and smashed her head like a melon against the wood.
ここで何があった
What happened here?
みんなが
People are crazy. Just now, everyone turned white. Everyone, and they started to hack each other. I can't believe Natlan is all suffering from Honkai exposure.
さっきというのは
Just
今日の
now,
出来事です
how
か
long ago was that? The Fenhuang Down Shadow asked. The girl didn't hear. Save me, please. I don't want to die.
ええきっと
I
助け
will,
ます
I will. Hua gently touched the girl's forehead to comfort her. She looked at Hua and seemed to have something to say.
少し待っていてください
Wait for me, okay?
いいです
The girl nodded and slowly
どう
closed
す
her
るつも
eyes.
りです
What's on your mind?
彼女の敵を取ります
How to avenge her?
それは彼女の欲しがる
This
救
is
いで
not
は
what
あ
she
りません
needs.
そうするしかな
But
い
this is
の
all
で
that
す
I can do for her.
彼女
You
が
know
もう
she
長
doesn't
くない
have
こと
long.
は
This
あ
is
な
a
たも知って
really
るはずです
poignant point against Fu Hua's mentality, where Fu Hua was always dealing with the aftermath, because obviously once the Honkai infection happens, you can't do anything about it, and you know she would take in the people that that you know were left in the wake of that, but she wasn't a quote unquote like hero for it. She was very much like almost the villain in a lot of ways. Where this Hua is saying, no, I can't do anything for this, so I'm gonna avenge her. I'm gonna solve the problem.
私にできるのはこれ
This
く
is
らい
what
で
I
す
do best.
他に生存者がいな
Let's
い
keep
か
on
探しま
searching
しょ
for
う
the survivors. We have to at least try. Like, I think Fu Hua would dwell on it, but she wouldn't really... She'd be like, damn, you know, I couldn't save them, and that would weigh on her emotionally, but she wouldn't necessarily continue to think about it, whereas I think this Hua will. This Hua is a hero, quote unquote, is definitely not my intent there, but you know what I mean.
いいでしょう
Sure. After all, the Avengers are heroes. I think the stupidest way the Avengers ever got their name was in the really good, like, I want to say cartoon from the 2010s, where, you know, bad stuff happened, and then Wasp goes, yeah, we'll avenge the wrongs that have happened to people. And I'm like, that is the stupidest justification for a name, for making this the name of the team. That cartoon was really good though, and boy was that Wasp design banging.
遠い先に大きい何かがいま
There's
す
a giant beast over there, probably the culprit. Let's go kill it. There's a girl riding it. Oh boy, this chapter's still going. All right. A young man in an indigo gown had been hiding in the forest for about an hour. It was a hot summer day, and it happened to rain last night. The thick forest was full of mosquitoes. He lifted the hem of his gown, trying to scratch the mosquito bites in his calf. Hey, little Nine, come help me. He rolled his eyes and felt displeased that his eighth senior fellow disciple ordered him about on purpose. Filthy blood of a monster stained the older disciple's white gown scarlet, and the stench made the younger one retch. This was written for snails. Oh my god, real though. Admittedly, I don't know what to make of this specific long text. It seems like wuxia fluff. I see. I thought this might be like Yan Qing or one of the other disciples. Take this. The young disciple reached out his hand to catch the dark object thrown at him without even realizing what it was. And when he took a closer look at the hunk of monster flesh, which obviously had been neatly and nimbly cut off, It closely resembled a huge chunk of dongpo pork. Alright, we got a dungeon mesh eat. Although, actually, no, probably don't eat a Honkai. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure they, like, dissolve when you beat them, but don't eat a Honkai. That probably is not good. You know. I mean, maybe it is just, you know, dark corrupted crystal. But this really looks like the goop at the bottom of the chasm. And some of the stuff in Dragonspine. The voice of the young man trembled even more violently than the hunk of monster meat. The old disciple kicked the monster's dead body away, remaining silent. He had waited for almost half a month to ambush the monster cub. Until 3 days ago, it was injured by his darts, so they finally found the chance to take it down. Is this just about a bear? Only throbbing monster flesh can serve as the guide drug for the elixir. When they came back to their temple, the joss-stick that was lit by the master hadn't burnt to half. The younger disciples sighed with relief. If they came back after the joss-stick burnt out, the monster flesh would be devitalized and turn into sludge. Okay, no, it is a Honkai. Their master, whose beard was longer than a broomstick, took the monster flesh, sniffed at it, and then nodded approvingly. 8, you come with me, and you wait at the door, little 9. Don't let anyone come close. The master led the older disciple to the alchemy chamber in the depths of the temple, leaving the younger one to guard the entrance. I also take back what I said earlier. This is the most I've analyzed characters since Arch and Elko 2, not since Umineko. He used to always be the chief disciple. Then after the chief disciple ran away, the second oldest became the master's favorite. Then the second betrayed the master and defected to enemies, so the third came up. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth. As the ninth disciple, the young man finally started to see some hope in his life. Okay, if 7 disciples before you have all defected or left after all this, maybe start to see that something might be wrong. However, he didn't expect that his master's alchemy business would have succeeded before his turn. The young man let out a deep sigh and slumped down on the ground, gazing at the joss-sticks. White smoke was strangling up into the sky like his master in Ace Ascension to the celestial world. Oh, they died. And a thin wisp of black smoke followed behind, like his pathetic self. Wait! Why would there be black smoke? The young man stood up hurriedly and found out the black smoke came from the chamber. Something wrong with Master's alchemy work? He shook his head, trying to clear such an unlucky thought. He ran to the alchemy chamber as fast as he could, putting aside the rules his master made. The black smoke thickened as he approached the alchemy chamber, causing him to cough violently. The door to the chamber was already broken, and he could see his master's white beard in the distance. Phew, master's fine. The young man rushed in, only to find the beard was floating in the air, and master was standing on the head of a giant monster. And with an icy flash of steel, the master thrust a sword deep into the monster's skull. The monster growled, exhaling overpowering stench. The airflow was so violent that the young man was knocked down. He felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the monster's fangs hanging within 2 meters of his head, and the monster looked familiar. Its eyes and brows reminded him of that monster cub. Was this the father avenging its cub? The young man felt his fear was about to burst out of his mouth. At the very moment, the master thrust the sword at the monster again, right between its eyes. The monster immediately lost all strength and flopped onto the ground. The young man was so scared that he couldn't move an inch. In a daze, he seemed to see that the monster was staring at him. Just then, a tear rolled down his face. Yes, that was a drop of tear, the young man was sure. A drop of turbid, gory tear. So I'm assuming all the disciples didn't actually run away, and that they've just been being turned into Honkai beasts. Then the monster closed its eyes, and its body started to rot. H was eaten by that beast from protecting me, and the elixir was destroyed by it too. You're the only one by my side now, so I'll make you my chief disciple. Master, can I ask you a question about only the chief disciple is allowed to ask? Go on. What does the elixir do? The master gave a mysterious smile. You'll know when you really become the chief disciple. Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but They're definitely being turned into Honkai. I don't. Why is there a little girl riding it? Like, I love the design of this, don't get me wrong. But. This is actually genuinely one of the best designs, I think, in the game so far. Well, I'll return to the girl. It's alright now, I've beaten the bad guys. Wall ruffled her hair and smiled at her, trying to cheer her up. Everyone is back to normal now, and you'll be right as rain in a jiffy. Just relax. Actually, just beating an innocent girl on a horse and imagining it as an enemy. The girl nodded relaxedly and began to study Hua with her big curious eyes. Are you the Celestial? Do you know me? No, but you look like the statue over there. The girl looked over Hua's shoulders. See the statue over there? Grandpa told me she's a celestial being of Mount Taishu, who protects us and saves people in danger. That statue was built by my ancestors. I remember it used to be so beautiful and elegant before it was damaged. Where was it damaged? I guess maybe the other arm's gone, but... That's easy. Well, made a slight wave, and a white flash rained down and the statue turned brand new. What? Wait, but how would that be how it was damaged? Like, that would be it wasn't finished being carved. This is how it used to look. Yes. The girl closed her eyes and seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. You killed her. I made her dream. In the dream, none of this has happened. She's just a happy little girl. A really big colony of gray lichen or something. You see, it was damaged when more rock grew over it, of course! Asked me to save her, but this is the best I can do. Indigenous Taishu land coral. I love it. Hua stood up and stared into the giant statue. That looks so good. You haven't talked much today. Something bothering you. It's okay. I'm already in a bad mood. If you can't possibly make it worse, just say something. Anything. I once deployed an array of Xuan Yu swords and Fen Huang down in the mountain to protect against Honkai. But Honkai devoured this place immediately after we got here. Only one explanation. Okay. As she spoke, the Fen Huang down shadow suddenly became blurred and dwindled. I can shut your mouth or even make you disappear with a finger snap. You literally told her to speak. You're Fen Huang down, a Herrscher from the previous era. You're not to be trusted, and I should have destroyed you. This is so ironic. But I respect you and offered you a place by my side. You seem to take my kindness for granted. Don't try to mess with my mind again, Honkai. As Hua walked away, the mighty power that had been oppressively clamping the shadow disappeared. The shadow knew she had very little power left. Even so, there were things she had to do. Hua walked on with her mind occupied by the shadow. Hua could easily break her, but she would not bend to Hua's will. Sometimes Hua would almost feel like the soul rested inside the plume was every bit as real as hers.
彼女に与えすぎてしまったのだ
Did I give her too much? Why did I create her in the first
Frozen.
place? She knew the answer. Right before death fell upon her, she did everything she could for a sliver of hope.
だから彼女はあんな
That's why
に
she seems so
リアルなのかな
real. Hua looked to the shadow. Yes, that's right. Frail as she seemed, her presence is so strong and unique. You should retrieve
でも
her.
そうしたら彼女は
But
消えて
that
しまう
way she would vanish into thin air. She fell silent and began to ponder hard. A moment later, she decided to change the
変
topic.
だな
It's been a
こう
long
やって
time
自
since
分
I
と会
last
話す
talked
る
to
のは久
myself.
しぶりだ
You no longer need yourself now that you have company.
ありえない
Nonsense. Hua first sniffed at her inner voice. Then after a while, she began to feel the voice was implying something.
私が彼女に支配されてる
You think I'm under her
私が自我
control?
をなく
But I've
し
become the feather's puppet.
いいえ
No, she's
彼
never
女は
tried to
私に影
manipulate me,
響
and
を
she
与
never
えよう
can.
としていない彼
This
女に
doesn't
はでき
really
ない
make sense with what happened in the last segment, but okay. She is your past. She is pulling you back to the trajectory of your old self. You want that? Do you wish to repeat your old and tragic stories?
嫌だ
Hell no. After a brief silence, a low voice inside her head sounded. To conquer the outside world, you must first end your inner struggle. The sun rose above the clouds and kept ascending slowly. Hua reached out her hand for the warm glow. Sunshine flew through her fingers and ran down like a golden waterfall. She tried it over and over before she finally dropped her hand with a childish
彼
smile.
女たちのことを
Tell
教
me
えて
about
くださ
them.
いここに来る途中で全部教
I
えま
told
し
you
た
already on the way here.
あの時はじっくり
We
聞
were
き
in a hurry. Hua grinned.
それで
So Otto did nothing after he killed me.
ええ
Right. It was
That's
Himiko who
it.
awakened the Kiyama within the Husher of the Void.
彼女は死んだんですか
Did Himiko die?
彼女は虚数
She
空
fell
間
into the imaginary space.
それ以
I've
降
never
の
heard of her
消息は
since.
つかめていません
So I'm like 98% sure Himiko never comes back, but there's a way, I guess. It's
尊敬できる戦士なのに
a shame. She was an honorable fighter. Hua said
で
casually.
も神殺し倉
But
庫
wasn't
を
it my
姫子
idea
少
to
佐
give
に渡し
Himiko
た
the
のは
Godsbane
私
battle
が勝
suit?
手にしたことだった
He
でし
thought it
ょ
was against us. Why didn't he
も
stop
っと
her?
彼の目的は
His purpose was
愛
to
の
awaken
力
the
で
Husher
列車を呼
within
び
love
戻
with
すこと
love.
でした
Teresa or Himiko, it made no
犠
difference
牲
who
に
was
な
to be
るのがテレサ
sacrificed.
さんでも姫子少佐結局何
So
も
after
か
all
も
the
彼の
twists,
思う
everything
ツボ
still
だ
went
った
according
っ
to
て
his
ことですね
plan. See God.
彼はこの世界の主
It's almost
催
like
に
he
見え
is the
ません
master of
か
this world. No, he's more like
主
the
催という
writer
よ
who
り
decides
も
how the story will end.
脚本
No,
家
that's
みたいだ
Xiaoji.
500年前の惨めな彼の姿は忘れたのですね でも彼は私が復活するとは思ってなかったでしょ
But even he couldn't have guessed my revival. He was literally working to revive you. What do you mean?
彼は分かっていました
He knew, and he
だから
cured this
この
body.
体をいいえこんな
No,
風に
he
復
had not
活す
even
る
the
とは思っ
slightest
てなか
clue.
ったはず
Oh, I wish you were there when I broke him like
私
a
がどうやっ
bad
て彼を
toy.
殴ったのか知ってます
This is extraordinarily naive.
何度も聞きましたよ
I've heard the story many times. On the way here, Hua took every opportunity to tell her the humiliating defeat of the great Shixel Overseer, who got back up and confronted you 20 minutes later.
あれは面白
It
か
can still put a big smile
ま
on
さ
my face
かあ
every
そ
time
こ
I
で死
think
ぬと
about
思わなかっ
this.
た
His
の
innocent
彼
eyes
の
were the
目が
best
そう
part.
言って彼は体を変えただけ
He
です
merely transferred himself to another backup.
ええそれでも死ん
That
だ
counts
とい
as
うこ
death
と
to
に
me
な
all
る
the
でしょ
same. The big smile on Hua's face was replaced by a solemn look.
とにかく
I should have
私は
done
そ
this
うするべ
long
きでした
ago.
この先に崩壊の気配が
This
しま
place
す
reeks of Honkai. How dare them make a mess in my hometown? I say we
ここ
give
が
it a
誰
good
の
spring
縄張り
cleaning.
か分
What
かっ
do
て
you
いな
think?
いようですねせっかく帰ってきたのです大巨山でこれほど強い
There's
崩
never
壊
been
反
such
応が
immense
起きたこと
Honkai
はあ
energy
りません
reaction
で
in
し
the
た
Mount Island.
体を動かすと体も
Exercise is
心も
really
気持
healthy
ち
for
よくな
both
る
the
と思
body
い
and
ません
mind. Am I right?
いいえ
No,
私はそう感じませ
I
ん
can't feel it. You heard Fuhua. Do not exercise. It's terrible for you.
大掃除はいいアイデアです
Spring cleaning is a good idea. I started to feel jaded.
どうすればいい
What should I do?
どこに
Where
向
should
か
I
えば
go?
いい
I can't dally like this
こ
forever.
のまま引き伸ばすわけにはいきません
I'd rather listen to Hua. I'll start exercising now and spring cleaning. It's summer. Man, I never want to play as Teresa again. Not because I think Teresa's a bad character, not because I think her units are annoying, because I really never want to hear her go, hide and Sheikah! I just in the middle of a mission for no reason again. It's the most annoying,
外
infuriating
は
thing
き
to
れい
me.
にしました次は
Alright, now that I've swept the place clean, Hua threw out these words all of a sudden.
私はずっと逃げて
All
時
this
間
time
稼
I've
ぎして
been
き
running
ま
and
したが
stalling, but I guess it's time to
来
face
る
the
もの
music
はいず
now.
れ来る
Hua gave the Fenhuang down shadow a brief
この
smile.
山でどれくらい都政
How
の
many
羽を
feathers
見
have
つ
I
けまし
found
た
here? 10.
それ以上です
More.
都政の羽はみんな
Everyone
私の
is
分身であ
everyone
り
is copy of me,
それら
but
は
they
力と記憶を私に返してくれま
everyone
し
is
た
a copy of me, and they
回収すれば
returned
す
my
るほ
power
ど
and memories.
この世界
They
に無
brought
関
me
心でい
closer
ら
to
れな
this
くなり
world.
ます休憩の時間が終
The
わろう
break
と
is
していま
over.
す
I must
私は
become Fuhua now. She reached her hand out.
準備できました
Are you
か
ready? Interesting. So she fully has recognized that she is not Fuhua, that she is something else, and she's just been avoiding it. You want me to return my power?
私の一部に
I
なって
want
ほ
you
し
to
いで
become
す
part of me.
それはできません
Impossible.
私も申し
I
訳
know
な
this
く
is
思って
hard, and
ま
I
す
feel sorry. You're a good
あなたは
partner.
いい仲間
Sometimes
で
you
し
even
た
feel like a sister to me.
そういうわけではありません
It's not what you think.
やってみるといい
Go on, try it yourself.
私は何の
I'm
抵
not
抗
going
も
to
しま
fight
せん
it.
から
You can try to take me in.
私
Your
私がそ
resistance
の
will
気
be
になれば
pointless. Her hand reached the plume. No resistance, just as the shadow said, but somehow it slipped away. She tried again and got the same result. This plume and her were like water and oil. They naturally repelled against each other and couldn't be mixed.
どうしてです
Why?
私たちは全く
Because
違
we're
う
different
魂だからで
souls.
す
There was a certain sadness in her voice, and in Hua's ears it sounded more like pity. She hated pity more than anything else.
違う
Different
魂
souls? You in the
あなた
past?
は過去
You're the past, I'm
私
the
は
present,
今
that's all.
それでそんな馬鹿らしい理
Is
由
it
では
that you
ないので
believe
し
you
ょ
are more authentic than me, and that you are the one entitled to the
あなた
Fuhua
は自
name?
分こそが
Hua hesitated before she let out what she thought were the cruelest words. Even if you're
た
just
だ
a
の羽
feather,
のくせにそれが事実だと
you know I'm right.
あな
It's
た
a
も分
fact.
かっているはずです事実
Fact. The fact is, all of the feathers submitted to me as soon as they saw me, and you're the one that's delusional.
あなたは頑固す
Your
ぎます
ignorance is keeping you from the reality. You still live in the past, and you are haunted by Dr. May.
時代は変わりまし
Time
た
has changed. We don't have to play Mantis anymore, or Valkyrie. For the first time, we can truly be ourselves.
ほら
What's this? It only took a wave of her hand to change the view before them dramatically. Ah, we're in the super past.
すべてはここから
She's
始まった
pouting.
これは昔の
Everything
記憶の
started
中で
here.
今
It's
考
my
え
most
れば
vivid
わかり
memory.
ます
I should have realized this
父さんを
earlier.
襲ったあ
It
れは
all
言わ
can
れ
be
なくても
traced
ゾ
back
ン
to
ビ
the
に決
very
まってま
beginning.
す
The thing that attacked Dad must be his
崩壊は一気に爆発したわけではなく
no.
ゆっくりと力をた私の生活はとうの昔に崩壊とつ
My
な
life
がっ
is
ていまし
corroded
た
by Honkai from long ago, but I didn't really feel it until the moment I stood here. is what I'm talking about. When the fact that the two Fuhas are
相手の名前も覚えてないのに。
completely like sound completely different
こ
is
の光
incredible.
景だけははっきりと覚えて
I
ます。
don't even remember this girl's name.
な
I
ぜ
don't
な
remember
ら
the scene
あな
clearly.
たがずっと口にしてきた
Heroic
人
deeds
助
you
けで
always
すよ。
talk about. Yeah,
今の私たちにとって
I have
この程度
come
の
to a
脅威なんて眼中にあり
realization
ません。雑魚はいくら来ても問題
they're
です。
no longer a threat to us, no matter how many of them.
それはどういう意味ですか
The question now is, was Energetic Girl ever real? The perk of HI3 giving jobs to ultra veteran voice actors. I think it's also how much they are used and like get used to the roles. Like at this point, she's played Fuhua for a few years in this game. Like by this point in HI3, the voice actors know these characters and what to do with them. And that's a big perk. And that's why I think the Japanese mentality of no, this character is this character, this person, this actor is this character for life is great. Because it really, they get to know these characters.
私たちには力が
We're
ある
strong now.
もう
We're no
弱くあり
longer
ません
anyone's puppet.
誰
We're the
かに
master of our
搾取
own
され
fate.
命令されることそう誰かの命令に従わなくていいんです
No one can tell us what to do anymore. I didn't dodge something. Was there even fighting in the... Yeah, I guess there was. The two
彼女
enemies
の
we
ことは
fought.
覚えてますか
Do you remember her?
忘れたことはありません
I never forget her.
それなら彼女がどう死んだかも覚えてますよね
Then you still remember the way she died, right?
彼女はオーストラリア支部で律者になってしまいました
Excuse me. She turned into a Hersher at what I clearly in Japanese said was the Australia branch, but we are going to call the Oceania branch in English.
私たちは彼女を
We
助
tried
け
to
よう
save
と
her.
彼女の
When
前
we
にや
found
っ
her,
て
she
きま
didn't
した
attack me. She said hello
彼
and
女は
smiled
攻
to
撃
me.
せず私しかしメイ博士は
And then
が
Dr.
彼女
May
を
gave
殺せと
Kevin
命
the
令
order
し
to
ました
kill her.
皮肉ですキアナのことを考えるたびに隊長のことを思い出す
Such irony. Whenever I think about Kiana now, our old captain would float up in my mind.
誰かが私の
Back then, if only someone listened to me. If only Dr. May let me
し
try.
かし私たちは道具です話すことはありません上の者が律者を助けないと決めたら私たちにできることはありません
But we were just soldiers with an order. We weren't allowed our own voice. There was nothing we could do. The rage and resentment in her voice shocked the Fenhuang down shadow.
憎いですか
Do you hate Dr. May?
憎い
No, she died long
May
ago.
博士は死
And
に
there
ま
are few
した
enough left from our age.
全世
There's
代に
no
生き
one
残
for
り
me
も
to
わずかし
hate.
かいま悔しいだけです
Only regret. The more memories I
取り戻す
pick
思い
up,
出
the
が
more
多くなれば
regret about
なる
my
ほど
past.
どうしていつも他人の言いなりで
Why was I always
どうしてい
obedient
つ
and
も優
hesitant?
柔不断
Why
で
did I leave all the decisions to others?
どうして
Why didn't I fight for my
思う
own
ままに
belief?
戦復帰たちとジョカさんが
When
文明
Fushi
の
knew
発
us
展を早
suggested
めようと
boosting
言い
the
出した
civilization
時
development, I
予
thought I
想外の
knew
変
it,
化が生まれると
I knew it might cause
悲劇 が
unpredictable
起こ
changes
る
or
か
even
もしれないと
disasters.
知りな
I
がら
didn't turn it down.
私
Why
た
are
ちは
we in
未
the
来を
area
予知で
from
きません
14? We
し
can't
か
predict
し
the future.
回
But we
避
can
は
take
できたは
precautions.
ず
They were my assistants. I could have rejected
私
their
をサポートす
suggestion,
る
and
のが
maybe
彼
there
女た
wouldn't
ち
be
の
so
仕
many
事
monsters.
そうでしょ
Seriously, why are we in the area? Or Ozzy's Law? Fight me! Hit me! Hop, hop, hop. This is inside of the the body of the beast that kills Fushi and Nua, I see. It was a big-ass beast. Back then, it was Nua who proposed to make up for her mistakes. I could have forced her to stay and wait for my return, but I didn't. The rampant Chiyu laid waste to half of the South Seas, and many lives were lost. There's an imaginary quantum space, and I guess that makes sense. I'm just like, I'm thinking about the, I'm thinking about the big swarm bug that eats us in Argenti's story quest. I still think the primordial whale in Fontaine is related to Ouroboros, the Veracity. I have very little proof, but it's the vibe. We live off of vibes. I don't get it. Whenever there's war, there's sacrifice. Why would I value the lives of strangers over my dear friend? Why didn't I put everything aside and rush to the South Seas to take out Chiyu as soon as possible? It was for the greater good. Nonsense. Who decided what the greater good was? Dr. May? Look around. What has the greater good brought us? I remember talking about someone regarding some symbols seen where the whale drops present in the Ouroboros splash art. I remember my big thing with it is the glass breaking effect it uses is the same effect that is the Star Rail battle system. Or like, you know, the starting a battle in it. Fuck, there was a bunch of stuff that I, at the time, had pointed out. I don't remember it at the moment, but I'm sure it would come to me if I look at all the arts and stuff that I've said. There was also some dialogue, I think, that made me think that. By the time I arrived, Chiyu was already sealed, and only some of his minions were left. Haha, yay! I made decisions that let my friends die. I'm not upset that the fights are easy, but man, they are easy. I also regret this deeply. Because you are me, and you can feel my pain. See, we can relate to each other. Come on, don't dwell on it. Looking back now, I've made more mistakes than I can possibly count. Is this the Kipchak Step? Yes, 500 years ago, the Shiksa Crusaders were here. The Fenhuang Down Shadow looked around. Don't bother. Look at the pricks are not here. They played no major part in this war anyway. That face is disgusting. You had some being on the stage without a guess. If you somehow died on that stage, let's quit the game. I thought they were one of the mistakes you talked about. Yeah, obviously, but they're part of the reason I am who I am. My memory is fading. Is Ling Shuang still around? It's been 500 years. Well, that's a pity. The kid was the real monster. You didn't tell Kevin about her, did you? He knows. Oh, that's why he felt so confident about his Project Stigma. Such a perfect example for him to follow. As far as I'm aware, this might be the only time they've ever used this Kipchak Step stage map. With how much they repeat stages, they've never used this again. I mean, I guess, like, when would you use this again? This is a real war. It's an actual hell on earth. The damage caused by Chiyu is nothing compared to the war between two powers. But if Shixel didn't use the... Well, human lives no longer matter in the war against Honkai. Doesn't make any sense. Was Dr. May's for humanity's well-being speech now? Was this a simple step in the development of civilization? It's nature's way. We fight against Honkai, blah blah blah. Whatever, you always know what to say. Yeah? You know what? This girl is the real culprit. She started it all. Colin Caslana. I spared her life and gave her some free tips before she returned to Europe, betrayed her church, and got executed. Her death kept Otto alive till now. He seized the throne, set Europe ablaze, and then came to mess up Shenzhou. Otto should take all the credit for the spread of Honkai in this age. He's responsible for much of our miseries. How did that spread the Honkai? Is it because he, like... I guess it could be because he developed humanity and that led the Honkai to get stronger? But, like, didn't the Honkai exist all over the world already? His transformation from a love-struck boy to a heartless crook all started on that day. If we killed Colin and the Otto protecting her on that day, everything would be different. I don't know that it would necessarily be better, though. Like, it's easy to blame Otto, but even in, like I said before, even in all his selfishness, even if the goal was always Colin and not to actually save anything, he's done a really good job protecting the world. He's just also kind of scummy about it. Even if you change the past, the present wouldn't necessarily be better. Okay, talking about the past, Shixel took the divine key from the moss and used them to wage a war. They even invaded Shenzhou and left a long trail of blood and fire in their wake. Why was it allowed to exist? The Crusaders should have been destroyed here, and the divine key should have been returned to us. Colin, I miss you. It's all your fault, Colin. Hua reached out her hand and crushed the Otto standing before Colin effortlessly. See, it's easy. Otto Shixel's possibly responsible for the first eruption, and the Babylon lab he built is responsible for the second eruption. I can't say on the first because I don't know enough for that. He's responsible for the second in the sense that Siren was there, and the experiments were what directly triggered her. And he definitely is doing things where he is trying to awaken Hershers. Like, I don't disagree with that. But, like, I think Siren probably would have awakened eventually regardless. The way she went about things would have been different without the way Otto was doing things, probably. But it's more for me, like... And I think this is part of, like, the intentional naivety of Hua, and Fu Hua is even saying the same thing, where it's like, Otto has done things that have led to certain consequences, but just because just removing him from history would not have necessarily stopped those consequences. A lot of them would have just happened in different ways. Otto is definitely, like, again, like, evil and responsible for a lot of the things happening. But he's not the overall problem. He's responsible for the way things happened, not necessarily what is happening. Plus, definitely remember the events in a way that paints Otto as ultimately responsible for the sake of our argument. Oh, absolutely. That's basically what I'm saying. Colin was next. Like a candle in a storm, her fire of life went extinguished in a wink. Stop. Come on, you know these are all fake. my fantasy land and I can do whatever the hell I want.
私が作るまだわからないので
You
すか
still don't understand?
自分のしたこ
To
と
all
を見て
this.
何をわかるというんです
Understand what? Boss sneered at the shadow.
自分がどんな
I
力を
understand how
持って
much
いる
power I have and
ど
what
んな責任を
responsibilities
背負って
rest
い
on
るか
my
は分かってるんで
shoulders.
す
He is, especially for people that have lived as long as him or longer, Otto is a very easy target to make for all of the bad in the world because of how much influence he has had over the how. Absolutely. He's just an easy scapegoat because of how much he's been doing and in the ways he's been doing it. But yeah, like the Siren awakening in the way that he did, or the way that she did, was because of Otto. But the second Hersher erupting was always going to happen. It just is a matter of how it happened, because the Honkai is still here. And until you get rid of the Honkai, the Hersher are going to keep appearing.
どうするべきかも分かってるんです
More importantly, I understand how to make it all happen.
メイ博士
Without Dr. May, Otto, heaven, or his world
ガン
serpent,
ドには足りませ
I,
ん
through what, will deliver humanity from Honkai once and
自
for
分のや
all.
り方でいいえ
No, I
そう
can't allow
させ
that.
ません
I mean, you can't allow that. If she can do that, that's probably a good thing.
興ざめです
You're so good at ruining my mood. The last action hero. No, Dr. Ver is so much better than everyone here. He is the true god, the true hero we need. God, I love Dr. Ver. I love Symphogear so much.
まだ気づかないのですか
You see,
あなたは
You're
あな
not
た
who
が
you
公
think
言した
you
よう
are.
な人間ではまたですか
oh, here we go again. Not to break it to you, but you are
こ
just
ん
a
なこと
tiny,
は口に
puny
したくあ
feather.
りません
Stop
が
lying to yourself.
あなたはいいですか
Listen,
あ
this
なた
body
はこ
doesn't
の
belong
体
to
の
you.
持ち主ではあ
You're
りません
different, and there are a lot of things
あ
that do
な
not
た
add
と彼
up.
女は全く違う
Fuwa's voice
説
actor
明
is
につかない
Kanade.
疑問点がたくさんある
That's really funny, actually. I think it would be funnier if it was Kiana, but no, it being Fuhua is really funny.
よく考えてください
Think carefully.
都政の
Ben
羽は
Huang
壊
Down
れ
was
ました
destroyed, and you only have a few
数
plumes.
枚の羽
Why
の
are you
分身
able
し
to
か
create
持っていない
illusions?
あなたは私と都政
Ben
の羽
Huang
は
Down
生
was with
活
me
を
for so
共に
long
して
that it
いました
became muscle memory.
いいえ
No, it requires
そ
more
れ
to
だ
build
とこれほど
illusions as
強い
strong.
力もういい
Enough.
ようやく気づきましたね
You finally found out.
何に
Not what?
何も
Nothing.
気づいて
You're
ま
just
せ
a
んよ
feather, and you don't get to tell me who
あ
I
なたは
am.
あなたが目覚めたのは理由
A
がありま
soulless
す
body won't grow consciousness on its own and
魂
awaken
のな
like
い
you
体
did.
から黙って
Shut up!
あなたは崩壊と戦
You're
っ
not
ているわけ
fighting
ではありません
Honkai. You crippled the Shixel HQ and the World Serpent Base. You're enforcing Honkai's will.
あな
Yeah,
たが
no,
天命を
she
破壊した
she
のも
immediately went to go fight
のも
the two biggest threats to the Honkai.
どんな正当な理由で
No
自
matter
分
how
を
hard
欺
you
い
try
て
to justify your actions,
行動は
you
嘘をつ
brought
きま
only
せん
one thing: destruction.
なぜなら
Because you're a Hersher. Yeah, great. Two of these in a row,
おう
huh?
答えは簡単だ
This Sherlock fucking Holmes. Friendly reminder that in Marvel, Sherlock Holmes is actually Mystique. The answer's apparent, my friend.
犯人は君だ
London's most famous detective tapped his long, slender fingers at the pipe. It is indeed Sherlock fucking Holmes. The night had yet to come, but the darkness already enveloped London. White mist walked... Look at it! What the fuck is this? White mist crossed the streets like ghosts, spreading to the din of crowd. Why did it finish that one? What the fuck? spreading the din of the crowd, the clatter of hooves, and the sound of... No, shut up. No, shut up. There's no way. They overlap? I saw it coming. I was like, there's not a chance. Anyone who thinks that they're bad at video game design, please just remember this is an official company. They had Genshin money at this point. Like, what is this? The clatter of hooves and the sound of coachmen urging their horses. Occasionally, passerbys holding gas lamps hurriedly brushed past the detective and his assistant. Noticed that whenever a stranger came near him, his assistant would move. Oh, God. Their best is bad. Holmes noticed that whenever a stage came near him, his assistant would move tactfully and inconspicuously to shield him from them. Oh my God, Fu Holmes Watson. Is this a habit you developed on the battlefield? He asked. What do you mean? On that topic, I do think HA3 has always been self-sufficient. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't actually take funds from the other games that it shows. I mean, to a degree, I'm sure all of the money from the company like goes to all of their games, like whatever the funding they need is. There's just allocated budget to each game based on the needs and scale of the game. But like, I just think about that. They had Genshin money at this point. And this is what came of it? Come on. Your paces, said Holmes, waving his pipe dramatically. All your strides are the same length, 3.5 times the length of your foot, which indicates that you've taken strict military training. Your heels always land. Your heels always land first, cautiously and soundlessly. So I presume you might have formed this habit during those covert operations that you used to perform. You guessed wrong, Holmes. Holmes laughed. This is normally for deduction, my friend. I mean, sometimes it brings the truth, but sometimes it's just a joke. Seriously though, he continued, what part of my deduction is wrong? I don't think HA3's budget ever significantly increased since it hasn't ever shown significant growth with retention. Honestly, retention for a game this long is pretty impressive. Even if you're, like, losing only, like, 1% a year, that's really good. Fall off after, like, this long of a game is very common. The fact that Granblue retains growth is incredible. I don't know about the, I don't know about FGO's, user numbers. You're a keen observer, said Watson, but you're terrible at seeing through lies. That's true, Holmes said gloomily. Deduction is based on the truth, and mendacity is its most evil enemy. Which makes you my perfect partner, my dear Watson. Watson stopped and sighed indifferently. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, Holmes. He said frankly, as your assistant, I only accompany you. Listen to your deductions and help you catch criminals trying to escape or resist. Ha! Holmes took a puff on his pipe gracefully. I have something to confess. Would you like to hear about it? Sure. I cheated, Holmes said lightly. Cheated? I meant about the cases. He waved a hand impatiently. I've been cheating recently. I'm a case-solving fanatic. I really hate this, but I have no choice. As you said, I'm a keen observer, and my brain works well, which makes me unable to ignore some obvious facts. Could you be a little more specific? I'm still lost, said Watson. Holmes halted, gazing at his new friend from the far east,
俺には
with sincerity and shyness in his eyes. I knew who the murderer is.
あなたはいつ
いや
You can
推
always
理す
deduce
る
the
前
truth.
あるいは
No, I met
全
you
く手が
before
かりがない
deducing
状況でも
when I didn't have a
俺には
clue,
これは面白くない
which
し
is no fun at
がっ
all,
かりする
even
話だ
frustrating.
最初から
Progress
答
of
えが分かってい
solving
る
a
謎
puzzle
と
will
ほど
become
つまらな
tedious
い
when
も
you
のは
know
ない
the answer in
普
advance.
通とも言える
One might even say, oh my god. One might even say it's sheer torture.
だが
But the
一
most
番苦痛
torturous
なのは
part
未
is,
解
said
決の
Holmes,
謎だ
the unsolved
教
mystery.
えてくれ
Tell me, my dear Watson, why would you
な
always
ぜ
know
君
who the
はいつ
real
も
murderer
真犯
is?
人が分かるんだい
Because you're the murderer. There was a moment of
知ってい
silence.
たのですね。
So you knew.
事件を2つ解決した
After
後
two
に最初は
cases,
ただの
yes,
偶
Holmes
然かと
admitted.
思っていた
At first, I thought it was just a coincidence.
毎回どの事件
When
で
you
もそ
looked
の
at the
ような
real
行動を
murderer,
取
your
られていて
breathing
は
became fast and
疑
look in
わ
your
ない
eyes
方が
changed.
難しいよ
And I noticed it happened in every case, so I became
そ
suspicious.
して俺はこれ
Later
を
on,
ゲ
I
ーム
tried
だ
to
と
see
思う
it
こ
as a
とにした
game, in which I
俺
tested
の
my
推理と
deduction
君
could
の
be
直感
consistent
が
with
一
your
致するかどう
intuition.
その結果は
And the
嬉しい
results
よ
were
うな
both
悲しい
exciting
よ
and
うなものだった
frustrating.
さ
I have to admit,
俺は認めざ
this
るを得なか
smart
った
Easterner has some sort of
こ
power
の賢い東洋人は一
to
目でそ
figure
のもの
out
の
if
潔白
someone
が
is
分か
innocent
る
with
不
only
思
a
議な
glance.
力
申し訳ありません、ホームズさん。
I'm sorry, Holmes, said
我
Watson.
慢できなかったの
I
で
can't
す。
help it. I always
も
make.
し何
I
か
was
の
worried
手
that
違
if
い
we
で
make
真犯
mistakes,
人を逃がしてし
we'll
ま
let
った
the real
らと思
murderer
うと
go unpunished.
本当に申し訳ござい
I'm
ませ
really
ん。
sorry. I understand that
あ
to
な
you
たが
solving
推
cases
理を
is
人
an
生
infinite
の
source of
楽しみ
joy.
にしていること
The
を知っ
last
ていま
thing I
した
wish is to deprive you of this joy.
楽しみを奪わないためにも
That's
黙
why
っ
I
てい
didn't
たの
tell
です
you.
はあ
Alas,
そんなに
Holmes
自
said
分を責め
jokingly.
るな
Don't be too hard on yourself, my friend. My keen observation should take half of the
こ
blame.
のようなことはもうないと
I
約束しま
promise I
す。
won't do it again, said
い
Watson.
や
You
そ
don't
こ
have
ま
to
で
do
する
that.
必要はないよ
Holmes
個人の楽しみよりも
The
真
truth
実
has
の方
always
が
comes
大切
before
だ
my personal
じゃない
pleasure.
と
Otherwise, it
俺も
would be no
悪人と同
different
じだ
from
た
the
だ
evil.
その直感を
But
発
can you
動さ
use
せる
your
タイミン
intuition
グ
a
を
little bit
少し
later?
遅らせてくれな
I
いか
mean,
な
after I give my
例えば
deductions, you can
俺
tell
の
me if
推
they're
理が間
wrong.
違っ
あなたの推理に間違いはあ
Your
りませ
deductions
ん。
have always been correct. Yeah, but that's confirmation
何
bias.
事にも絶対はないよ
Can't afford to take the risk. Holmes shrugged.
人ならば
Everyone
一度や
makes
二度は間
mistakes.
違えること
それではあなたの
But
評
it will
判は
ruin your reputation.
おいワトソン
Oh, my dear Watson, Holmes
俺の
cried
評
out.
判
My
そん
reputation
なの
is the least
こ
to
の世
worry
で
about.
最もどうでもいいことだ
I
よ
don't care about it at
それなら
all.
わかりました
やっぱり君は信頼できる
I knew I could count on you, the detective
君
said
と俺なら
cheerfully.
ロン
You
ドン
and I
犯
will
罪
be
界
the
隈の
worst
悪夢に
nightmare
な
of
れ
all
るよ
criminals in
ど
London.
んな
We'll
謎
solve
も
all
俺
the
たちからは
riddles
逃れられない
out there.
よし早くベイカー
All
スト
right,
リート
time
に
to go
戻ろ
back to
う
Baker
霧
Street.
がどんどん
The
濃くなってい
fog's
く
getting thicker.
俺を信じてくれ友よ俺にはもう
Trust me,
大
my
筋が
friend.
見
I
えてい
already
る
discovered some vital
数ヶ
clues.
月もすれば
Within a few
君たち
months,
の司
I'll
教が
catch
欲し
the
がってい
one
る
your
モリアーテ
overseer is
ィを捕まえ
after.
られるさ
Moriarty. Okay. So, as someone who has legitimately read Sherlock Holmes stuff and really likes Sherlock Holmes, I hate the level of which Moriarty is bound to Holmes. He is in like 2 stories of Sherlock Holmes. Like, one of them is the most famous of them, but still. Like, adaptations would make you think that Moriarty is in like every Sherlock Holmes story. He's not. He's in very few. Pour flour in the basin, crack an egg slowly, add water, and knead the mixture. The girl was meticulously performing this procedure. Kneading dough is skilled work. Some might say it requires the spirit of craftsmanship. I double-checked who Moriarty was in the Honkai series, and this series is so funny. Is there, like, a spoiler to that? Would I find out later? Because otherwise, tell me. I like that in the Sherlock Holmes games, he's not been at all present in the ones I played. Good, because again, like, Sherlock Holmes, he's not this overarching villain, he just comes up once or twice. And then they fall off a waterfall together. In the girl's hands, the flour dispersed and then converged. Gradually, the ingredients seemed to have become alive. They kept gathering and adjusting, and eventually formed a smooth and elastic mass. Okay, we do get told? Okay. Then I guess I will find out later. Then she rolled the dough, cut it up, and stretched the shred. And stretched the shreds. Prepared some dough to make wontons and boiled them in Christ. Them in soup, stewed with halibut and river shrimps. Which was how she made 2 bowls of delicious wonton noodles. The girl always felt that, if Mount Taishu wasn't this remote, anyone who lived nearby would have been attracted by the appetizing aroma of her wonton noodles. He picked up a little pile of food with wooden chopsticks, blew it cool, and took a bite of the noodles and a wonton. Mmm, yum! The girl exclaimed with satisfaction. Cheng Li Shu, which was the girl's name. It was her birthday. Every year on her birthday, she would make herself wonton noodles as a celebration. But she felt something was missing. The girl tried to recall her cooking. All required condiments had been added, and the strength she put in eating was just right. But something was missing. Her memory whispered in her brain. She quietly finished her own noodles, put the bowl and chopstick in the sink, and went out. Out for a walk. It sounds like Saucy learning to read for the first time. I mean, it's definitely them learning to type for the first time. The air in Mount Taishu was refreshing. The girl took a deep breath and began to practice blade mantra. When the mind melts into full repose, it reaches absolutely calm. Why is it small now? The Taishu blade mantra has 4 states. Absolutely calm, flawlessly clean, clear mirror, and grand void. The girl was already able to reach absolutely calm with ease. And now she was focusing on breaking through to reach flawlessly clean. It's fucking overlapping with itself. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. Flawlessly clean is when the mind freezes again. After reaching absolutely calm, one's all senses become keener. It's not even grammatically correct so much of the time. The girl could feel the growth of grass and chirps of the mountain birds. She could even hear the cloud soft breathing. This definitely was the B team, right? Like, the A team was doing the translation stuff for the actual chapters, and then they left this to the B team programmers. But something was missing. Oh, my fucking controller turned off again. Ripples emerged abruptly and cut the mirror-like surface on the girl's mind. She tried to soothe it. She told herself that the sky remained clear. And Mountain Taishu was verdant. Oh my god. Was verdant. It's not even. What the fuck? It's. Also, have you guys noticed that the effects change? Sometimes the letters, like, come from above. Other times they come from the side. And Mount Taishu was verdant as always. But just like her delectable wonton noodles, something was missing. Alas, the girl heaved a deep sigh. Shengmen Li Shu. which was the title of a story in the ancient book where the girl got her name. Young Shi and Yu Zhou went to visit Cheng Yi, the great philosopher, who was taking a rest when they arrived. They deferentially waited outside the door while snow started to fall. When Cheng Yi awoke, the ground was covered in 1 foot of snow. Ever since she knew the implication of her name, she began to hate it, and the destiny of this name tried to foretell endless wait. She felt she had always been waiting, like the 2 students in the story, while icy snowflakes fell down and accumulated, burying her heart deeper and deeper. Oh my god, it's getting worse! Her mind wandered away. I can't deal with it. The level of bad is insane. This is actually my favorite part of tonight, I think. Oh. I'm gonna go check, and they scrap these story things after the first chapter of the next story. I don't even hate these. Like, the stories themselves are really good. But, it's the way they are presented and come in. It's like, what is happening? They're just so jank. But they're needlessly jank is the thing. There have been segments like this before. I don't understand. When she came to her senses, it was almost nightfall. The thing that really gets me about it isn't even just that it's bad. And it's like, how bad it is. It's every sentence with a different effect for how it gets typed out. Birds have returned. Like, now it's coming down again. Birds have returned to their nests. Another day in Mount Taishu faded away, as always. She was no closer to flawlessly clean than yesterday, as always. So, like, it's just coming, it's fading in as it is right here, right? The girl returned. The other bowl of wonton noodles was still on the table. Untouched. Now they're like bold coming in. Okay, it's still coming. It's still just like popping in. She didn't know what she had been expecting, or why she was still expecting. Every year on her birthday, the other bowl of wonton noodles, and now they're coming from above. The wonton noodles would remind her of something. Oh, no, wait, changed mid-sentence this time. That she was never willing to admit. It changed twice mid-sentence, and there's not a space at the 2 points that it did. The one who had left would never come back. No, yeah, its presentation is terrible. It's so amateur. They're so jank, and yeah, there's no consistency. I wish it was just after commas. Like it's after just words sometimes. Hua lowered her head and seemed to ponder what these words meant. The real Fu Hua knew she was trying to escape. She was thinking hard of an idea to deny all the accusations. She needed to steer the conversation in her favor. Fu Hua kept waiting, expecting her to accept the truth and repent. Fu Hua saw something special in this Hersher. Cinema Hersher.
で
Her
も
test
私
was
の
over.
信念は崩壊と戦うこ
So
と
how many
そう
Honkai
で
be
しょ
so slain? I doubt Honkai would have been tolerate such an unfathomable, unfaithful disciple like me.
その力を持ちながらも
I don't know, we've had a few
そ
of
れ
them
に
now.
反抗の刃をこの世代の崩壊と律
Hershers
者
of
は
this age are different.
今までとは違い
Joyce,
ま
Wealth,
す
and Kiana are all Hershers fighting
前
against
例もあ
Honkai.
ります
What, May? What do you have
Joyce.
against? I guess actually she might not know
キア
that May is reawakened.
彼らは律者でありながら崩壊とそれなら
In that
私が
case,
律
does
者
it
であ
still
るか
matter
どう
if
か
I'm a
は関係な
Hersher,
いで
not
す
as long as I'm on humanity's
私
side?
が人類の味方でいればいいのでしょ
Not mentioning Bronya, I at least get in that Welt is like was the Hersher of reason, so using him as an example is one thing. But like May is the only Hersher of Thunder right now, so it's weird that she's not included in that. But yeah, right, she just doesn't know that she reawakened. Although even then, she still knows that May is the Hersher and was fighting for humanity. I think it's weird. I still think it's weird that May wasn't mentioned.
重要なのはあなたの考
What you
えでは
think
なく
doesn't matter,
行
but
動
what
に
you
あり
do
ます
does. You claim to fight for humanity,
私から見れば
but only Honkai benefits.
あなたは人類のために戦うと言いましたがあなたは崩壊に対抗
You
する
attacked
天
Shixo
命
in
と
the
ヨル
World
ムランド
Serpent,
を攻撃
the
しま
most
した
committed Honkai resistances in this
き
world.
っと機会が
AE might be next.
ネゲントロピー
I
は
won't
攻
attack
撃しない
AE, but I don't trust them.
信用
They've
していないから
Kiana,
です
Bronya, and May. All
そ
of
こ
them
に
are
は
Hershers
ハ
now.
イリスクな者たちもいますキアナブ
But
ローニャ
you
さん
know that Bronya
メイ
is
さ
a
んとゼーレ
Hersher.
さん
They also, but okay.
すでに3人が律者になっています
So you know that Bronya's a Hersher, but not that May is no longer with AE?
それを否定できます
Not to mention Teresa and Sela,
Teresa
who are also
さんとゼーレ
ideal
さん
Hersher
律者の
materials.
素体としての
I
資質
suspect
があ
it's
るで
all
し
part
ょ
of Otto's plan. This is
何も
interesting.
かもがオットーの計画の可能性があります
Sela, I kind of predicted. Teresa is really interesting here. I guess she is using a divine key. And I guess, do you have to have, like, Hersher affinity for that? Fuhua didn't know about May defecting because she was dormant and held by Kevin. No, yeah, I agree with that. But why would she know that Bronya is a Hersher? That happened, like, at a very similar time. Although, well, because she hasn't absorbed the Fenhuang down shard that was in Bronya to know that. And if you have enough information, recent information, Hua didn't fight Bronya. Not yet, anyway. Like, we saw that in the preview, but that hasn't happened in this yet. Hua woke up, left Shixel, fought the World Serpent, and then came here. The stuff in that preview hasn't happened yet.
私はオットーの駒にな
Probably
り
knows
た
about
くない
Bronya because Kiana was in contact with Rita during Arc
話がそれましたね。
City, which was concurrent with Bronya's awakening, but she doesn't have that Fenhuang down. Like, it has been very specific that she only has the memories that she absorbed of the Fenhuang downs that she got. But she doesn't have the Fenhuang downs that Bronya and the shards, I should say, that Bronya and Kiana had. Because they literally burned out. Oh, actually, though, no. She probably does have the Kiana one, because that's the one that Kevin had. Okay, that would make sense. Although I don't know that Kiana knew at that point that Bronya was a Hersher. But yeah, no, you're totally right. The one that Kevin had is because he fought that Fuhua as Kiana was escaping. That makes sense. I'll never be Otto's pawn again.
私を律者だと言いましたが
You accuse me of being a
その証拠には
Hersher,
何の
but
説
you've
得
no
力
hard
もありま
evidence,
せん
and you can't prove I'm a valid threat either.
むしろあなたに聞
Let
き
me
た
ask you
い
this. Why are you so sure
あ
you're
なたは
right?
絶対に正しいの。私の頭の中
You
の
say
声
I'm
が
possessed by
崩
the
壊
will
の
of
意識だという
Honkai,
の
but
に
look at you. You've no form, and your
あ
vessel
な
is
た
a
はもっ
Herrscher
と怪
core.
しいじゃん。私たちの中で
Between
崩
you and
壊側
me, I
につ
believe
く
you
裏
look
切
a
り
lot
者
more
がい
like a
るとした
traitor
ら
of humanity.
私は決してそ
No,
うなりま
I'm
せん。
not.
私も同じことが
No,
言えま
you.
す。そんな
Nuh-uh.
セリフに何の意味があるん
Well,
です
I can say the same, but what's the point? She suddenly picked up her pitch and tried to act
ほ
friendly.
ら、
Look,
ここには
we're all
私たち
alone
二人だ
here,
け。
and I could easily
私
erase
は
you from
簡単に
existence,
あ
but
な
I
たを壊
didn't.
せます。
Why?
しかしあなたは友
Because
達だ
you're
から。
my friend. You're
あな
part
た
of
は
me,
も
and
う
I
一人
like
の
you.
私で。
I won't kill
私
you
はあな
simply
たのこ
because
と
you
が好きだか
offended
ら。
me. She looked to Fuhua with the same eagerness when a student expects praise from the teacher.
それは
It's only proof that you don't know
あ
who
な
you
たが
are,
自分、
Fuhua said in a soft but firm voice.
あなたが私を残
You
したのは
spared me, not because of your fondness.
あなたのことを肯
You
定
need
し、
someone else to
支
support and
える
appreciate you.
誰かが必
That's
要
all.
なだけで。もう
Ah, you're impossible.
あなたとは気が合い
I
ませ
can't
ん。
believe we're having this conversation.
あれ
Eh? Has Fuhua been here the whole time that Kiana and Bronya were here? I figured they got here
これ
after.
は
Kiana and
キアナとブローニャ
Bronya?
さん。彼女たちを巻き
Don't
込
get
む
them
のはやめなさい。
involved.
誰が巻き込むと言っ
Relax,
た
I
んで
just need a
す
small favor from them.
私たちがここで
The
争って
argument
も
we're having
意
is
味はありま
pointless.
せん。
We need someone else to decide who's right and who's the real
誰が
Fuhua.
本物の
This entire chapter is a flashback to
傍
before
観者
Kiana
なら
arrived.
はっき
Okay.
りとわ
I
か
thought it
るで
was
しょ
happening after. Because... I mean, I'm sure we will get an answer, but the question is, like, why didn't they interfere with anything that Kiana and Bronya were doing? Because they were here for a few... No, right, never mind. They were... I totally forgot. The end of last chapter was the revelation that they were in a dream scenario the whole time. Right.
簡単です。
It will be settled soon. Walt pointed to the sky.
審判が来ました
Now
よ。
that we have 2 judges. Back to now. Now we get to see Fuhua get murdered. Well. Oh, never mind. Right, okay, this is just a cutscene from the end. Took you long enough. I don't have all day. It's really funny that it's the same stinger. Alright, we're gonna keep going. We are gonna go into 22, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So I will be right back. All right, we are back. I mean, listen, Hope, if you gotta go to sleep, you gotta go to sleep, but... so this should be about an hour on autoplay, so 3 hours to go. I mean, you know what, with how I go on stuff, maybe. It is, like, it's like 5 to 6 chapters, or, like, segments shorter, though. And there's none of the, there's none of the side readings. I don't want to go to sleep, but I should, but don't want to. I mean, listen, then don't. Sleep is for the weak. No one foresaw the 8th Hersher's birth. Healthy, strong, and with great Honkai energy adaptivity. This is a perfect body. So, okay, this is the 8th Hersher. What was... Anna was the 5th. But it was, Owl that was the skip, right? What number was Owl? Okay, so if she's the 8th, that's so we have 2 skips now. Owl was the 9th. Okay. So here we're still missing 5, 6, and no, we're still missing 6 and 7. Right? Reason 1, Void 2, Thunder 3, Ice. The Wind 4. Well, those 2 might be switched, but yeah. And then 5 was Ice. So yeah, 6 and 7 for a good reason. Oh, I'm very interested to find out. I would expect those to be Fire and Death, 6 and 7, because the fake cores that Siren had were Wind, Ice, Fire, Death, and Thunder. Death is 6 and Fire is 7. That makes sense. Well, so Fire theoretically would have been Himiko, and she's dead. I'm sure that doesn't stop it from manifesting, but... And Death, like... Death feels like it would be Sela, but I don't know that for sure. My initial assumption going in was that everyone was going to become a Hersher. Then I had the thought that, oh, maybe they're not all going to be Hershers, but then they said, no, Sela and Teresa might become Hershers. So now I'm like, The best part of the body was soulless. The original owner left the shell behind for Honkai to nest in. It never occurred to the desperate Fuhua, the conceited Otto, or Kevin, who still had a soft spot for his old friend. Ironically, it was the most devoted fighters of Honkai that played major roles in the birth of the 8th Hersher. That's interesting that Otto didn't even realize that it wasn't Fuhua in there. Well, this is interesting. I wonder which one of them I'm going to play as actively. Took you long enough. I'm out of patience.
記憶の数はそう多
Just a
くあり
few
ませ
memory
んし、
fragments, and I even
案
arranged a
内
guide
人を
for
わざ
you.
わざ手
Why
配
did
し
it
たの
take
に
this long
ど
for
うし
you?
ておや
Got
驚いて
spooked.
ますすみません
Sorry,
サ
this
プラ
was
イズ
meant
で
as a
もと思いま
surprise.
し
Guess I
て
overdid it.
あなたは誰ですか？
Who are you? Juan noticed Kiana and Branya both took a
ど
step
う
back.
してみんなそう聞
I've
くん
been
でしょ
getting
う
that a
ね
lot lately. Too much,
私
actually.
はあなたたち
But
の
I'm
委
still
員長で
Fuhua.
すよ
It's not like I had a
同じ
plastic
姿じゃあり
surgery.
ませんかくそどいつもこいつ
Damn
も
it, everyone is giving me this BS.
確かにあんたは委員
You
長
look
そっ
like
くりだ
Fuhua,
けど
but you're different.
そんなの
Well, you're just not
結
used to the
局
new
は
me.
慣れの
I
問題
like
だ
that
よ
she said to Fuhua, I guess we'll have these guys judge and determine who's the real Fuhua. And immediately they're both like, no, you're not Fuhua. And she's like, well, shut up.
ほら
Come
彼
on.
女たちはあ
They'd
な
like,
たの方
they'd
が
like
い
to
いみ
speak
たい
with
で
you.
すし
He'll explain to
あな
them.
たから
Another
説明
with
してあげてくだ
another
さい
word more. Whoa. The illusion dissipated. Ah, Kiana and Bronya. How are you doing?
元気でしたか
委員長
Ah. An overwhelming pressure sealed her lips and forbade her to spit out another
余
word.
計なことは言わ
I
ない
said
ようにと
only
言ったでしょ
explanation and nothing more.
公
Play
平に
fair
競
and
うん
don't
で
try
す
to
から
cheat.
ほら私たちの
Just
正
tell
体
them
を
who
教え
I
てあげ
am.
ればいいんです私は
I'm the
平野と
Fenhuang
共に
down
いた
that once
あの
spoke to
都
you,
政の
and she
羽
is
で
the Fuhua killed by
彼
Otto.
女は微妙に違う気がしますけど
It's weird, but I guess this will
まあいい
do.
でしょ
With a finger snap, the Fenhuang down
委員
vanished.
長に何をしたの？
What did you do to Fuhua?
まったく
Hey, easy
何ですか？
now. I'm just giving her a short
少し
break.
休んでもらっただけで
ブローニャは
Bronya
あ
cannot
なた
trust
を
you.
信じません。
なぜです
But why?
あなたの企みには
Bronya
何
detects
か
ill
裏がある
intentions
と。
from you.
どうして偽り
Why
の
build
退
a
去山を作っ
simulated
たんですか？
Montai show? Why
どう
expose
して
us
ブ
to
ローニャた
Fuhua's
ちに
past memories?
委員長それに
And why
どうし
mislead
て
us
あのお
employing
姉
these
さんの
Shin
姿でブローニャたちを
Ling
騙したのです。
Shuang's false
こんな
image?
遠回し
You
な
could
こと
have
せず
approached us in
堂
person.
々と
一つ退去
First, the
山は偽
mountain is
り
no
ではあり
fake.
ま
I
せん
just modified it a bit to fit in my
あな
narrative.
たたちの意識
This
に
is
合
the
わせて
true Mount
少
Taishu.
し修正を加えただ2つ
Second, my
あなたた
intention
ち
is to
に
allow you to
私の
know
こ
me
とを理
better.
解してほしかった昔の私は無口
Before, I
で
kept everything to
他人に
myself
多
and
くを
never
語りま
spoke
せ
my
んでした
mind. But I've changed, and
そ
I'll
の
be
結
totally
果
honest with you.
過去の失敗
I'll show you my
過
past
ち
failures, mistakes, and pig-headedness.
全部あな
All
た
the
たちに見
things I
せるよ
did
うにしま
wrong,
すそうすれば
so that you
公
can
正な
arrive at
審
the
判を
correct
下してくれ
verdict.
審判。
Verdict.
そして3つ
Third, me stepping out from behind the curtain would simply ruin the whole
わかりませんか？
play, don't you think?
ちょうど私の
As
頭
it
の中に
happens,
封
the
印
poor
された
girl
人がい
sealed
ま
within
した
my head, and she's a full set
原
of
因は
memories
覚え
and
ていません
personality.
があなたは間違ってます
You shouldn't have done that. The Fenhuang down, said Hua softly in her head, but she paid
だ
no
から
heed.
使いました
Anyway, I made good use of her and gave her full autonomy. It's good acting only when you don't know you're acting.
でも
But why?
ブローニャたちをこ
You
のよう
played,
に
you
貶め
played
た
us
目的
for
は
what purpose?
貶める
Played? Hua seemed to take it as a huge
い
offense.
つ貶めました
Were you
か
hurt? Did I put you in
あなたたち
danger?
は傷つ
I
きまし
watched
た
you
か
every step of the way to
危
ensure
険な目
your
に遭いま
safety.
したかなのに
And in the end, you
あな
repaid
た
my
たちは
kindness
敵
with
意を
harsh
私に向け
accusation.
るんですね
Count and Bronya exchanged the suspicious looks, as Bronya does not move. Little did they know about the
惑
true
わされ
intent
な
of
い
this
でくだ
Fuhua.
さい、キアナ。
Don't be fooled, Kiana. She is not like she is just like us.
それに私た
And
ち
we're
は
taking back
委員長
Fuhua
を
from
取
her.
り返さないと。
Immediately. Oh.
え
Huh, you two want to fight
私
more.
と戦うつ
Also
もりでいい
immediately
でしょ
pegged that she's a Hersher.
拳で
Okay,
話し合
I
いま
guess
し
I
ょ
have no
う
choice but to persuade you with
軽く
fists.
手ほどきしてあげます
So okay, it is just the Hersher personality. I had a moment
位置につきました
I had a moment in this that I really thought for a second that this personality was somehow the energetic girl. Like that had manifested as a core or something early in Fuhua's life and just didn't actually manifest until now. But no, it is just a Hersher personality. It's like in Hua's heart, she has a memory for friends and wants to be their friend, but they treat her differently and it hurts her. Oh, absolutely. Much like I've said with the other Hershers, there is no intended malice in this Fuhua. She is just a person. But unlike the other Hersher people, like unlike with Kiana, well actually it's more like Kiana, but yeah. Unlike with Wendy, unlike with Siren, unlike with Joy / Welt, as far as I'm aware, this is a separate personality. It's like with May, where there was genuinely a separate Hersher personality in there. May's just ceded control to her immediately, whereas if there was literally nothing actually to fight when Hua was in this body. If Fuhua had been there as it developed, they would have had a level of conversation, they would have had a debate over control, but they couldn't have that. There was nothing even for this Hersher form to perceive as an opposition. So yeah, it had all these memories, it just assumed, oh, I'm Fuhua. And I do definitely believe at this point, they know that they're not Fuhua, but they're just like, they're really fighting against it. And yeah, she has memories of these being her friends, and she doesn't want them to not be her friends. I also like that it lied to me. It lied to me about who is in this chapter. Oh, you're an incomplete Hersher. I see, you suppress your power and only fight with the portion you can control. I do hope that Sentient stays around. Because I really do like her. So let's Yang pass the core on to you. Yeah, we said that earlier. His life is wretched enough and he chose you to succeed the ill fate. This core brings only misfortune to anyone who has ever touched it. But Anya, you should give it up. She's kicking my ass. And I think that's the point. 1.5 Hershers. I have to say I'm not impressed. Well, it's not your fault, I guess. I'm simply way stronger. No gap at all. It does not help that I have to read all this. And even use the feathers. Kiana, Bronya, check out your class monitor's true strengths. I'm all new now, from head to toe. Why can't I play as Reason? Try. Shh, it's me. Fuhua's voice suddenly sounded within their heads. She's now too psyched to notice me. Listen, Kiana and Bronya. She is a Hersher. That's what I suspected. You don't want to fight anymore. Good, I just wanted to talk. Then why are you still fighting me? He's possessed my body. Seems like my memories have confused her and made her believe she is me. I'm gonna fucking die. What are you doing? Kiana, you work out the solution with Fuhua. Bronya will stall her. Keep a distance of 20 or more from Hua. Hey, Bronya, what was that about distracting her? Protect Bunny, right on. To fight more? Kiana, you're not in. Go, Bunny, the Bunny cycle. Kiana is certainly the more sensible one. Never mind, I thought it over, and 2 judges might be too much. What if your 2 votes tied up? Not to mention we weren't exactly that close, Bronya. I'll let you race to your heart's content. The music going away is really weird. Huh. Well, I guess we're in the Mind Palace. She can do pretty much anything in this. Oh, now I'm Fuhua beating up Bronya? Oh, okay, or not. Cindy just genuinely believed they're Fuhua when she woke up, calling it by their name now. I mean, I predicted them being the Hersher, the mind, and then sentience. It was a term I'd heard before early on. So, yeah. And they've said to the Hersher. That's what we were all feeling when this came out. It would be a shame if this character is only for this arc. No, genuinely, she's an incredible character. I hope to see her stick around, but I have no idea if she wills. If she wills? If she will. We are at a point where I genuinely don't know any of the plot. That's been true for a while, but, like, nothing at this point. I guess other than I know that Otto dies at some point. Because Welts mentions it in Star Rail. In the eyes of Honkai, this Hersher is as perfect as she can possibly... I think he mentions it in Star Rail. I think that's how I know. But, man. However, as just Otto's oversight accidentally set Fuhua's body into Honkai's embrace, nuances make big difference. A new Honkai persona awakened within Fuhua's body. It was simple at the beginning, until Honkai forged its self-identity, which was then mixed with Fuhua's own memory. In every previous case of Hersher's, Honkai always managed to take control of the vessel, but Fuhua was different. This isn't totally true. Memories of millennia from Fuhua's past swept over like ocean tides, overwhelming the newly born Honkai persona. Without further external influence, Honkai gave in to the Fuhua identity and lost total control of the new body. I'm sad I didn't reach these chapters myself, but I started playing around when these were coming out, and since he's absolutely my personal favorite, I'll surely poke you to talk about her a little more once it's all over. I'm down. I'm just bad at responding to things. This has never happened before since Honkai came to be. I still don't fully agree with that. I mean, I think there was, well, I guess there was always another personality to fight against. But I still don't really agree with that. Design, I don't really like this battle suit, but I do really like this design for Kiana. I know I said it earlier in the stream, but I'm really mad that I'm excited for a Kiana XP for ZZZ. Listen, Kiana, Bronya won't hold long. We'll find out as soon as we're not able to keep her distracted. She has everything I had in my prime, and with her Hersher power, she's even more unstoppable. Sunbringer is, Lady Sunbringer is an incredible name, also. Without a sound strategy, we don't stand a chance against her. What should I do? You have to challenge her belief. Challenge her? You believe she is the one and only Fuhua. That's a core drive behind every move. But deep down, she is just an infant. There's still kindness and reason in her. Honkai is not fully taken over. When she realizes she's not who she believes she is, you'll panic and her Hersher power will fail her. That's her only weakness and our only chance. But we're not trying to destroy her. Remember, Kiana, don't push her into the abyss of Honkai. On the other side, Hersher of Reason used her mobility to keep the distance between her and Hua, but the cannon barrage caused very little trouble for Hua. God, this version of Bronya is so cool, though. Oh, help! Help, I'm stuck. It's over. Bronya knew. She stood no chance in Hua's illusion, but to create an opening for Fuhua. She did everything she could. It's not too late. What's too late? Her thoughts failed to escape Hua's grasp. Something is not right. Bronya. It took It took Hua only seconds to come to a rough idea of their plan. Like, sometimes the grammar just is not there.
頑固者め。
Actually, no, excuse me. This is totally right. It took only Hua seconds. Hua seconds is a unit of measurement, obviously. Hey, old timer.
そう邪険にし
You're
ない
not
でくだ
calling
さ
me
い。
that.
へえ、
Oh,
いたん
you're
です
still
ね。
around. That is actually... Again, like, she clearly knows that she's not Fu Hua, but she's just denying it constantly. Because why would she call her old timer if she's Fu Hua? And I mean, yeah, she's the new Hua, but still.
もちろんです。うっかりあなたのことを忘れ
I
てい
wasn't
ま
paying
した。
attention, and I thought you slipped
まさ
off.
か、
Maybe I'm overreacting. Fu Hua shook her head.
ずっとここにいたじゃないですか。ならいいです。
Oh, never mind then. With a wave of her hand, the illusion dispersed. Fu Hua knew
あり
Hua.
がとう、キアナ。
Thank you,
私の
Kiana,
こと
for
信
having
じ
faith in me.
気を失ってる。
She fell asleep.
油断したからさ。
I got too careless.
第
Wielding
一
the
列
first
車の
Persian's
力は
power is
そう
no
簡単
joke.
に制御で
She
き
done
るものじゃ
well
な
for
い。
any men before her.
あ
Let
の
her
男
rest
たちが
now.
どうなったか知ってるでしょ。あなたがいれば十
You're
分なん
all
だから。
I need.
簡単な話なんだ。
Because two Fuhuas and choose who you
私
deem
と
real.
彼女、
It's
お
simple. I'm
互い
having
の意
a
見が
teeny weeny
衝突しどっ
argument with
ち
her
が
and
本
let you
物の
decide.
負荷だと思
Who
う
do you think is the real Fuhua? I mean...
本物の委員長は
The real
律
Fuhua is
者に
held
抑
hostage
え
for the
込まれてる
Hersher. She can't really help me now. I'm not looking for help. Wait. I pushed her. Her model moved. Hold on. No, I can't do it again. Okay.
あれは委員長の
She's the
体
Hersher
を乗
that
っ取
stole
った
Fuhua's
律者。
body. But
ま
Honkai is
だ
not yet
崩壊
controlled
に
her.
操られてない
To save Fuhua, I need to make
委
her
員
doubt
長を
herself.
助けるに
直感で判断してみて。
Just follow your heart. What do you
この
think?
強
The
くて勇
stronger, more
敢で
sensible
理
one,
性のあ
or
る
the
負荷
pitiful
が本物。
antique within the feather?
私は
What do I do now?
どうして彼女を選ぶの？
You chose her. I feel like this is the wrong answer, but like, you know, it's the right
不公
answer.
平だと思う。
This isn't fair. Come on,
世
nothing
の
in this
中
world
公
is
平
ever
なことば
fair.
かりじゃない。
どちらが本物か
You
判
asked
断
me
し
to
て
reach
ほし
a
いって
verdict,
言われたけ
but
ど
I know nothing about you.
あんたのこと委員長の過去をた
You
く
showed me
さん見
Fuhua's
せて
past, but claim to be entirely different from the old you, which confuses me even
あん
more.
たの私が知ったの
All
は
I know is you set up a trap in this mountain and fooled me and Branya.
私とブローにそんな状況で
How in the world can you
公平な
expect me
判
to
断を
arrive
下
at
せるわ
at
け
a
ない
just verdict? Speechless, Hua stared at Fu Hua with her eyes wide open and soon redirected her gaze at
う
Kiana.
ん、
You don't say.
確かに言う
That's a
通り
good
だ。
point.
彼女を選ぶものだと
I
思っ
thought you'd
て
pick
た。
her. After
先
all,
入
you
観
chose
と
the
いうも
history
の
and
は
you can be
何
easily
よりも厄介
biased.
だし。キアナの言う通り、
It's my
これは
fault,
私が
Kiana.
悪
I
い。
should have introduced myself
先に
properly
自己紹
first.
少なくとも。
At least I should let you
私とあ
know
の頑
the
固者
differences
の違いを
between
知っ
me
て
and
も
that
らわな
old
いと。
timer. Bam, bam, bam. The Honkai persona sensed the brewing of a crisis. No, the crisis had reared its head long ago. In this era, the world had come to a better appreciation of what it means to be human. Emotions, desires, and instincts, things that defy the cold rationalism of previous era, now define humanity. The betrayal of the first Hersher. Actually, I want to take a second. This is a really interesting sentence. Because if we look at the people of the previous era that we know, obviously we're a little biased in that most of the ones we know were from a war-torn era where they're literally fighting for their survival. But Mei, Sakura, Kevin, and Fuhua all the people that we have seen from it are extremely stoic. Like, obviously they show emotion. We've seen Kevin expressing at least, you know, bits of love for May. We've seen we've seen the love that Sakura had for Rin, and we saw the hatred that came when the guards killed Rin, leading to the Hersher of corruption. But like they definitely are a lot more stoic and rational than a lot of the characters we've seen in the present, even like versions of them in the present. I don't know if that like is definitely true or if that's just like, although this is word of God, so I don't. But yeah, that's definitely interesting to chew on. The betrayal of the first Hersher. The current era is defined by its theme of love, something that will continue to come into even more focus. That's not a surprise to me. One, like, it's already very obvious with the character arcs of Stila and Branya, and then of May and Kiana, and Otto and Colin, like we were talking about before. And I know it comes a big part into Colin and to Yai. Technically a different kind of love, but the familial love was the whole reason that Himiko sacrificed herself to save Kiana. And Siegfried and Cecilia. No, that totally makes sense. They're definitely big motifs of a lot of the characters. I didn't even think of it in that way of like, oh, yeah, no, all those characters from the previous era were pretty stoic. Especially compared to the modern versions. Fight for all that is beautiful in the world. I really like that as the statement. Love is the central message of HI3. It's a story that is about love and will end with love. I really like that. That's good. And that makes sense, too, with, like, how character-focused it is. Because that's definitely not something you can do in Genshin, because Genshin is about the characters, but it is about the world. And then Star Rail is a mix of a lot of things. Love is the most beautiful things. It feels everything in the story. I'm down for it, honestly. The betrayal of the first Hersher, the awakening of the second Hersher, the third Hersher. Honkai has to stop this chain of events. Something has to be done against humanity's resistance. Hey, wake up. You've been asleep for too long. And so, within the subconscious of the new Hersher, a voice began to whisper. Who are you? Know that I'm your id. I'm the primordial and truest form of you. The voice answered. Try and remember, you are. Right, that was the first scene we saw in this segment. Or in this arc. That damn id. Damn you, id Granblue Fantasy. Why would you do this to us? The illusion spread out once more. This is back in chapter 9. Tesla, my beloved. This is... Yeah, it's when you just turned Hersher. To show you how much I've changed, there's no better way to let you relive the past yourself. See, the person who's corrupted by Otto and committed countless crimes for him. The reasons behind my obsession with Project Ember and the fact that he once saved me. But then again, is Project Ember really important? Letting humanity evolve without intervention can't be the worst. You build a boat when you run into water, and that's how humanity moves forward. Project Ember is just May's hubris. As for the life saving, I'm pretty sure I could have handled the situation myself just fine. Just speak your mind. Feel free to correct me. Kiana can be the judge. There's no point dwelling on the past. But you're nothing more than the past. What pointed to the her in the illusion? The old me would do all those biddings for future hope, victory, and other vacant words with no questions asked.
この道を歩けと言わ
Someone
れたら
says go this way, and I'll
考
just
える
do
こ
it.
とを明
I
示
leave all the
夫に丸
thinking,
投げ
the
した
thinking to May, to Otto.
でも思考を
But
放
giving
棄
up
する
that
というこ
respo-
とが
but
どう
giving
い
up
う意
thinking
味
only
かわ
means
かり
one
ます
thing: running away from your
それは責任から
responsibility.
逃げてるんです。
I won't run away again.
今回の復活をきっかけに
Ever since my
私
revival,
は
I
いろ
never
いろと
stopped
考え
thinking.
ました今の私は
If it was me, I'd never listened to a single word of the blonde boy.
リタ彼女は
Rita,
天
the
命の
loyal
忠実
Shixel servant girl. Can you believe it? In today's world, she does laundry and sweeping with her own hands.
今もその正体がわからない
She's such a big mystery to me. Does she truly have a mind of her own? Or is it a curse from Otto that he took away the ability to think from everyone in contact with him? Just thinking about this makes me furious. No, she's just genuinely a true believer.
位置につきました
Ah, this fight again. I took so long on this
敵に
fight
優しく
because I
する
did
こと
not
は自分
understand
の
what it
首
wanted
を
me to
絞め
do.
ること
To have mercy for your enemies is a cruelty to yourself. I couldn't see it before. And ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Rita's motivation and backstory are part of the Durando visual novel. Damn. I'm gonna have to read it now. Rita, my beloved, I'm sorry.
どう互いの
Oh,
差は
do you see
一
a
目
gap
瞭然
now?
でしょ
I don't see what this is supposed to prove.
委員長は
But
私たちを
Fufa,
守るた
she
めに
later stood up
それ
against
は変
Rita.
わり身が早いだけ
She
の
was
こと
riding the fence and
私は
struggling with her
違う
mind, but me,
私は
I
常に
always have a
周りの
clear
ことを
plan
考
before
え
I
て
take
それに
action.
過去
That's
の私に
actively
は
not
悪い癖
true.
がある
The past me has another problem: indecision. She caught you only to change her mind later and let you go. But I'm different. I have way more resolve.
何をするにしても
No matter what
私
I
は最後ま
do,
で
I
貫
always
く
follow through the end and never
本
regret.
当に
Really?
当然
Of
人は
course.
自分の選
There are
択に責任を
consequences
持
to
つ
everything we do. I won't repeat my past mistakes ever again.
あんた
Well,
はあの場
what would you have done back then?
何があったかは知ってる
You
んでし
knew
ょ
what went down at the time.
第二律者の意識が
The second... Siren, my beloved, please come back. I miss you every day. The second Herrscher had the better of
あ
me.
の時の私は
At that time, I was the single greatest threat to the
最
world.
大のあんただったら
What would
ど
you
う
have
対
done?
応したの
Hua fell silent. I would let her destroy the world. If it made her happy, I would let her destroy the world.
これ以上ない開始だ
Well done, Kiana.
この人の性格
If
な
she
ら
was put in this spot, I think she would...
ええ
If it was
私なら
me,
迷わずあなたを
I'd
殺
have
すで
killed
しょ
you right then and there.
もちろんあの時の
Of
私は
course, I
今
was a
よ
lot
りもずっ
weaker
と
than
弱かった
now. But the second Herrscher wasn't in her full form then. I'd still beat her with everything I got. I this whole time have like totally forgotten about the B move that I could be
責めないで
using.
ほしい
Kiana, don't blame me. Your awakening is a 1 in a million miracle. If it happens again, you won't be able to resist the Herrscher's mind control. We've seen the cost of having mercy for Herrschers. We couldn't afford
人
that.
類が律者の
You don't
力を
believe
制御
humans
でき
can
るよう
harness
に
the
な
power
る
of
とは思わ
Herrschers?
ないの
All Herrschers must be
律
taken
者
out?
になっ
I mean, Welt alone, like, stands as a, antithesis to that idea. Welt has legitimately, like, as far as I'm aware, never been corrupted. Bronya hasn't yet either, but, like, there's definitely time for her. But I don't really know that I believe that Wendy or Siren were ever actually corrupted, because they were already just hateful because of their circumstances.
愛で律者に勝つオットーもそう言って
None of the holders of the core of reason were ever corrupted.
けど私は信じないいや
The only reason, well, that's
信じないんじゃなくて
significantly true too. The only reason Kiana was corrupt in general is because of Siren. It's not the Herrscher personality. It's the personality of the person she's also a clone of. And I don't think that Siren was ever corrupted. I think it was the genuine extension of like her feelings and the things that went on. Like she was a kid with built up rage and resentment given unlimited power and a voice that told her, "Hey, you should do this." I don't think she was corrupted. I think she was just like, "Yeah, absolutely. Fuck this place. The things it did to me and my friends, it deserves to be destroyed." I don't think Wendy was corrupted. Wendy was in a time that it was like the writing wasn't good enough for me to really determine, but I don't know. Like Wendy seemed to be the natural progression of her character. Nothing seemed like a different personality. Well, I've been thinking this for a while, and especially with the because I think I talked about this in the I significantly talked about this in the May chapter, the Kiana May chapter. But the thing that really keyed me into something was the mention earlier that the people of this era are different, and like they're different from the rationalization, and that's all about love. And I feel like it's that emotion, that actual like humanness, that is what is causing them to be different in this era. Like that just makes sense to me. It is, you're having actual, because the Hersher personality that we've seen being May's the other May, right? It gave control back to May immediately because May's love for Kiana made her not want to hurt Kiana in the AE manga. When she was reawakening it in chapter 16, it immediately ceded power to her again because she was doing it for Kiana, for that love, for that human emotion. And it almost makes me think that the Hershers are actually not aspects of the Honkai. This part's where we get really crack theory, but not aspects of the Honkai, but actually like manifestations of true humanity. And the reason that the Hersher finality, or the final Hersher, I don't remember which was actually right. The finality is Aeon. I might be conflating this. The reason it destroyed the world before was not because it was doing stuff because of the Honkai, but because humanity was rejecting this core emotional aspect of them and what they should be, and it was like, well, we gotta try it over. I forgot Bronya's in that, but yeah, the literally the scene with Bronya, one, she's doing it for Sela, but it is the whole awakening scene where she's like dancing with the Project Bunny is symbolic of her like reaching out for Sela. And Siren's was all for the love of her friends that were dead, to the point that she re-manifested them and was going insane over losing Bella, the fake Bella that she'd made. I can't say enough about Joyce, but Welt has always had the love of his friends. You know, he's always had Tesla and Einstein at the very least with him, and Joyce. The thing that reawakened Anna was her love for Owl. Owl's awakening was over the love of Anna, and not like he stayed consistent the whole time because he was trying to protect her. Yeah, no, like this totally adds up to me that like the Hersher are very reactive to, if not love, like just positive emotions in general. Joyce is also, yeah, I'm sure, from what I've heard about Joyce, I'm sure. I just can't say because I haven't seen anything with him, really. I've read a little bit of the AE visual novel. Not enough for me to actually make any kind of analysis with him. And it's in like complete contrast, especially to Rin, the Hersher that we know the most about from the previous era, who didn't manifest until an intense hatred was brought to her. We even saw them say that the Himiko of the previous era, when Fuhua showed up, did not attack her. And I don't think there was love there, but there was definitely deep friendship. And friendship is just another form of love. Yeah, I think my going theory right now actually is that the Hersher are not actually Honkai, but are a manifestation of true humanity, and the previous era had just gone too far away from that. Because they're definitely receptive to these pure, positive human emotions, and that has to be a response to why things are different now. And I mean, your guys' reactions are also telling me I'm right. But just with the evidence I have, that is everything that's come together for me. Mei is the real core for this, because Mei is the only one that we've seen the Hersher personality beforehand. But I think also Fuhua understands this here, because she's saying not to reject Hua, not to we're not trying to kill her here. We're just trying to make her realize, hey, you're not Fuhua. I'm not sure what the results of that will be, but it'll be really interesting. But yeah, this is the only this is only the second Hersher personality we've really seen. Because Anna's wasn't even a Hersher personality, it was just kind of mindless. Defeating Hershers was love. Otto says it all the time. Fuck. I didn't even read this line. Defeating Hershers was love. Otto says it all the time. I don't buy it. No, it's more like... Hua bit her lips hard. I don't know. I don't know. If it was me, I'd have taken resolute action and wiped out the Hersher. I can't risk it. I won't risk it. Fuhua didn't speak to her in her head, but she felt encouraged. She did plant doubts in the Hersher's head. Alright, you'd have killed me, didn't I? After that... Hua pondered the question with a cruel smile creeping up her face. After that, I'd rip Otto apart. Why? Like, is it because of the stuff he did? Because this situation wouldn't have happened in the scenario she's describing, because she wouldn't have betrayed him. She made no effort to cover her murderous intent while gazing at the Shixel overseer. He's just a scumbag, a pawn in Dr. May's game. Okay, there's the motivation. Can't believe I let him play me like a fiddle all these years. He's just a clown. I think it's also really interesting how, despite having, and I touched on this a little bit, but it's really being apparent now, how despite having all of Fuhua's memories and seeing them and feeling that they are hers, she does not understand the actual emotions that Fuhua had at any point. She doesn't understand the reasoning that led Fuhua to decide to free Kiana. She doesn't understand the actual, like, empathy and emotion and care that Fuhua had for Otto. She doesn't understand why her students really did what they did before or after, you know, the assassination of her. And because she's missing this empathetical, like, piece of love where all the other Hershers were fed it, basically. Hua waved her hand forcibly, driving away some imaginary buzzing fly. Defying her will, the illusion of Otto didn't vanish. In the illusion's hand, the gold plume gave off a soft, warm glow.
そうか、
Oh,
そう
right.
だった。
He can simulate Fenhuang down
彼
too.
は都政の
Cast
金
the
の模造
void
品を作り出
archives.
せるんだった。私が作った
Damn it, I didn't create this illusory world just to be humiliated by the laughing clown. Hua grumbled and gritted her teeth with anger and frustration mixed
委
together.
員長がやったの。
Hua, was it you?
残された
My
力は
power
ビ
has
ビた
drained
るもの
away.
だから
That's the best I can do
私に
now.
できる
As Otto's illusion shattered, the Hersher's bitter grunt still went on. She is definitely, like... The denial is starting to not be enough. Kiana was shaking the Hersher's fundamental beliefs.
キアナ
Good job, Kiana.
うむ
In the plume, Fuhua thought so. She was so weak that a simple move like that almost exhausted her. She was now entirely at the mercy of the Hersher, like a newly born baby. It never occurred to the Hersher that dwindling feather should be attempting to take her down. It doesn't make sense. If she dies, the attached feather would vanish in a wink. The Hersher refused to entertain this possibility from the very beginning. You can see how devastating this is for her, especially since she really has nothing else to hold on to if she loses that any. No, exactly. This is... She woke up thinking she was Fuhua. And specifically, like, a big part of Fuhua being purge the Hersher. Purge the Honkai at all costs. And... Sentience woke up human, basically. And the idea that she would be a Hersher... Even if it's just the understanding of Hershers that Fuhua has, is ruinous to her. It's not even necessarily that she's not Fuhua. Because if it was actually that she was, you know, like the soul of the energetic girl, or the a random attempt at creating Colin's soul, or it's just something Otto did, right? She'd still be human. And I think that's a big part of it here. Whereas her being a Hersher is like the antithesis to everything that she thinks she is right now. And there's also adding the fact that, like, Fuhua has told her, like, you're Hersher, you're not me. But Fuhua hasn't actually shown any malice towards her at all. Fuhua has only, like, just tried to make her see the truth. And she's continuing this, and Kiana's now doing this too. And yeah, all of these aspects coming together, it just, like, it's crumbling her entire world view, basically. Her entire self. A self that has only been awake for, what, like a week? Yeah, no, exactly. Fuhua said the intent isn't to destroy her, it's just to make her realize who she is. Presumably to develop a true personality, rather than pretending to be something else. To actually be who she is. I really like both of the Huas. And that's the defining difference between her and the real Fuhua. This has to be the last time. Ready for a martyr's death, Fuhua felt a whiff of regret and shame when her life was about to end. Sorry. This is definitely the best arc. Like, chapter 20 was alone the best so far, but this arc's incredible. How about the Kiana? Isn't that enough? Hua almost shouted to her with a growing impatience. I've seen your tough side. You sound weird. But that's the fighter Fuhua. What about the everyday Fuhua, the same Freya student? Back in Arc City, she helped me get through the most difficult time. With a gentle and caring heart. At that time, she had lost her body and almost all her power, but she still did her best to help me. What would you have done if you were put in her shoes? I'd help you with everything I've got, of course. After I just said that I'd kill you in one hit. Hua replied without thinking. I gotta say, it's hard to picture myself without my body. I doubt something like this will ever happen again, now that I've come to such unrivaled power. I can recreate the scenario. I can recreate the scenario for you.
また出てき
You
ました
again?
か。
You just won't give me a
無
break,
視して
huh?
まあいいでしょう。
But alright, I guess it won't
力を貸し
hurt.
てあげます
You
が、
can have some of my
再現してみ
power
てく
for
ださい。
now. Please don't make me do stealth missions again.
ここは
Fuck. What is this place?
上条製薬。
Heliopolis,
ヨ
the
ルムン
world
ガンド
serpent's
の
front
隠れ蓑
company.
で私とキアナはとある
Kiana
情報を手
infiltrated
に
this
入れる
place
た
to
め、
intercept important
こ
intel.
こに潜入です。
Infiltrate? No one knows it better than me. With Fenhuang
都
down, I
市
can
の
go
羽
anywhere
の
like a
力を
ghost.
使えば誰にもさあキアナ
Come on,
やってみよ
Kiana. Let's try it to some random goon. Assassinate the patrol soldiers? Okay. What happened to Fenhuang down?
う。
Okay.
なんだこいつ、人間じ
Wait,
ゃ
this
ない。
guy's not human.
力が効かない。
My power doesn't work on it.
あんたのせいで気づ
He
かれた。
exposed us.
大したことない。
Doesn't matter. Just
全
kill
部
them
倒
all.
せばいい。潜入とはつまり
Kill
誰にも
everything
知ら
that
れない
breathes
こ
so
と
that。no one will know what you did.
こんな
That's
の
my
大
approach.
したことない。
Watch this. Yeah, that's
ヨルムン
such
ガ
a
ンドの雑魚と
such a
戦うのは
full-on
別
thing
に
to
初めて
do.
じゃない。
It'll be the first
ジャ
time
ッ
dealing
カ
with
ルとかいうや
Flood
つ
Seven
も
goons.
ここにいたんでしょ。
This experience involves a certain figure named Jackal, right? How about I summon her out for more
全
fun?
然相手になら
Ah,
ない。
you are no match for me. No, yeah, this is such a, like, it really is. It's such a child's view of things. Well, just kill them. That's what a true warrior would do. They're evil, so it doesn't matter. Which isn't fully wrong. But it's definitely not the way Fuhua would approach things. Even when Fuhua was in assassin mode, like, her desire was never to kill.
あの時
It
の
was
委員
just
長
like a
はか
requirement.
なり力が弱ってた。
ごめん。
She always hesitated, like she always had guilt over it.
弱いふりをす
She
るのは
didn't
苦
just
手
do
で。
it to do it.
弱者の気持ちが
You cannot sympathize with the weak and
あんたには理解で
helpless.
きないの。
This is what I was saying. Like even when she was like, the scene we saw with her in the East, in the past where she had to kill the wife that had become a zombie. She didn't do it because she wanted to. Even when she was like, no, let's just get it done. It was an attempt to, well, I have to do this so that this doesn't spread, so that more people don't die. She still felt empathy and sadness for the woman that it used to be, for the people that were left behind. You know, she was never just like, yeah, just kill him, it's fine. She almost wanted to do it quickly just to not linger on it because of how much she felt it. And that was like the peak of her stoicism. You cannot sympathize with the weak and helpless.
そういうわけじゃなく。
That's not accurate. You should say I'd never wished to become weak.
そもそも私は。
そういったところが
Perhaps that's the biggest
あんた
difference
と彼
between
女
you
の
two.
一番の違い。
Yeah,
そうだろうね。
exactly. The past me could have been strong if not for her weak people mentality. But I'm different.
邪魔者が誰であろ
I'll
う。
crush anyone in my way and have everything I want. If anything goes against my will, I will turn it around.
力を持ってるか
So
ら
you'd use your power to the fullest extent just because you can?
私の知ってる委員
That's
長
who
は
I know. Is a tough fighter with a gentle heart.
弱者の気持ちを理解できる兄弟。
だから私は彼
You
女じ
weren't
ゃないと言っ
listening.
たでし
I
ょ。
said they're not her. The question for you is which one of us is the better one. That is not what the question was. That is not what the question was. The question was, who is Fuhua?
あんたは不可じゃ
She's
ないっ
moving
て
the goalposts.
そう言いたいの。
You mean to say you're not Fuhua?
私は
Of course I am. And new and different.
私どうしてあなたたちが
Yeah,
過去
no,
に
she's
すがる
absolutely already lost.
私の何がい
She's
けない
already thinking
彼女が何かをな
that
した
she's different
何も
from
できてない
Fuhua.
何をしても失
Why
敗
are you all clinging onto the
失敗ばかりだっ
past?
た
Aren't I much better? What did she accomplish? Nothing but failures.
私なら成功するそれが
And
何だ
I
と
never fail. I killed Otto.
Otto
I beat
を殺せる。
Kevin. What's not to like about the new me? You did
どう
not
して
kill
新し
Otto.
い私を
He
受け入れ
came.
てくれ
He
な
had
いの
another body immediately. You did not beat Kevin. At best, you fought into a stalemate. He clearly wasn't using the full extent of the Judgment of Shamash. If he was, like, that whole place would have been burned to the ground.
それは
Maybe.
確かにあんたは委員
Yes,
長
you
よ
throw
りも
heavier
優秀で
punches than Fuha,
強くて
and nobody can stop
敵
you.
にだって過去の委員長よ
You
りも
might be a better
す
fighter,
ごいかもしれ
そうです
けど
hmm,
それは
but you're
私たちの委
definitely
員
not the
長じゃな
Fuha we
い
know.
相手を間違えて
You
るの
asked the wrong people. These two standing
Anta
before you
na
built
naman
deep
ni
bonds with the
Watashi wa-
Fuha you so despise.
あんたが彼女がどんな人
We
だろう
don't
が
care what
関
kind
係
of
ない
person Fuha should be.
どんな人になろうと
She's
も
the only
関係ない
Fuha that we know and love.
私たちの委員
She's
長
our
だけな
friend.
のあんたが彼女の存
You
在
can
に変
never
わること
replace
なん
her.
てないよ
それが答え
So that's your answer.
あなたは
You choose
彼女がいいの
her.
彼女を選ぶの私は不可じゃな
I'm
い
not Fuha, she is.
彼女こ
That's
そが
your
不可だ
answer. Hua began to shudder uncontrollably. She lifted up her frowning face, lips bleeding from hard biting. Instead of a Hersher, Kiana saw an aggrieved child. You're an idiot! She's literally going to cry. She's gonna piss her pants and cry. Idiot! Fool! Moron! You! She was burning with rage, and the next moment the fire went out. She threw a question with interrogative eyes.
最初から決まってたん
You
でし
made
ょ
up your mind at the very beginning, right?
私のことを
You
真
never
剣に
treated
考
my
え
question seriously. It
初め
wasn't
か
a
ら眼中に
choice.
なかった
Now she's pouting.
彼女だって
And
ずっ
she's
とあ
been
なたを
helping
助
you
け
the
て
whole time. You. Hua closed her eyes. Her clenched fist began to shiver violently.
真剣に考えて
This
た
is
のは私だけ
unfair. Now she's gonna throw a temper
な
tantrum.
いいでしょう
So you just want the
あなたの望む
old Fuhua back, right? Here you are.
返してあげ
A phoenix quill emerged out of thin air and hovered right before Kiana.
彼女がいいんでしょ
If it's her you want, take her. She's all yours now.
委員長
Fuhua. Kiana carefully cupped the quill. It was soft and weightless, but the familiar presence of Fuhua was unmistakable.
キアナ
The restrictions on me are gone now, Kiana.
ええ
Yeah, and kiss your pathetic life goodbye. I won't share an ounce of my power with you anymore. Just die. She reminds me so much of Siren. And the way Siren reacted to things.
そう死ね
Die. Every single one of you. Kiana tried to fuel some Honkai energy into the quill using the edge of Taishu, but the energy refused to go
私
in.
のために力
Don't
を
waste
使
your
わない
time on
で
me,
キアナ
Kiana. There are more
それは
important
もっ
things,
と大
tasks
き
at
な
hand.
競争
You should
無駄な
listen
こ
to
となん
her.
てしなくていい
Fenhuang down is not something you
都政
can
の
meddle
金
with.
はそうやわじゃないんだから
Now,
もう
there's
一
a
つ
way.
方法
Kiana said in a low but assured
方
voice.
法はもう一つあ
We will
る
take back your body, Fuhua.
キアナいけ
No,
ない
Kiana, she's too
あま
dangerous.
りにも危険だ
Without any hesitation, Kiana stood up and summoned her subspace lances.
そうかもね
Maybe, but I'm not
でも
losing
もう
anyone
誰
in
か
standing
が私
idle.
から離
愚か者が
Idiots.
どういうつもり
Are you two in a soap opera?
ドラマの
Makes me
主人
sick.
公にでもなったつもりあの頑固者はあな
Looks
た
like
に
the old
諦め
time I
るよう
didn't
に
tell
言
you
ったんでしょ
everything. Even if you beat me by some miracle, she'll still die.
この体は私
This
のもの
body
だ
belongs to me. Without her power, she can never claim this body, and without my body, she'll never recover.
わかる
You see,
勝ち目なんて
this is a
ない
dead end. Dead end. She's a goner for sure. Nevertheless, Kiana still clenched the lances.
愚か者
Idiot. The Hersher lowered her head.
いいでしょ
Well, if a duel is what you want, then a duel is what you get. Answering her voice, the whole world started to twist and turn into a massive vortex, and threads of light
う
flew
キ
out.
アナ
Kiana, old timer, since you won't see reason, expect no mercy from me.
友達には優しい
For
けど
friends I have loved, but for enemies, wrath is all I have.
これが完全な
Behold
る
the
正
true
義
form of Phoenix, the true form of Oha.
完全
Why do you look like Ningguang here? Alright, well, you don't really look like Ning Wang anymore. The true form of Senti. Then there she is. She also looks a lot more like Siren, like this. It's obviously not one-to-one, but... I've yet to taste defeat since my revival. Yo, this is sick. Shows sent. Oh, how do you compare yourselves to the likes of Otto, Kevin, and Durando? You never fought Durando. You don't stand a chance. Alright, I remember how to play Kiana. Her becoming just the head model and losing all of the hair is really funny and kind of creepy. He has 2 health bars. Radiate your Herrscher power. You called me a Herrscher, so you need to do your best to fight me. Ah, fuck. I think you've got a pair of keen eyes, do you? Well, can you find me? Find and defeat the Herrscher of Sentience's true form. Oh. Sure, it's me. Come on, we're nothing alike. Ow, ow. Help, help. Okay, Kiana, in all fairness, I'll fight your guns with a spear to give you some edge. Hand me your stupid edge. I wish it was easier to deplete the Herrscher gauge as this form. Watch out, I'm spicing things up a bit. Pay attention, you don't even recognize me. I don't. Oh, this one has a shadow. It's supposed to be puns and staff is a gun in Chinese. That makes sense. Ow. What now, Kiana? Is that all you got? I would like you to give me some help. Cool, none of those hit, yay. It's dark. Feeling desperate now. Well, you better help me quick, Fuhua. Thanks, Fuhua. Real helpful. Alright, well, there's gonna be a round 2. I should have died. It kept me at 1 HP. No, it definitely caps you. Like, I definitely should have died. I think there's a level of, like, safety mechanic there. Come on. Tap and hold the sprint button to sprint. Oh, this okay. This is cool. Well, I did not dodge that one, although I did. Tap attack to swing the lance. Okay. Dodge, beam, slap, spear. I just missed that entirely. Sprint can now last longer. Okay. I'm hitting dodge. What do you want from me? Okay, no, I just hold it. I see. I thought I was actually trying to dodge it. I feel like this would be cooler if it was like actually clearly not like rigged. there was very little tension there. Look at this huge says, look, they're super weak and braille. Oh, wait, was that a I went to look at that, I didn't realize it was a QT. Oh, okay. These are not well defined. And by defined, I mean easy to see. What the fuck button is that? Oh, right bumper. Fuck. I can see your weakness. Okay, I think I was supposed to lose that. That got really hard at the end. Yeah, I'm definitely throwing to let Senti win. You know what I mean? I guess I should, right? I want Siren back. I like Senti. Pro Hersher all the way. Can you finally see now, Kiana? I'm way stronger than you. Yeah, but it's not about strength. You're missing the whole point. You can't beat me. Never. Oh, she is back to full health. Think about it, this fight is pointless. It doesn't change anything. Fuck, I cannot dodge that. The world needs my power. It needs me. I don't know. We're not debating that. Okay, finally. God, I'm bad at this fight. Hold on. Hold on. No, never mind. Oh, no, yeah, it is just feeding me energy. You're destined to lose to me.
あなたが負けるのは当然のことなの。私がいるよ。キアナ。
Hold the
あなた
button.
が私に与えたダメージは瞬く間に回復する。
Great sword slashes can be deflected with subspace
あな
length.
たは
Okay.
どう？傷が増える一方でしょ。忠告するよキアナ。
What the fuck? Okay.
全文
そうだね。でもここは現実じゃない。あんたの意識
What,
空間
what
だ。
the
だから
fuck?
私に勝てる隙があるとでも？寝言は寝てから言いなさい。私が守る。
There we go. Okay. It definitely gave me more health here. I'm literally trying to do it.
諦めてない。
Yeah, no, this sure is a fight. There's mechanics in this it wants it to do, but I don't feel like the game like is like good at giving those mechanics to me. That peace bosses are cool, but you have to make like the mechanics around them to make them work. Not, you know, give a character that in doing the mechanic you want to do, if they do it too much, they get stun locked. They were feeding me the energy that it gave me the ult that resets it, but still. Me. Oh, it's animation time. No, put Kiana in the cool outfit. Don't put her in the... I mean, I do like her coat. I just don't like her punk suit. I can only provide limited support. We could use it with Kiana. It ends here. How could this happen? How could this be? Can't you two just do what I say? Oh, she's in a void form. Cousins. You insolent fools! Imbeciles! Why do you get in my way? Why do you help that clown out? She's yon-chinging. She's surfing on the sword. You're all losers! This is for us. Kiana. Harness your power. Recollect what I taught you. This is the origin of change. The impetus behind creation and cannot be restricted by forms. This is the edge of Taishu. Excellence. How could I lose to the likes of you? Fuhua was never a loser. Ah. Thank you, Kiana. Leave the Husher to me. The illusion is dissolving. You must return. We say goodbye. For the last time. Wait! Fuhua! There should be other ways! Perhaps. But this is my mission. Enough. Why is it always like this? Creating sacrifices for so-called victories. It's unacceptable. That is a parallel also to the previous era. Like, the problem with the previous era was they kept winning, but they were sacrificing everything to do it. I've endured too many betrayals and deceptions. I've never tricked you. Mishu can only accompany you for so long. Those who trusted me were harmed by me. I'm tougher than that. I'll shrug it off. No matter how hard I tried, I could not stop time. In the end, I'm still alone. I won't let you become alone. This is the first one. I'm actually like tearing up. This is the first one to get me. Like, I'm not gonna cry from it, but the eyes are moist. If the seal is broken, shed it. Then I'll wreck it good again. Wanna run away from me? Not a chance. This world is ever changing. I've grown accustomed to parting in despair. I've lost touch with time. I struggled in the Samsa of my mission. Fontaine is still my favorite Hoyo story. This is number 2. This is number 2. Everything changed here and now. Doesn't make sense.
なぜ私は負けたの
How the hell would I lose?
力も速度も
Speed, strength, or stamina. You two are no match for me.
私が律者
Just
だ
because I'm a hunter, I'm
失
fated
敗
to
する
lose.
のも運命なの気づいたんですね
You said it.
当然
Yeah. However, I
いく
fooled
ら自分
myself.
を騙そうと
When I
も
unleashed my full power,
力を全部使った
it was
時に
actually even earlier.
気づくべきでし
I
た
knew it from the get-go.
でも認めたくな
I
かっ
just
た
couldn't face it. I'm the Hershey sentient after
私
all.
は意識を操
Denial
る
is the
律者
easiest thing for me.
何かをたやすいはずだった
Easiest.
結局最後まで
It turns out
な
I
り
don't
たかっ
want to
た
be
人
me.
は私じゃない。
Instead, I wish to take out
倒
myself.
したい相手こ
I
そ
laugh
私
at
だった。
everyone, but the Joker is me.
この世界に公
There
平
is
な
no
んてない。
fairness in the world, right?
律者に生まれたのは
Coming to the world as a
あな
Hersher.
たのせいではありま
This
せん。
isn't your fault.
崩壊の意識はずっとあ
Honkai
な
have
た
been
の
lurking
心の
inside
中
you
で
all along,
あなた
trying
を
to
染めよ
corrupt
う
you
と
and
してい
take
まし
over.
た。
But you never gave in.
しかし私もそこにいたからわかるんです。
I've been there, so I know.
あなたが邪
You're
悪の
not
化
evil,
身。
not Honkai's
崩壊の
enforcer.
私はこの体を捨て、
I left this
あ
body
なたは
behind,
その中から
and
生
you
ま
were
れま
born
した。
from it. It belongs to
こ
you,
の体
but
はあ
I
なたの
cannot
も
hand
の
it
で
over
す
to
ね。
you. Not yet.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry,
私を
but I'm
必要
still
とする
needed,
者がまだいるん
and there
で
is
す。
still some unfinished business I
や
have
る
to
べき
attend
こと、
to.
あなたの精神は
You
もう
know,
ボロ
you're
ボロ
but
だ
a
ってこ
shadow
と
of
知
your
ってる
former
でしょ
self, right?
も
If
し
I
私
die,
が
you
死
won't
んだら、
breathe for long.
ええ、
I know.
崩壊の意
You
識
know
がまだ
Honkai
私
is
た
still
ちを見
watching
て
us,
いる
right?
ことも知ってますよ
Even if
ね。
you take back the body now.
今のあ
Can you
なたが
resist its
体の主
corruption?
導権を握ったとしても全力で抗ってみせま
I'll
す。
try. And I'd like your help.
ありえない。
No way!
力を貸して
You
ほ
want
しい。
my help? Is your brain broken too? Oh, I forgot. You don't even have one right now.
私は負け
You
た。
won and I lost.
あ
You're
な
the
たこ
one
そ
and
が
only
不可。
Fupa.
私
And
は
I'm
誰
just
で
a
もない。
mistake.
もう二度と会うことはあ
Goodbye,
り
and
ま
you'll
せ
never
ん。
see
さ
me
ような
again.
ら。どこに行くんですか。
Where are you going?
あなたには関係
None
な
of
い
your
でしょ。
business.
私
I'll
はど
go
こに
anywhere
行こう
I
が
please.
私の
I'm
自由
the
です。
Herger of Sentience. Better for you to avoid me anyway.
私はありがとう。
Thank you.
あなたのためじゃありませ
No,
ん。
this isn't for you,
何か
old
したいなら
timer.
すればいい。
Don't flatter yourself.
私とあなたはもう
There's nothing
何の
between
関
us
係もない。
anymore.
じゃあね。
Goodbye.
体がなければ崩壊の侵食はま
Without
す
the
ます苛
body,
烈を極
Honkai
めますよ。
corruption would be even more dangerous to you.
全力で対
I'll
抗し
fight
ま
it
す。
to my last breath.
たとえ
Even
負
if I
けた
lose
とし
in
て
the
も
end, I know someone stronger
私
will
に勝てる
continue
人
the
がいる
fight.
と。それじゃ
She's going to her room and pouting. Her room is the same body. Well. That is absolutely she'll be back. When did you change clothes? I know it's obviously because that's the fuhua they know, but oh my god, no, yeah, oh no, I didn't. Hold on, I didn't actually want to go. You know what? Preview. What does one person mean to the whole world? This was the last thought I had before descending into darkness. Fucking stop. Shoot, I fell asleep again. Did the professor take roll call?
取ってなかったけど、何度もお
Oh,
前を
but he
睨ん
glared
で
at
た
you a
よ
few。times. Oh no. Is he gonna flunk me?
教
Come
授の
on.
採点って厳
This,
しい
this
ことが
professor
有
is
名
super
だから
strict, which is why this
こ
class
の
is
講義
only
を
half
取ってる
full.
人って
If
少
he
ないんだよ
remembers you,
ね。
you're probably
もし
screwed.
顔を覚えられた
Darn
ら
it. I wouldn't have
テスト以
taken
外の
this
点
course
数
if the other
ゼロ点
courses
か
weren't
も
all full. Oh, but
今日
why
も
did you still
お
take
前
this
と
course
同
if
じ
you
理
knew
由
it's
で講
painful?
義を選択
I'm
した
here
ら
to retake
赤
it.
点に
I
なって
failed
再
last
履
year.
修中
If I
だ
fail
よ。
again, I'll have to
今
delay
年
my
は赤点だって
graduation.
留年だね。もう
Can I
8週
still
目だ
drop
ぞ。
this class now?
諦めろ。
Nope. It's already the 8th week.
友達と
Well,
約束
I
があ
gotta
るん
meet
だ
my
った。
friend for lunch.
先に行く
See
よ。
ya. Wakey wakey, it's time for school. All the other students left too. I was the only one in the enormous classroom. Ugh. Never mind. The dust in the air, the messy writing on the blackboard, and the garbage on the floor. It's doing it again! Everything in sight was obnoxious. The glare of the sun slanted through the window, dancing to the desk, and forming into a hideous smile. It did not go away! I felt sick, so I left the classroom almost running. My name is John Doe, a plain name in this country. For my 20 years of life, every day was a bland copy and paste of the previous one. An average high school, average grades, and then an average college. I don't even like my major, and there's nothing worth waiting in line for in the cafeteria. I bet all my classmates will forget me soon after we graduate. An average boy with an uneventful life. This is my entire story.
今日は早いな。
Oof. You're back early. My roommate was playing a video game and didn't even cast a glance at me. His computer screen suggested he was in a fierce battle. I don't have a shift today. I put down a paper bag. The food in the bag had already gone cold. Ugh, what a day. I waited in line in the cafeteria for ages. And when it was finally my turn, the food I wanted was sold out. So I went outside the campus and tried to have a nice meal, but every restaurant was filled. So I got some takeout, but it's already cold. Ugh. This scene really sets the miserable tone for this whole arc. Yeah!
大変だったな。
Yeah, it's a bummer. His eyes never left the screen. Not even gonna pretend that he cared. I already got used to this. It's the same. It's the same as those readables. The people here only cared about themselves, including me. I picked up my phone, but I didn't really know what I wanted to do with it. Just kept tapping the screen. Due to the unexplained disaster, the qualifiers originally scheduled to start today will be postponed. I turned off the live news fretfully and tossed my phone aside. Unexplained disaster again. How many unexplained disasters have happened this year? Shenzhou, Far East, and that something island. Coral Island? Oh yeah, so okay, I thought this might be the previous era, but this is current year. Oh yeah, every time something weird happened, they just announced it was an unexplained disaster, but they never followed up. What's wrong with this world? No idea. What do I care? This place is far away from us anyway. I read online that some unexplained disasters occurred in Eastern Europe more than 10 years ago. That time, tens of millions of people died worldwide. The info was suppressed. In a very current year of 2017. Really? Tens of millions? Jeez, we're probably next then. My roommate carelessly echoed my words without turning to look at me. Probably. There's nothing we can do about it. For ordinary people like us, our lives ending will mean nothing more than a death toll rise. Whoa, what did I just say? That's pretty badass. Was it? Is that what you think badass is? Well, maybe the world is doomed the next minute. We'll all be dead. Fine by me. But at least let me finish this round first. Our short conversation ended, and we went back to our own bubbles. The crows outside the window were noisy as always. The sunlight was blinding as always. The as always getting bigger here, I think this time is actually intentional. And the clock on the wall ticked time away, as always. When I realized it, I was playing on my phone again. A strike took place somewhere else. Next page. My application to use the lab got declined. Next page. Some annoying ads again. Next page. People arguing over some stupid question on the internet. Next page. Next page. Next page. Nothing changed. Another uneventful day, just like yesterday. And tomorrow would be uneventful too, just like today. Is tomorrow really going to be another day? Wouldn't be any different. Anyway, I got morning shift tomorrow. I should go to sleep now. I closed my eyes. Then came the boundless darkness. The whole world became lightless. I am pretty sure I saw Evil Sela on the preview, so I think it is time for Hersher of Death Sela. But I opened my eyes, but could not see. I opened my mouth, but could not speak. There was only absolute stillness in the darkness. I could not make any sound, or any move, and I could not think anymore. I could no longer feel my existence. The surroundings seemed to be frozen, and the silence hurt my ears. The air was almost solid, and it was grabbing my throat and clutching my lungs, suffocating me. But the strange thing was, I could not feel any pain or the urge to struggle. I believed, without a shadow of a doubt, that this was the world's true form. They're overlapping each other again. In a world like this, it does not matter if one is alive or dead. Nothing matters. I crashed to the ground, panting heavily. Cough, cough, where am I? As soon as I raised my head, my breath was taken away by the sight before me. Enkanomiya. It was a colossal complex beyond comprehension. It crushed common knowledge. Broken corridors twisted into inconceivable shapes as they stretched forward. Irregular stone pillars were caved with bizarre symbols. Deep down, the corridor stood an unrecognizably plain door. The grim castle exuded its overwhelming presence. The pointed stained glass window cast eerie shadows from inside, which faint and incoherent singing could be heard. However, the most eye-catching of all was the giant open stage floating amidst the void. Layers of stands surrounding the magnificent structure like petals. Is this a theater? Almost at the same time I blinked. Puppets of various shapes emerged everywhere. They slowly swarmed together. They slowly swarmed towards the theater with rigid steps. The puppets were entwined with countless transparent threads. The threads fell from the sky as if an invisible hand was controlling them. So I assume this is the Penacony parallel arc. Among the puppets, I suddenly spotted faces. My classmates, roommates, and even the professors. Like the other puppets, they plodded along with limp heads. Penacony parallels a bunch of arcs, I see. Hey, wait up, what's happening? I cried and tried to run to them, but something stopped me from taking the second step. I looked down at my feet, discovered that they too were tethered by a transparent thread. Oh, so this is how it is. I finally understood it all. I gurgled out piercing laughter. It was not my voice, but it did not matter anymore. It was over. Everything had ended. This world, and I, who am of little account, finally met our ends. The end. Yeah, okay. This is Evil
Gotta
Seal.
be more careful.
But yeah, no. Fontaine is still overall my favorite Hoyo story, but this is very easily second. This arc was incredible. I genuinely did not go in expecting, like, I know I've said that I didn't expect half of what I've gotten from HI3 in general. I really didn't expect that. It wasn't even that I was like gut punched emotionally. It was just the build up of it, the characterization of it, the way it went through the events. I'm kind of sad that Bronya got sidelined in it. But that's my only real complaint for it. Everything about this arc was absolutely incredible. Fuhua as a character has absolutely shot up on my favorites. Unfortunately, I am no longer a Kiana hater. It is how I will describe myself right now. I'm really starting to like Kiana. Which I'm not gonna say is unfortunate. But she's definitely come a long way from what she was in the beginning. And that's great. Genuinely. Bronya getting sidelined is her unfortunate character trait. Yay! I mean, like, I knew that, Bronya, or that, Kiana would take, Kiana May would take, like, center stage. But yeah, it's unfortunate that if they're gonna get sidelined. But I like them. They're cool, and I appreciate this. But yeah, we will be back with this next week. For Sela Fun Times. Tomorrow we're gonna be ZZZing. I'm trying to decide who to rate. I apologize for being stuttery. You know what? Wormies on. I'll send you over to them. They're new and cool, and I'll read next time. Yeah, we'll be back with Z to Z tomorrow. Definitely finishing up the chapter 2 interlude. Hopefully finishing up. Well, probably not finishing up all of chapter 3, but yeah, getting through. Wednesday we'll be finishing. The fuck's the game called? Pignalis, that's what it's called. I'm great. I remember everything. And then Friday will also be ZZZ. But yeah, thank you all for coming, and I shall see you all in the future. Bye-bye now.